finished Giri with 1b3.
No, are you serious?
Everyone needs to go check out that Chessable course now. Clearly, there's some magic dust sprinkled on that opening.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Chess24. This is the Chessable Masters and this is a pre-show where basically Chat and I are going through an iconic Chessable course, the Checkmate Patterns Manual, to get our brain cells, our gray cells activated for all the chess action that's about to come up so that we can make sense of it. And how is everyone doing in chat? We've got about 20 minutes to lift off. A very crucial day coming up. This is Judgment Day. 16 players, 8 will go through to the quarterfinals. It will be the end of the road for 8 of our players, and it all comes down to these final 5 rapid games. But before that, it all comes down to solving some positions with chat. So let's first bring up, I see that we're ready on screen. We did a bit of this yesterday, chat, the Checkmate Patterns Manual. It is quite the course to improve your tactical vision, and I highly recommend going through it. We've been solving some puzzles, but first let me get chat up. Trust me, this is more complicated than you guys think it is. Okay, so I have it, and a big shout out to everyone joining us on Chess24 on our Twitch channel as well as on YouTube. And we will be solving stuff shortly. How is everyone doing? Now, chat, tell me one thing. The first thing I really want to know is that what is your playing strength? Give me an idea. Do you have rating on any one of these chess platforms? Give me an approximate idea. Do you think you're, what rating are you? I think that's going to really help us do this whole Chessable Masters journey and interacting with chat, solving stuff. So I really want to know if any of you are rated in chat. What is your rating? That will really help us actually. Okay, so let's get back to solving things, shall we? Now, we were doing the basic test. So this is what the Checkmate Patterns Manual is all about, right? It is all about developing that skill for pattern recognition when it comes to tactical vision. The more you practice these different tactical motives, the stronger you get at recognizing them when they appear in our own games. And it's really amazingly done because we start with the basic test, and there are all these different mating patterns that International Master John Bartholomew, who's also the co-founder of Chessable, takes us through. And then we solve more positions on each of these patterns. And the idea of this Chessable course, it's not about solving it right or getting it correct, but actually recognizing what your strengths and weaknesses are in tactics. And the patterns that you actually struggle with, you can work more on that by solving pattern-specific positions. And that's a lot of use of the word pattern in the last 15 seconds. So I'm just going to go on to the puzzle solving bit now. All right, so yeah, I've got some of the chat up right now. I see a lot of you are around 1400 to 1600, and some of you are even above 2000. That is actually a pretty strong chat we have up here. So let's see if you guys are playing me right now, or you actually that strength by getting on to solving some stuff. Let's go to the basic test. So we did about 9 positions yesterday with chat, and we're going to continue doing some more. We're going to continue with this. Let's hope an interesting match. I think, Ganesh, we are going to have a very, very interesting day 3, the final day of the preliminaries. There is no doubt about that. But for now, let's solve some interesting positions. All right, so this is the Morphy's mate. This is the Morphy's mate. Now, the idea is to understand this pattern and how it works. So what do you guys think? What's the way here? Okay, I'm looking at, yes, I am reading all chats, by the way. I've got my eye out. I'm trying to multitask here. So before I mess this up, you guys need to give me the answer to this. Okay, well done. I'm going to go for the first one that I saw, and you guys saw this. So Rook G7 check, the only square, Rook G6, and this is Morphy's mate. Now you see a timer below our board, right beneath our board, and that's the amount of time you can actually set this up manually to how much time you want to give yourself to solve it. You know what? Next time we do it, just to make life harder for you guys, I'm going to set it up at, I don't know, like 10 seconds. rook g6, and this is how you go. And after you've solved it, we come to this screen where we get to know that our accuracy is 100%. Well done, chat. And we're still on the basic test part. Next up is we're done with Morphy. Now we move on to Pillsbury. And yeah, it's really cool because if we go down here, we can actually click on Morphy's mate and we'll be able to solve more of these patterns. So for example, let's say you didn't find this answer, but you want to study this more and get better at it. You could just click here and it would immediately take you to the chapter that concerns with Morphy's mate, and then you learn it better. Let's move on now that we've mastered this one. Next lesson, Morphy's done. Let's go to Pillsbury, and what does he have to say? So knight d3, white to play. What is stopping me from becoming a GM? Arun, that's a great question. Well, I don't know what's stopping me, but I do know that, I've got 2 norms. I need 1 more norm. I need a bunch of rating points. And I'm hoping once over the board chess resumes, I can get back to some playing and, go for that title again. I think often you guys don't understand the one thing that happens during commentary is that we sort of so we don't have any engines with us. We don't have any computer assistance. So many times we miss things, we make mistakes because we're thrown into a position. It takes a while to tune into it. Whenever there's a complex line or a complicated line, we try and ask chat or our producer Tat to help out with us. But sometimes we make a lot of mistakes during analysis because it's a more human analysis. I mean, if we wanted to do it the engine way, I think all of us have that at home, and that kind of takes out the fun out of chess. Okay, so what is the answer to this? All right, interesting. This is interesting because now you guys have got the first move right? Rook g7 and king to h8. Very good. Marvelous, Mridul and Puran Rathore, well done. But here's the thing, that's the only way to win. Now, let's see some of the other stuff here. For example, let's make a move. Now, some of you have solved it, but also giving a check anywhere else. Let's not forget that the knight on d3 actually attacks the bishop on b2. It's very easy to miss that actually, but you have to be precise in these positions. So the right answer, as you guys pointed out, rook g8, king g8, and rook to g1 is checkmate. Once again, we see this pattern with the rook and bishop just basically killing the king. Let's go on to the next lesson. The opera mate. What about this one, guys? So, do you know why this is called the opera mate, by the way? I'll tell you the story afterwards. I know a little bit about the opera's mate. The opera's mate or the opera mate. But we do have the Oslo broadcast, and I think that is directed towards a different audience. It is more for entry-level chess players, and it's beautifully explained there. Also, the Oslo studio, oh my God, it is a dream. And with Kaya, David, and Jovanka, I think it's a brilliant broadcast to follow. So definitely check that out. Lots to learn there as well. That is correct. That is correct. Cooking, Puran Rathore, Rashil Shah, a lot of you have got this right. Let's go for it. So the idea is, again, very similar, not king g7, and we go rook h3 and rook h8 mate. Once again, we see the combination of a rook and bishop checkmates. And with that, where are we? We are, okay, let's go on to the next one. You guys are doing well. Let's see if this levels up a bit. Let's see if this is actually a really famous position. This is a very famous position. I've seen this before. Let's see if you guys know this one. You know, whenever we've got different ways of learning and training at chess, right? Everyone does what suits them. We had one of our viewers tell us how he trains at chess and what works for him while he's studying all these Chessable courses. Let's see if we can bring that tweet up as well. It caught my attention because it just goes on to show that you got to do your own thing. The way I like to study is to keep a bowl of chocolate near me. Same here, actually. I'm not finding it right now, which I get to eat only after completing a lesson. I think that's such a good idea because you know what we often do? This is an interesting point. Let's come back to the position as well on the board. I feel that we punish For example, not getting something or making a mistake far too often, but don't reward ourselves for the good stuff. And I think positive encouragement and positive reinforcement is really a great way to learn. And yeah, and this can translate to pretty much a lot of other stuff besides chess as well. So yeah, so having these goals set up where, let's say you want to finish a course, you say that if you want to study 1 hour every day on Chessable, you want to finish that course, and after 7 days of doing that or 5 days of doing that, you can reward yourself with something that you really want. Well done. Thanks, Aaron. That's sweet. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of work, and it's not easy. I think getting the 3rd norm actually is easier than getting the rating points that I need. I think rating is always the hard part. And once you reach a 2500 level, even if you don't make your norm immediately, if you're able to maintain that rating, I think you will eventually get the norm. But very often what happens is that we have a really good tournament, but consistently keeping up that level is where the challenge is at. So I really think rating is a bigger challenge than actually completing the norms. Okay, so you guys have got this one. Now, the Retty's mate, where you sacrifice the queen. Oh, by the way, this is what I wanted to tell you about the opera mate as well. There's a fun story around that, and it goes that it was that mate. So the opera mate is where you sacrifice a queen, like we're doing here as well. But the example that you saw earlier, bishop g5, well done, chat, on finding that. And also let me point out that if the king would have gone here, then rook d8 was checkmate. And as you guys are mentioning that after this, bishop d8 is mate. And let's also show this position. And this is the opera mate, right? Now, chat, can you tell me the difference between opera mate and Retty's mate? First question. And then I'll go back to telling you about the opera mate. I've got so much stuff to talk to you about and just never enough time. I do see I'm running out of time. My producer's like, can you hurry up already? We've got Chessable Masters to get to. Okay, so the difference between an opera mate and the Retty's mate is, right, you sacrifice your queen in both these checkmate patterns. But in the Retty's mate, now listen to this. Thank you, Marvelous, Mridul. In the Retty's mate, you actually deliver checkmate with the rook. In both these, in opera and Retty's, the bishop and the rook is involved. But in Retty's mate, the checkmate is given by the rook, while in the opera mate, the checkmate is given by the rook, while in the Retty's mate, the same dynamics, the rook and bishop, but it is the bishop that actually gives the checkmate. So that's the difference between Retty's and opera. Gets a little confusing, but you get the hang of it. Now, here's the story about opera's mate, right? It was actually discovered for the first time. It was by Paul Morphy. Correct me if I'm wrong about this. But it was while he was watching an opera and he was playing against the Duke of Brunswick, and he actually showed this pattern of sacrificing the queen and then eventually delivering a checkmate using the bishop and the rook, where the rook is the one that gives the mate. And it was while watching an opera, so that's why it's called an opera's mate. And now a lot of us might think that, wait a second, all this is really fun, but does it even happen in real life chess? And can it even come in the games? And you know what? The funny thing, it actually happened yesterday in the Chessable Masters. And let me see if I can bring this up, because this is why we need to study tactics, and this is why this stuff is so important. I'm actually trying to look at all chats, but I am miserably failing at that because there's so much going on behind the scenes. We do try and cover all boards. Okay, I'm going to try and pull up a position from, while you guys look at the standings, I'm going to try and get a position up, which I'm not being able to. All right, but guys, I'm not being able to pull that up right now on my screen, but I will tell you to check out the game Shakrar Mamedyarov versus Abhimanyu Mishra. And in the end, you will see an opera's mate that actually happened on the board. And I don't know why I can't pull it up. I'm sad about that. But maybe when Danny joins us, oh, there it is. There it is. And I think that it was this moment. Can you guys see it? Yes, you guys can see it. So right about here, rook f7 was played. And can chat, you guys can't see the answer, right? Okay, can you find the opera's mate in the position? So the pattern is you sacrifice the queen and you deliver a mate with the bishop and the rook. I've given too much away, but let's see if chat gets this right. That's right, Ashiki. It actually happened, and I was amazed because this just goes on to show how important tactics is at every single level. Rook f7. Rook f7 was played. Yes, the actual mate actually did happen. The actual mate actually did happen. That is right. And the answer here is which Shark, of course, played out. Caveman Shark, as Danny likes to call him, just because, oh my God, it's just boom, boom chess with him. Queen d8, just sacrifice pieces. Hopefully you guys can see the answer when the screen came up, by the way. Queen d8, knight d8, you give up the queen, you give a check, and rook f8, and rook takes f8 mate. And this is how it ended. And that's the whole point, right? You have to have these patterns in your mind to be able to play them out on the board. So if you're struggling with tactics, chat, and we're going to be doing more of this in the coming days, because I'm really excited to explore. It's one of the best-selling courses of Chessable, and I can see why. Definitely check out the checkmating pattern manual on Chessable. All right, with that, now that we've solved a lot of it, now about 7 minutes to lift off. Let's talk about the action that's coming up. And one more time, let's bring up our standings. Now, this is what's going to happen today. We've got 5 rapid games, the final 5 games of the round robin stage, after which the top 8 go on to play in the quarterfinals. And this is what it stands. If the round robin stage finished right now, the left side of the leaderboard is what you would see go through, while Hari Krishna and everyone else on the right side will be out of the tournament. Currently, Wesley So leading the tournament, and that's really no surprise if you think about it, chat. Wesley has won 2 events in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour so far. He's placed at 2nd spot in the overall tour standings. He's been an absolute monster in this format. When he does what needs to be done, once he's won a certain number of games, he takes that pragmatic approach just to make sure he cruises through to the knockout stages. And right now he's doing that in style. At 7.5 points, a clear leader. And then we've got Levon Aronian. Now, can we just talk about that? Can we just for a moment appreciate the massive success that he had on day 2. Now, Levon started day 2 at 50%, and he scored a mega cool 4.5 out of 5 points to make it to 7 points at clear 2nd place. At the start of day 2, he was actually at the bottom half of the table, and now after that phenomenal performance finds himself sharing 2nd spot with Lei Kwang Liam. Not just that, the quality of play, the dynamic chess that we saw from him, very impressive stuff there by Levon. Lei Kwang Liam, a different story right now. He's been consistent through the first 2 days, and I think definitely reasons for Lei Kwang Liam to be one of the favorites to make it through. Ali Reza Firuza, Shakhriyar Mamidar of Hikaru Nakamura at 6.5. Now, I know the Shark attack has really impressed our in-house chess expert, Grandmaster Danny King. And speaking of Danny King, I see he's joined us. So let's bring him on in the discussion of who's going to make it through to the quarterfinals. Danny, welcome.
Hi there, Tanya. How are you? Looking good. Looking
Fantastic. I mean, the chess that's coming up is going to be a lot of fun, Danny. And once again, super strong chat with us on all our different platforms. They've been on fire, solving the puzzles, solving these different mating patterns that we've been checking out from the Chessable course. Everyone is ready for the chess action. What are you most excited about today?
Oh, this is just a huge, it really is. I mean, you know, these guys in the bottom half of the table, it's go hard or go home. And it's going to be a really tough day, tough day. I mean, huge names, you know, Hari Krishna, Ariban, they've got to work so hard today. So it's very unpredictable, I have to say. It's really too close to call what's going to happen. You know, I want to see those pairings, you know, like we said yesterday, the players at the bottom of the tournament table, they are going to be marked. They are targets, and they better watch out, because as soon as one of these players gets a chance to play one of them, then they are just going to be gunning, and it's going to be really, really tough. So, well, okay, round 11 pairings, we can see there, you know, already, well, every single game is absolutely, it's just so important. You know, Adi is playing against Abhimanyu in this round 11. You know, that's a big chance for Adi to hit back, you know. So, but we know when that happens, when the pressure is on, you can go too hard. So it's very unpredictable. You know, the pressure is on. This is the crunch day. This is the one we've been looking forward to.
Big day for our players, for all our 16 players. Let's take a look at what they have to say about the upcoming action. And now, Dani, you mentioned yesterday that one of the switch ups that you're expecting is Hari to make it through to the quarterfinals. We'll see whether that happens. And look at what Aryan Tari has to say. Hope to be lucky today. Well, we do know that in chess, you make your own luck on the chessboard. And yes, excited to see what Aryan has in mind and has prepared for this very crucial Day 3. Last day of the prelims, time to play good chess and win games. Well, Hari's kind of been playing, I think, good, consistent chess throughout. He's sort of been on the edge of that qualifying bracket, never too far behind. But like you said, Dani, crunch time.
Absolutely. And I thought one of the best games from yesterday was Aryan Tari defeating Vladislav Artemiev in that slow squeeze where he made that amazing breakthrough with h4, h5, and then broke through on the queen side and turned to the king side. I mean, that was a brilliant game. So we know that Tari can do it. All these players can do it, but it's crunch moments. So yeah, really interesting.
It's been a little tough for the debutants of the event. If you just look at the standings, Dani, the players who are at the bottom of the table, Hampi, Wenjun, Abhimanyu Mishra. But let's not forget, I mean, look at this field that they're playing against. Speaking of Abhimanyu, it has been a phenomenal experience for him. He is 12 years old. He's 6 years younger than the next player. Not just that, this is the first time he's facing this kind of a mammoth opposition, one after the other. And despite that, if you really look at the positions he's got and not just the results, I mean, hats off to the kind of fighting chess he's produced.
Yeah, I hope that he's not too despondent about his result, because, you know, just looking at the ratings, he is absolutely the bottom seed. So it's to be expected he's going to have a hard time, but this is by far the strongest tournament he has ever played. So I hope he manages to learn from it and isn't just kind of crushed by it, basically. I remember years back, actually, Nigel Short, of course, who became the challenger for the world title, became an absolute world-class player. But he was put into a strong Grandmaster tournament in London, an all-play-all, very high profile, at a very young age. I think he was something like 14 years old, and he got smashed. And I mean, he has very mixed feelings about that tournament. Years later, you know, he was saying, maybe it was too much for me, because it's very hard to say. We just don't know what would have happened either way. But he found it very, very difficult. But this, at least, you know, it's a quick tournament. You know, he can say it's a rapid play tournament, it's online, you know, it's not classical chess, it's not over the board chess. You know, I hope he can write this one off, because in a way it is an anomaly. It is something that's just been thrown at him. And I think he should be able to write it off as just, well, it's a learning experience anyway.
I completely agree. I think writing off the result part, but the experience and the takeaways that he has from this are huge. And that's exactly what he mentioned in his interview as well. Some great fighting spirit there. Well, we've got action starting shortly in the Chessable Masters. And of course, a big shout out to our sponsors, Airthings and Opera. Opera is the official browsing partner. Everyone watching, highly recommend the Opera GX browser. That is their gaming lightweight browser with some very cool features. Check that out. Airthings is our official air quality partners, making sure that the players are playing in the best environment. And Dani, now let's get to the chess action and take a look at the action on the board.
Well, I would really like to start with that game I mentioned, Adiban Bhaskaran against Abhimanyu Mishra. And it's a Najdorf, ladies and gentlemen. It's sharp, it's exciting. Well, Bishop C4 is one of the sharpest lines you can play against the Najdorf, because there are so many interesting sacrifices possible for white. And Bishop E3, a little bit unusual, You can play either bishop b3 or castle. So it looks like Adi is trying to confuse Abby a little bit here. Queen f3, okay, with obvious ideas of playing e5, but e5 can now be met by bishop b7. But it starts to get very, very tricky around here. Because even in this position, some crazy things can happen. So if e5, bishop here, queen g3, watch out. There's all kinds of things can happen already. So, well, I'm not, oh, Adi's gone g4, okay.
He's gone g4.
Wow. Do you know what? He's mixing up his systems like crazy here. and the kind of thing that black has to be very careful of here, of course, we want to play bishop b7, but watch out. This is already really destructive. Takes here, and the queen and the pawn are hit. This is already very unpleasant.
Very unpleasant. You pick up a third pawn. Black can have a castle in that position. And these are those thematic ideas that black needs to watch out for. Bishop b7, not possible. You also can't make a simple developing move like knight d7 or bishop d7 because of the same sacrifices, but also g5. Watch out for g5.
Yeah.
That knight on f6 needs that retreating square on d7. And I think what Adi is trying to do in this opening is very clear. He wants to make sure that he doesn't go for any theoretical stuff. Everyone knows Abhimanyu's legend level of preparation, so he wants to get him out of the book as soon as possible. And Danny, let's not forget, Adiban is one of those borderline players currently. He's on 5 points, 9th place. He knows that this is one of the points that he needs to get home playing against Abhimanyu.
Yeah, so he's going full out for the point here. So a critical move here for black, b4, because if the knight retreats, then black has gained something, but it could get very, very messy. I'm curious to see how he will react against that.
But you don't have time to go g5 anymore, because after b takes c3, g takes f6, black can just simply capture the f6 pawn or the b2 pawn, so white has to go back. I was thinking either knight a4 or knight e2. White decides to retreat with the knight to e2, also eyeing to shift this knight to a kingside attack when required. Now, what we are preempting is that black wants to go short castle at some point, and Adiban says, you know what, when you do go short castle, I will have the option to jump with my knight to g3, to h5, to create that attack. I am predicting an opposite side castling in this game, Danny.
Could be, but you know, it's a little bit of a concession that the knight has gone back instead of, you know, something really aggressive. So that, I think that's a little victory for Abhimanyu in this position. That's a little achievement already. And here I wonder whether it's possible to play bishop b7.
And I think this is a very important question. And I just want to point out, Danny, that this is the reason why white had to be super careful and not go knight a4. Because suddenly, let's just back up one move and show what happens, because knight a4 is such a natural move to make in these positions. You're eyeing that b6 square. But now after bishop b7, hitting that pawn on e4, there's actually no good way to defend it. And this is the reason why knight e2 is so crucial, so that after your move bishop b7, white has the possibility to defend that pawn with knight g3.
Yep. And then, of course, we're coming back to this one again, this sacrifice again. Let me just have a think about this. Another crazy move that comes into consideration here is knight takes pawn. Because after queen takes, we've got bishop b7 skewering here. I don't believe this, but it's tricky. It's not. I don't know. What do you think of knight e4?
No, it's exactly that intuitive feeling where you don't know what is the refutation, but you have a feeling that these ideas shouldn't work for black. No. That bishop on h1 has so much potential to get trapped there after a move like f3 as well, once you capture the rook. Queen takes e4. You're mentioning this line, Danny. Bishop to b7. Maybe a move like queen f4 is possible as well, because you don't have e5. The f7 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just one. If we can't think of anything better, then as you mentioned, trapping the bishop is probably okay. Listen, I think knight e4 is just
too much.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop h1, f3, you trap it, you win it. By the way, Danny, of course, this is going to be a blowout game. Clearly, Adiban making his intentions very clear. We'll see what Abhimanyu comes up with the black pieces. We already have a result, a game that wasn't much of a blowout. Levon Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura going for the Jan Nepomniachtchi line of the Berlin, and that ended in a draw. I don't think we need to play through this. We've played through this about 1,000,000 times during the Champions Chess Tour. Let's move on with our opening tour. Now, the other player at the border of qualification is Hari Krishna. We've been talking about him. We've seen him play consistently throughout, but currently he shares ninth place with Adiban on the same points, 5 points. So he also needs to get as many wins as he can today.
It was really interesting. And Iturizaga as well. He's on the border. So let's see. Critical game. This is, as they say in football, it's a 6-pointer, basically. Not quite a 6-pointer, but right, this sharp system. Ooh, wow. Okay, black center is about to collapse.
I mean, can we just point out what modern chess is like? This is insane. I mean, black has just made moves with pawns.
Yeah.
You know, we're taught, what about all the opening principles, Danny, that we're taught? Don't move your pawns too much, develop your pieces, all that jazz. But black says, you're giving me all these tempos where I can push my pawns, get some space, attack your knight. I'm going to go for it.
I would be comfortable with white, because after this, I think I would be looking, I wouldn't want to recapture here, but simply to play bishop g2. And of course, I would be delighted to get this position, and that's going to take that's going to be difficult for black to develop. So I think black should get some pieces out. You know, knight c6, or I'm not quite sure, but yeah, probably just knight c6. Maybe it's no big deal. I'm not sure.
Time to develop. Let's get out some more pieces. Can we go knight f6?
Okay, bishop g5.
Just thinking about bishop e7 here.
Yep. So take. It's probably okay for black.
Not too bad.
Yeah, it's probably okay.
And clock situation, Dani. Hari about 14 minutes having a think, and Iturizaga at about 9.5 minutes, which kind of reflects that Hari is more comfortable in this position than Iturizaga is.
I guess so. He's maybe been caught a little bit. So now we've got this very unclear endgame where we've got two opposing clumps of pawns, one on the king side, 5 against 3 on the king side, 4 against 2 on the queen side. And this knight has the possibility to leap in here to upset white a little bit. Well,
it took me about 45 seconds to realize that nobody's a pawn up in this position.
Yeah, exactly. I know it's one of those weird situations optically. Just completely unclear endgame, I've got to say. Very hard to know who is better in this position. But as you say, it looks like Hari has had this on the board before. Let's put it like that.
Got to watch out a little bit. Knight c3, you know, those moves like a6, they've created some weaknesses in black's camp, these dark squares, and knight will jump to d5 at some point and start jumping in, creating some real threats. So while at some point it looked very good to gain those tempos, push the knight back, but every time you push a pawn, you create holes in your position. And I think this gives direct target to white as well. Very interesting endgame here. We will come back to this. Let's continue with our tour, and I want to jump to the Wesley Humpy game, opposite side castling, and that means that's where we are headed.
Okay, so it's the good old Petrov, a super reliable opening, and this line, it's reliable. I mean, this line is reliable for both sides. Seems to me that Wesley is continuing his policy of actually not risking too much, actually. And well, basically, if he drew all 5 games today, he would qualify. I think we could be fairly certain about that. So he doesn't need to push too hard. I mean, I think it's clear that just because of white's pieces, white is very slightly better. White's bishops are slightly better than black's, but it's nothing to write home about. So that provokes a little pawn weakness here. Is b5 possible? Can we play b5? Or is that, oh no, oh, hang on. Are we trapping? Am I trying to trap the queen?
Ooh, I was just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Queen.
Oh, do we?
Queen c5.
Maybe okay. I'm chancing my arm a little bit, but I would like to play b5. I mean, this feels like the right move, yeah?
If it works and you're not losing the queen on the spot, this is exactly the kind of chess that you have to play. You have to go for your opponent's king, b5, trying to open up files. White doesn't have all the time in the world. I want to try b3 one more time because it looks so close to getting your queen.
Yep. It's scary. It's scary. But listen, if black can, well, I mean, obviously this exchange is we're in Dreamsville. This is great. But if not, then what does white do about b5? I mean, that's tricky. So this position, I'm looking at b5.
Okay, one idea, Danny. b3, queen a3.
Yeah.
What about c5? I want to keep your files closed, and I want to still try and target your queen somehow.
But do I escape with takes?
Not sure, because bishop b2, and where do you go? You go queen to b4.
Queen b4, yeah.
Annoying, Danny. And after bishop c3, I was thinking queen e4, bishop f3, but you've got queen a3 after bishop c3.
Exactly. Maybe this is classic Wesley. Maybe he's going to force a draw or something. He's just super pragmatic.
Well, we do have some moves instead of b5, and understandably, because it's so scary to get into these positions where your queen doesn't have squares. First, Humpy decides to push that bishop away from d4, goes c5, but it does create a weakness on d6 long-term stuff. And now Wesley plays b3, first hitting that queen. And I think the idea is you want to come back bishop b2 and keep that position solid. At some moment, you want to start targeting the g7 pawn.
Okay, I've got to say this doesn't look right to me because, okay, first things first. Well, okay, the queen has gone back to c6 because, of course, if queen a3, then here, then takes, then, I mean, this is just a huge advantage to white positionally. And the queen has gone back to c6, but also bishop f3, and this looks very pleasant to me.
And then the queen moves and you just fall back with the bishop. And if you just compare white's pieces and white's pawns, you feel that white should be better here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this looks like a good outcome. Now, of course, b5 is the move to go for. So I guess this is the idea. But I mean, simple chess, bishop d5. This is a very clear advantage to white. I think Wesley will be delighted with this position. I think it's gone wrong. Do you know what? I actually think that move b5, that might have been the way to go. It looks incredibly scary, but I'm just wondering whether that was the critical moment where black had to decide to do that. Because if there isn't some kind of tactical refutation straight away, then actually, positionally, this is very desirable. But this doesn't look right, does it? I mean, it looks great for white, I think.
Completely agree. And I think maybe Tad can help us understand if there was something wrong with b5. And if not, b5 definitely looked like the way to go. Looks really scary because your queen runs out of places to run. But still, if it manages to survive the scare, b5 is the move you want to make. Tani, we'll come back. The outcome of this opening, I think we can clearly say Humpy in a little bit of a trouble. Easy to understand why. If we just start looking at white's bishop on f3, compare that with black's bishop on e6. White's better. White's bishop on this long diagonal, better than black's bishop on e7. Black has this weakness on d6. Overall, just a very pleasant position to play. So we can say that Wesley should be happy with this opening outcome. Whether it's enough or not, we'll find out. By the way, confirmation from Tad. Danny, you're on point. b5 was the way to go.
Ta-da! We award ourselves the first medal of the day. We're going to rip the medal off sooner or later, but listen, we've just got to pat ourselves on the back sometimes. Let's be kind. Okay, listen, I want to go to Ariane Tari against David Anton because again, we've got two players who are borderline. They are borderline in the tournament. Let's go from the top. And now this is one of my favorite variations with white, actually. The Caro-Kann exchange variation, which looks very modest, but in fact, I think is a very kind of straightforward way for white to play. And it's almost like a reversed Queen's Gambit exchange variation. E6 is a little bit unusual. very unusual. I see. Well, Anton is playing. This is a slightly strange way to play with the knight out here. You don't get this very often. And of course, it's related to the London system as well. This is his big idea, because otherwise the knight will look very strange. After this kind of exchange, of course, the knight just looks terrible on g6. So he's going for knight f4 to try and, well, capturing one of the bishops. But black has lost a lot of time. g5. Okay. So game on. This is what he's attempting to do. Getting the bishops and stirring up trouble. Wow. Very sharp indeed. And Tari is not impressed. He's just castle kingside. Wow.
This is a crazy position. I mean, you give g3, and whenever your opponent does go g3, you know you want to get that h5, h4 in. And I see that eventually that's what black did. So after b4, black can't go short side castle anymore. You can't go king side castle anymore. So white goes for the attack on the queen side already, starts gaining space, starts preparing for it. And look at how black played. If you just continue, David, after b4, how David played.
But the funny thing is, actually, you say black can't castle kingside, but his chance to go queenside here, actually, I think this, well, black didn't do it. And actually, I think this is too risky, because in this position, well, we've got knight e5, and the queen actually doesn't look very well placed on f6. Whereas I think white has potential to attack on the queen side very easily. The knight is simply fantastic on e5. So because of that, it's gone rook c8. Okay, careful, threats here, pin and win. So queen b, that's very unfortunate for white, that white has to spend a tempo going backwards. h5, so the king is probably just going to live on g7 actually, with using the queen as cover.
And I think h4, queen h6 ideas is what I want to see on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. But
he starts with g4, and now the point is that after knight h4, you want to start. What do you want to start doing after knight h4? The d4 pawn, is black going to be so greedy and pick up that d4 pawn after knight h4? Was that the point? And white had to play knight e5? I
guess so. Yeah. Let's just have a look at that. The rooks are kind of misplaced in that position. So that's why the knight came to e5. But then it is possible to come forward with h4. But wow, already this position is boiling. It is really boiling. And Anton has taken on e5. Okay.
And kind of understandable, Danny, if you think about it, very interesting choice to take on e5. But if not, there are all these ideas of going for c5, c6 with tempos. Bishop e5, I think, would have had to be played. Knight d7 tricks are there in the position.
Yeah,
I think what black wants to do is bishop e5, d takes e5, put that queen on h6, attack that knight on d2, win a tempo. And once the knight moves, you've got time to go h4. And he decides to take rook e5 instead of d takes e5.
Yeah, but I think your point about queen h6 and gaining a tempo is spot on, because that's very unpleasant, because then h4 is coming incredibly quickly. Let's just have a quick look at that. I mean, I'm not sure which is better. One thing is, after queen h6 immediately, then perhaps f4. I'm just wondering if that might help, or wow, this is really scary.
This is super scary. And maybe you have to go queen e1, try and get your queen into the defense.
Yeah.
Because I don't see another way to actually fight the checkmate along the h file.
He's played queen h6. This queen h6 is on the board.
Queen h6, attacking the knight. And that's the key point, right? That you win this very crucial tempo of hitting that knight on d2 and doubling up on the h file at the same time. What's not to love? Oh, I'll tell you what's not to love. I just saw the eval bar, and eval bar says white is absolutely fine.
Oh, yeah, but listen, they can't see the eval bar. And this is absolutely, completely unclear. I mean, let's really.
This is scary from white, no?
So totally. Okay, just one thing. I'm just wondering about this immediately. And I mean, this is an alternative to f4, because what we could do is play queen e2. I'm playing this like this.
Yeah.
This is so scary. And
I
then
can
after,
hear how hesitant you are about this
yeah,
position.
and then this
I can hear it in
along,
your tone. Yeah.
along the second rank. But I'm kind of wincing as I'm playing this. I don't know. So there's that, and yeah, this one we
rook e2, which is also probably directed towards the second rank defense that you're talking about, Danny, needs to place one of the heavy pieces on the second rank. And I think this is nice because now the queen is free to participate in some kind of a counterplay on the queen side as well.
Yeah. Okay. So h4, and actually
we ignore.
Yes, we very rudely ignore the h pawn, and as you say, there is potential.
Maybe just go c5.
Yeah. And well, we come back to this question of the king, which I was saying, well, it can come to g7, but actually once that dark square bishop is gone, then it's not looking quite as cheery on g7. Somehow it's, yeah, little bit exposed. So he's played h4. This is on the board. So this is an interesting moment. How's Tari going to play this? I mean, we're looking at c5. Yeah, it looks too scary to take. But let me just very quickly. I mean, I don't want to bring the knight in like this. It doesn't look right. There's knight c3. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I like.
And Aryan Tari decides to go queen b4. He doesn't commit with c5. He keeps the tension in the center. Says he's not ready to release that just yet. Queen b4 stops any short castle ideas. The king is now stuck to defending that knight on e7. And
he's going to play queen d6. Tanya, he's going to play queen d6. He's
going to go queen d6. But what happens if you take on c4? If you take on c4, knight c4, knight d5, and you've got a check on d6. This
looks too scary. This looks...
Yeah, knight d5, knight d6 check.
Too much. Too much.
Is it too much?
Don't like it. Okay, let's just have a think, because after this we can play
king f8.
F8. Yeah, but just a moment. Let's just have a think here, because maybe bishop takes is better actually.
Really?
Are you really not convinced? Because and now that covers d5 and then knight e4. Is that better?
That's nice. That's nice. And also d5 ideas. d5 just blowing open that center.
Okay, how's this? Knight f5.
Let's
scary.
Go for it. Now knight e4.
Yeah,
knight e4.
I'm slightly worried about this.
But there's knight d6 and knight f5.
Is that completely crushing? No good move. Wow, that's game over. Yeah, fantastic. That's game over. Right. So maybe that's the way. Anyway, it's gone queen f6. Very sharp position.
I think it's really interesting, Danny, that the c4 and the d5 pawns are just keeping this pressure, and whoever blinks first has to suffer more. If white takes on d5, black's knight jumps into d5 attacking that queen. If black takes on c4, he gives control of this e4, c4 squares. So it's really a fight of just a stare off. You know, you keep that tension alive and you keep playing the position.
Yeah. But, you know, we're looking at this move c5 as well, which somehow looks quite inviting.
But maybe now there's knight f5.
Right. I mean, I imagine that I'm going to have to just take that off anyway. That's the thing. So, you know, some position like this, I mean, I was always contemplating just hacking that off. And then playing. Don't know. Let's go back. As you say, if we don't need to play c5, then we probably shouldn't. But this might be the moment when, well, rook e5 played.
Danny, this position is super fascinating, which is why we've been here for such a long time.
Okay.
We will come back to it and see how these players handle all these dynamic ideas that exist. But take a look at the Adiban Abhimanyu game. That has blown up. There's e6 on the board. We need to go there pronto.
Okay, so it went bishop b7, knight here, d5, d5. Now that is a make or break move because the center is exploding. e5, fascinating. And the knight came back. So hang on. So what happens on queen takes e5? Is he just going to castle? Castle, right. That's the idea. And then bishop f4 would trap the queen. So he just buys himself a little time. Now, Right. I mean, this is irrelevant. This didn't happen. But I suppose Aliban is just thinking, well, there must be a move here. But it's still not that clear. Listen, we haven't got time to look at that. Let's look at the game, which was knight back.
Oh my God. And what did he play? He played knight to f5. This is Adiban chess. There needs to be a separate style of chess called Adiban chess.
Beast.
That's why he's called the Beast.
Yeah, he's just throwing the kitchen sink at his opponent. Wow. But is it any good? I mean, really? It's not 100% clear by any stretch. Just one little thought after takes.
Got to take knight e6. Let's take a look at some lines.
Now, queen attacked, pawn attacked. And once, of course, we displace the king, that's a big achievement.
So you want to go queen e5 here?
Queen e5. But then I was thinking, maybe, do we have
Just
time?
take on f5.
Just to take on f5.
Yeah.
That knight sits there in the middle. The king can't escape. But black has a whole move. Black has a whole move here to do something. And now, at the moment, the bishop is pinned. So basically, white's next move wants to be castle's queenside. If queen takes, then bishop d4 looks fantastic for white. So is there a move for black here? He's got one move.
Well, Danny, I think Abhimanyu just did not want that knight on e6, so he decided to go another way with black. And after the move e6, he goes knight e5, hitting that queen on f3. But this gives white the time to go e takes f7 with a check. And now knight f7, because king f7, there was queen f5 check. So you definitely don't want that. And in any case, white gets that knight on e6. But the difference here is, and I like this difference for black, that black has this d7 square now. So the other knight can also try to develop there at some point. So the basic difference is that black's knight from d7 has jumped over to f7. And I think that's a useful piece in defense.
Could well be. But listen, let's play in exactly the same way. So
the queen e5.
So I think we're going to take on f5. Now,
queen e5 on the board, Danny, and Adi is having a think.
So, can you see the way he's nodding? He's kind of going, like this. Kind of interesting. Yeah, he's not super relaxed.
And look at the clock situation. Abhimanyu, just 3 minutes, a difficult situation to hold the piece count. Black has an extra piece. White has got just one pawn for a piece.
Okay, so this is on the board, by the way. Now, what is black's defensive move? This is not clear to me. So if this knight comes out, let's say knight d7.
Knight d7, knight f6, g7. Okay, so knight d7, you go long castle, right?
Absolutely. And this is scary because that king cannot escape. I
really want to stop this bishop d4 idea and struggling with it.
I wonder whether, let's just go back a move, because I wonder whether we need to undermine this pawn. I wonder whether we can play knight somewhere, knight d6, no, knight, it's not easy. Knight d6 could allow a knight c7, but maybe that's not the end of the world. Perhaps we have to try something like this.
Knight d6 could also just allow long castle. You know, you don't need to rush with it, because can black actually take on f5? By the way, knight d6, your move on the board, Danny. And I'm just wondering if white can ignore knight c7, and because I love that knight on e6 more than picking up that exchange.
Yeah. And it's problematic, of course, because of the knight forks. After this, we can play queen takes. And
this is just a winning endgame.
Do you think it's yes, it is winning. Now that I count the pawns, and but
pawns,
also
and look at the pawn structure as well, and white's piece is all of it.
Yeah. Okay, so knight d6 on the board. So we're thinking just castle's queenside. Wow.
Do you want to check out d4, because that was the other threat that I thought.
Yes.
And this is what I was slightly worried about, because the knight on d6 defends that bishop. But
okay,
maybe
that's the big move. So we need to think here. So that's the point. He's defended the bishop, so now d4 is on. Okay. This is a good idea from Abhi.
But Danny, it's not over. Even this line, I mean, you go long castle, d4. Can we take a look at bishop a4 check there?
Yeah, I thought the king could Where?
Because king f7, there's queen h5 check.
Queen h5 G6. What?
I mean, there's no way that you're surviving G6.
G6. Oh no, you could. Yeah, the queen is on prise. Yeah.
I mean, you just take on G6, and I don't believe after King E6 just to shut off the line. Even you just take and go Bishop D4. I'm sure White is doing great, no?
What do you want to do?
I was thinking just take on E5 and Bishop D4 is just one option, but there's probably something a lot better than that.
I'm gonna run. I'm running. Where can I go to actually? Oh, this is desperate. Yeah. Okay. King F5. Maybe
King
that's the
F5.
safest spot. So here, it ain't over till it's over.
It's not over because you still have it. It feels like it should be over. Rook E1.
Yeah. The problem is black can't actually develop.
Rook E1, and no, this is over for black. There's just no way black can survive this.
Yeah, this is really bad actually. Yeah. Okay, so this is a problem. So D4, Bishop A4 check. Fascinating stuff. Okay, so what if I interpose? What about Knight D7?
Knight D7. I thought Bishop D7, and I completely missed that Knight C5 isn't possible because you can take Queen C5, so that doesn't work.
Not so clear.
Feels like it should be clear, but it's not. You know what I mean, Danny?
Yeah, no.
Okay, let's try Queen H5 check. Let's start with Queen H5 check.
Okay, so
you go G6.
Yeah.
By the way, look at the position, Danny, that we have on our live board.
It's D4 played.
It's on the board. We are calling this out. Is he gonna go Bishop A4?
This is mad. But after G6, nothing clear for White.
Not clear, yeah. If White goes Bishop takes D4, you can just maybe take Queen D4. Not sure what's going on.
Let's have a think here in case we're missing some obvious move to start with.
Not sure.
It feels like a good start to play here. But the problem is if we make a simple move like Queen H3, then instead of taking, then, well, maybe we just take on E3.
Also, just a quick update, Danny. I've got my eye out on all the other boards, and yeah, this one is the most exciting. So I think we're going to stick to it because I think this is the moment that will decide the result of the game. It could just go anywhere. And it's just...
Abhimanyu's down to 1 minute.
He's down to 1 minute, and he's got to make precise defensive moves. So I think we're going to stick to this one.
Golly, this really is something. But okay, how's Adiban looking?
He's calculating stuff.
He's doing all the mumbling. He's doing the mumbling. But
I
wow.
feel that happens so much even in over the board chess. You get so involved in lines that you don't actually realize that you're sort of lip moving them out, and you're almost mumbling to yourself during the game.
But I don't see a good move for White actually.
I really still feel that after Bishop A4, Knight D7, we're missing something. I don't know why. Intuitively, I feel there should be something for White here. But I get your point. It's not easy to understand what that might be. Oh, wait, we have an update, by the way, Danny.
Go on.
We have an update from Tad that, oh my God. Okay, back up, Danny, back up, and don't look at our Zoom chat and try and find the move for White here. It is insane. And if Adiban plays this, I'll be speechless for the rest of the day. So you can take over.
Have I got to find a good move here? All right.
It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Did I mention that it's insane?
I think you might have done. Oh, is it Bishop D5? Bishop D5?
That's an interesting move, but it's not the one that Tad is informing us about.
Not the one that... Bishop D5 is kind of interesting, actually, because takes here and then knight takes.
But maybe just the king moves, no? King F8, for example.
Yeah, here.
And some good move. I don't know, maybe take on F5 as well. Maybe Queen F5 here.
Yeah, it's probably insufficient. Okay. All right. So I've
Danny, think crazier.
Okay, think crazier. Oh God. Oh no, is it queen takes bishop?
Oh my God, you got it. I have no idea why this works
Bishop
or
d4.
what's going on.
Bishop d4, yes.
That's the idea, but I have no idea. Explain this to us, Danny.
Okay,
what is this?
This is brilliant. So queen f5, knight g7, and we pick up the queen. And otherwise, maybe the queen is in trouble. Well, the king is in trouble. Oh, this is fantastic.
This is fantastic. And I'm just looking at Adiban and I'm just looking at the position and I'm wondering if he's going to play it. And I'm so excited right now.
Listen, this is brilliant. Okay, what are you going to do, Tania?
I don't know.
How you're going to freak, aren't you? If he does this.
What is it? This is, I mean, chess is so incredibly beautiful, Danny. Look at queen b7.
Yeah, do you know what? Once you see it, okay. I only saw it because you prompted me.
He's going to play it. Danny, he's going to play it. He's taken far too long to not make this move.
But, you know, I only saw it because you prompted me to look for something crazy. But actually now that it's on the board, I'm going, yeah, well, it looks obvious.
Okay, so what's the point, Danny? You were mentioning queen f5 not possible because of knight g7. And let's say the queen moves somewhere else. And how does white continue there? Where is somewhere else? Let's say queen to a5.
Okay, that's a safe square. But I think the problem is that black's king, it doesn't really have a safe spot to go to. And white's initiative is just huge. Absolutely.
All right, so knight g7, you can't go to the d file because bishop b6 check, and that is game over. So you can't do that. So what about king f8 now?
Check. So the king has to stumble around here, but now...
Is he going to play it? Is he going to play it? That is the big question.
I mean, white probably has a draw by perpetual.
30 seconds on the clock. Danny, will he go for it? Yes or no?
Maybe he has to see it first.
Oh my God, he doesn't. He goes for bishop a4.
Bishop a4.
He goes to bishop. This was the move we were looking at. Oh my God. He goes to bishop a4.
Okay, and I wonder, is he just going to go bishop c6? Maybe that's his idea. But yeah, well, it's not a disaster. So Abhimanyu down to 45 seconds. Wow. That's crazy. It could be he's just going to go for bishop c6, you know. Oh, queen h5 on the board. Okay, what about g6?
This is what we saw, right? After g6, we were not able to find a good move for white here.
Bishop d4. Ooh, also very interesting. So Adiban had obviously prepared this one. I mean, in his big think. Tricky,
okay, so let's understand what's going on. After queen takes d4, you want to take on g6. Is that the idea?
Oh, nice. Yeah, could be. Why not?
This is crazy town.
Yeah, but just a moment.
By the way, he takes on h5, gh5 on the board, and he has to take the queen on e5. The rook on h8 is hanging. Knight c7 is a threat. The knight on d6 is hanging. The whole world is hanging in this position.
Yeah, well, watch out for the rook in the corner, by the way. He's just taking
Picks it up.
Bishop takes rook or bishop takes knight?
I think bishop takes rook, no? Because the knight is already pinned on d6 because you can't move it. The knight on d7 hangs. So bishop h8, and then you want to come back. He goes bishop h8. Now he wants to come back bishop e5, attacking that knight on d6 so that the d7 knight will fall then. And knight c7 still a big threat.
And don't forget this one and this one as well. f6 is interesting. Knight c7. Oh, bishop f3 is hitting back.
Has to hit back. He needs to take tempos.
That's a good move though, because the rook has to move somewhere maybe not too clever. Rook e1.
Rook e1. Why not rook d2? Bishop g5. No, bishop g5 is impossible. Danny, what about rook d2?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's rook d2 is a quiet move.
You want to go bishop e5 next, right? That's the idea.
He
goes rook g1.
Played. Also not bad. Okay, but still threatening knight here. So what about rook c8?
Rook g8 check.
Rook g8. Then
king f7, rook c8, knight c8. The d7 knight will hang in the end. So knight f5 played.
Well, he's got to go for knight c7, surely. Yeah, he's just going to
On
take.
the board, Danny.
Yeah. What's the pawn count?
An extra pawn for white. So it's going to be rook versus
Yeah, now
rook and pawn versus two pieces.
Oh no, this is
Oh no, it's
serious. Oh, but he can
okay.
block with a knight.
You have to go knight f8. You don't have an option. You got to go knight f8.
Wow, what a sequence of moves.
Whoa.
Bishop f6, so threat rook f8. This is crazy.
This is insane.
Wow,
This is like tactics frenzy going on here.
Yeah.
And you know what, Danny? I have a feeling that Adi took those 5 minutes to calculate most of this because he's just blitzed out these moves like one after the other.
Bishop f6 is a killer. That looks like a fantastic move. Rook f8, yeah.
Game over.
Then take on e7, game over. Wow. That
Bishop e5 check.
Everything is winning. You can do whatever you like.
Takes on e7, rook h8.
Clear exchange to the good.
Whoa.
That's game over. What a shocker. I tell you what, that is a very impressive move from Adiban, but he went down to the wire on this one. I mean, we've written this one off. It's game over.
Yeah, this one was insane. What a game. Danny, I think now that we can call this an Adiban victory, there's just really not much that Black can do to fight this position. Let's move on to some of our other boards where the excitement is still on. Let's take a look at Alireza Firouzja versus Lei Kwang Liam. Both players down to about a minute on the clock, and queen and knight, every time you've got this construction and the king is weak, very dangerous positions.
For both sides, this is kind of on the edge, but it's should be equal-ish, I think. I mean, maybe does white have a little something here? Going for c4. Very tricky position, actually. Black's king is a little bit more exposed in a sense because white's queen covers here. Maybe it's time just to dip out with the king. King h6, perhaps. I don't know if that makes the king safer. But okay, knight g5. He's looking to play knight f3 and go for a perpetual. This is his idea. That's a very clever idea, I think, because white's king was looking very safe. Knight g5 at least complicates matters. Knight g4, threatening knight f3 check. I think it's an
And what about knight f4, trying to keep that under control? So after knight f4, you're threatening the g6 pawn as well as sidestepping this idea of the perpetual that you have.
Okay, that is very scary.
I mean, I kind of don't see a move except queen e8, and that's not a happy move to make.
No, it's not. No tricks at the other end of the board. Yeah, maybe.
Alireza throwing his hands in the air. He's not happy about something here. Are we missing something? So knight f3 doesn't work, right? Knight f3, gf3, queen c2. You just come back knight g2.
Yeah. So queen e8 looks necessary.
Okay, Alireza down to 20 some seconds.
That's the belief. He hasn't played knight f4 yet.
And he's not happy. There's something going on.
Yeah.
I hope he's not. No, he's not disconnected because his webcam's fine.
The other move, of course, is queen f6 check.
Okay, he's made a move, but what is that? Has he made a move yet?
No, not yet. It looks a bit strange.
Yeah, something's up, Danny, for sure.
Yeah.
Look at it. I think it's some connection issue going on here. Maybe
Right.
Tad can give us an update on what's happening because this is such a critical moment.
Yeah. I mean, he is a fast player. There must be some. Yeah, look at him. He looks dissatisfied in some way.
Very flustered.
Yeah.
I mean, knight f4 is just a move that I think he would just make in seconds unless there's something better in the position, which I don't see. Knight f3 a threat.
Well, by the way, this is possible. Queen f6 check.
King h6.
Yeah.
This is a nice idea, Danny.
And then
Queen
here,
h8.
and can we take?
Ooh, not sure. Maybe.
Let's have a look. I need to have a little look at this.
King h6, king g5, king f4.
Who's better and why?
But more importantly, wait, Alireza's clock is down to 0 seconds. There's definitely a disconnection issue or some technical issue that's happened.
By the way, I think this is winning for white.
It should be winning for white, no, with this outside pass.
Yeah.
I'm just a little more, I'm just very concerned about what's going on.
Yeah, so that's on the board, but there must be a disconnection issue.
Danny, if this endgame is winning, then your sequence of moves is a forced win for white because...
By the way, there's something a lot simpler. You can just do this. This wins on the spot.
Ooh, that's checkmate.
It's checkmate.
So that means that after queen f6, black actually has to move the king to h7.
Okay, and well,
you take on g5 and you at least take on h4 with the check.
Exactly. I mean, in worst case, you can just do this, and that's an extra pawn. So Ali, there must be a problem here.
Actually, this is much stronger than knight f4. I really like this idea of queen f6.
Queen f6, I think is. Listen, I mean, this is not too difficult. So there's a connection problem, basically, isn't there?
All right, I think he's back now. I think
queen
he's
f6
back
on the board.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen f6 on the board. And I think we saw the clock run out, and I think that was a tech glitch there. So queen g5, this line that you're looking at, after queen d5, you pick up the h4 pawn with a check. So now this is going to come down to technique, but I have a feeling that this should be very difficult for black to hold.
Yeah.
Oh, queen d4, Danny, queen d4.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, how's the king and pawn endgame?
I mean, here you're just a pawn up, no? This is dead lost after queen d4.
Yeah, I'm just counting whether the king can come in.
King g3, king f3, king e3.
And the answer is no. So winning instantly. Okay, so something strange is going on.
Yeah.
Because there's a connection problem. Must be.
All right, Danny, can we get a quick result update? Anton beat Tari in that game. That was surprising because we thought it was going Tari's way. And can we just get Danny, we've got a live game on and I want to jump to that. It is Hari against Iturizaga. Maybe we'll come back to this once all the games are over.
Winning. Oh, no, winning for white. Yeah. Very simple. Ooh, something that the king side pawns beat the queen side pawns. We blinked, we missed it.
That's
Who knows
it.
how
And
we
you're
got
right.
there? Is that the last one? Oh, we still got
No,
Wesley.
there's Wesley as well. Can we take a look at that?
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what, Humpy looks like she's done very well to get to this position. It looks like a draw to me. Or, well, there are still chances, but I mean, her position was extremely unpleasant. So to defend, you know, she's done okay to reach this position, but it's not easy actually. King back, and then the king will come to a5, potentially. Yeah, now king a4. There we go. It's on the board. Yeah, it's very unpleasant to defend this. Maybe it's just losing. The rook can't come up. So king a5, rook f5 check, takes, rook check, probably winning.
Yeah, that looks very tough.
Yeah.
King a5 on the board.
Oh, this has happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now you just give a check on g7, king b8, and then you give another check on g8 and b5, no?
Oh, so the king coming up the board, but that's not going to help. b5,
yeah, b5 and
rook c7 check. And rook c7 check. That's it. Game over. b6.
This is game over. All right. And Alireza Firouzja did win his game against Lake Kwang Liam. Danny, do you want to just go through that last few moves that happened on the board? The queen trade happened and...
Okay, let's just go back 1 second. So we had the queen trade. The kings came over. No, he counted. You can come back, actually. You can play king e3, but instead, well, he just calculated that he's queening first, basically. That's a lot simpler and game over. Yeah, okay, fine. I want to catch up with what happened in Ariane Tari against David Anton, how he managed to turn this one around. Really fascinating middle game. So we left it sort of around here. this happened.
Danny, do you want to just watch the end of the Wesley Humpy game?
Oh, they're still
Yeah,
going
just the
on.
last. I think, because it's about to end, and it's just good technique by Wesley here.
Oh, it's game over. Yeah, it's already gone. So
That's it.
Okay, this happened. Okay, no surprises.
Yeah, King C8 and the pawn queens.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just curious about this game. So this. That's a very cool move. So he's given up on the H file and just saying, right, in the long term, White's king could have difficulties here. Wow, sharp. I mean, there are lots of questions here. I mean, one question is, was it possible to take here? I don't know. That's a critical moment. So he played C7, but is it possible to take here? I'm asking the question. I have no idea, but absolutely critical. Okay, this also, wow. So he got away with this. Black won this position.
That's insane with that pawn on C7. I'm just tuning into what you were mentioning, Danny. And how is Black ever going to win this game with that pawn on C7? And I think the answer has got something to do with this H3 and the king on G1 being trapped.
I'm looking at that knight and thinking, if the knight doesn't come into the game, then of course Black could be all right. But still, I wonder, well, let's see what happened.
Whoa, rook e5, queen d7. So you can't really trade the queens because then you lose the c7. Yeah, but now it makes more sense.
Okay, now it's gone wrong. So basically rook e5 looks like a mistake. So was there a better move, basically?
Maybe rook e6, no, rook e6, rook c7. Can you go queen to f8 here?
Queen f8, right. With a threat.
With a threat, and not a small threat. You're taking on e8. You're also threatening queen g8. Bishop d7 looks like
but
what
about bishop d7? Listen, I've got another idea, which is this. Maybe it's this. Well, I'm wondering if the knight can actually defend on its own. So what about rook here?
What is your threat?
I'm not sure, but basically I'm stopping queen d7. So my idea is that if this, then
you want to take on d5.
White has a whole move. Do we have time to take on d5?
I don't think Black's king can survive queen d5.
You think that's...
There has to be a mate here.
Looks unbelievably scary.
Start with queen e4 check.
Queen e4, that will do the job, will it? Yeah, that does the job.
100%.
Okay, so queen d5, right. Okay, so rook e7, basically.
Rook e7 is strong.
I mean, you say, what's the threat? Well, if Black does nothing, okay, random move, let's say b4. My thought was just to reposition the knight to e3. I mean, I don't know if there's anything better.
But after knight f1, maybe Black just keeps pushing the b pawn, as you're pointing out, no?
If it's... Maybe that's possible. Okay, all right. Well, let's pretend I have a threat and go queen. Oh no, I can't play queen a6. It's still not.
Why don't you just take on b4?
Oh, okay, that's simple. All right. Well, then I better play a better random move. I'll play a5. Okay, but now it's slower. Now I'll play here.
Yeah, I think it was coming down to playing on seconds, and this move queen d7 and retreating move that David Anton had was very, very strong, which actually just wins the pawn on the spot. And Danny, this idea that you're showing definitely would have complicated things, and not so easy after knight e3. Maybe White is doing well here, no?
Yeah, because this knight actually covers all the critical squares. Well, I say that. Oh, wow.
But you're still covering everything. Queen e1, you go knight f1.
Yeah, true.
So you can just take on d5, actually.
Right. So that should do. Oh, no. Now check and you can take on e7.
Oh.
Yeah, but wait a second. But this is absolutely on the edge. Just a moment. I bet there's a good move here. Rook e6. Let's go.
Rook e6 looks very strong.
Yeah. But yeah, if they're playing on seconds, then this is such a scary position, because it feels as though here, you know, Black's queen is kind of all powerful, and to make a move like Rook e7, basically abandoning your king, or it feels like it's abandoning your king, is a bit counterintuitive because there's no obvious threat afterwards.
Yeah.
But maybe it's good enough.
Right.
Ooh.
Well, quite an up and down game, Danny. Let's take a quick look at the results we had. Lots of fascinating chess, aggressive play by players, which just goes on to show that this crucial day, everyone is out for blood. Take a look at that. Just 2 draws, and all other games, 6 games ended decisively. Adiban, what a win that was, with that incredible sequence of moves at the end. Almost study-like play by him. And that means that he keeps his chances of qualifying alive. Meanwhile, Hari Krishna starts the day with the loss, which is a blow to his chances. He was also playing at 5 points. Eduardo Eturizaga won that game. Humpy lost to Wesley. Alireza Firuza beat Lei Kwang Liam. Vladislav Artemiev won against Wenjun, and David Anton beat Aryan Tari. Now, Danny, this is where we stand going into round 12. Wesley so keeps his lead, but actually now with a 1-point margin. We've got another game coming up, but before that, we've got a Grandmaster Simon Williams with our next finalist of Chessable's contest of making your own course. Let's hear it from Simon.
Hi everyone, and let's look at our next entry into the create your own Chessable course idea. And one of the things that really appealed to me was just the range of different courses that people have come up with during this competition, where the users of Chessable, the premium site online, check it out everyone, are able to create their own chess courses. And we've had openings, endings, middle games. But this one here, project titled Part 1.1, really had a nice bit of sense of humor to it. It made me laugh at times, and I rarely laugh when I play chess, except when I look at my own moves later on. And it was a joy to go over and to look at the puzzles and the other strategic ideas through this course. And it really was very thematic puzzles that came up that is testing the user and trying to get them to that next level. And again, let's just talk about the author of this. Well, it's a bit of a mystery. His name is Bobby Axelrod, who apparently was a ginger-headed billionaire. I do love the show Billionaires, which of course Hikaru Nakamura, the famous player, did even feature in a chess scene. Maybe it was Damian Lewis himself who made this chess course. Doubtful. And it really was just fun. Let's just go and have a look. So we're browsed through, and we're going. Look at the chapter titles. This guy may have known that I was one of the judges, because how can you resist a chapter called Ragnar, King Safety? So we're going to dive straight into Ragnar, and yeah, well, with this beard, we love a bit of Ragnar. And let's have a look at this example from Grishchuk versus Chernayev, 2 Russian players, and we have a typical attacking position here. And it makes you think about what continuation should be. And the question here is there a problem with the pawn going on there, which is a very normal attacking move? You've got to try to work out the next sequence of moves, see if you play it, and then if we do play the move on the board, we get a very nice explanation here, again with a nice bit of humor. And for example, it gives some line where white sacrifices on g5, and it says, even this is playable. Disclaimer, have not tested it at the highest depths with a 4,000 rated engine. However, I'm sure a 3,000 rated engine, meaning a chess program, very strong one, would suffice. Even as a human, I think a lot of players will go for this. And it's just nice, light reading. And I remember at school we were told that rather than making essays boring, we should try to throw in a bit of humor. And I remember I tried to put a joke in there, got kicked out of school. But hey ho, it happens.
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ears to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you the freedom! Well,
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses.
Welcome back. We are about to kick off round 12 of this final day of the preliminaries. A very crucial 4 games coming up to decide who are our quarterfinalists. And this is what the standings look like. Wesley, so a 1-point lead. Danny, he is just super impressive in this tournament. He's actually been super impressive this entire year in the Champions Chess Tour in this format. 8.5 points. It's been a Wesley So show so far. 7.5 to Levon Aronian and Ali Reza. Danny, your boy Ali Reza, you've been mentioning that he's such a strong player, but he does struggle a little bit in this online format. But this one, he's really up to it. And that was a really nice win against Lei Kwang Liam in the last round. Lei Kwang Liam, Hikaru, and Shak all at 7. Solid position for them to make it through to the quarterfinals. But they can't, the margin for error for these players at 7 points is very less. They can't mess up that one game because then we'll have a bit of leapfrogging going on in the standings.
Well, and Iturizaga and Hari Krishna on 5 points. There's now 1.5 point difference between them and 8th place, 6.5 points. So looking critical for them. They need to hit back quickly. Adiban did himself a big favor with that win in the last round against Abhimanyu Mishra. And wow, who knows what was going on there. But anyway, he got through. So he's closer to the border. But yeah, Iturizaga and Hari Krishna, they are on the edge here. They need a big result.
They need to win the next game actually to have any real shot at qualification. They can't let this 1.5 point margin go up more than it already has. And these are our pairings for this upcoming round. Abhimanyu plays Artemiev. So really such a tough opposition for Abhimanyu. It continues. Hari Krishna against Venjan. Hari has to win to keep his hopes alive. David Anton against Iturizaga. Iturizaga, a very big game coming up for him as well. Has to win. Hikaru Nakamura against Aryan Tari. Hikaru looking safe. Humpy against Levon. Levon also looking good in his qualification. Lei Kwang Liam, Wesley So, Shak against Ali Reza. That is going to be an absolute thriller. And Adiban against Jordan and Danny for our standings. This is the most crucial matchup because Jordan Van Forest currently is on 8th spot and Adiban half a point behind him in 9th position. So this is really the game of the round.
And I tell you what, both players have gone out with all guns blazing. It's a gioco piano, but don't be fooled by that because it looks like a gioco forte to me. It looks like we have a wild position on the board. Bishop g5 from Adiban. Now, we can see that black is revving up. G5, he hasn't castled on the king side yet. But Adiban, wow, the beast knows no fear. He castles on the king side. He's not worried about G5. King H1, a little sidestep. B4, castles king side. Well, we've got already a wild position on the board. D4, things breaking open. So that's on the board. Queen takes knight threatened. I suggest we just concentrate on this position, because who knows what was happening earlier. Did the king need to go to H1? I'm not sure. But anyway.
Well, I will tell you one thing, Danny, that
Yes.
Adiban has got 16.5 minutes on his clock. So the question was, the king needed to go to H1. I think it is all part of his prep, because he's blitzed out moves in a position, in an opening, which is so difficult to do if you don't know what you're doing. So I have a feeling that Adiban knows exactly what he's playing, where to put the king, and how to continue with B4, B5. He's still in his preparation.
All part of the master plan. Well, that's really interesting. Knight takes, pawn takes, recaptured. Let's just have a look at that knight on A5. Now that is so far from the action. It's entry points back into the game, covered by white's pieces. Now looks like he's going to double on the F file, but is that such a big deal for white? You know, I'm wondering whether we can just fly in with Queen H5, and if necessary, just go F3, just to kind of plug a hole. There's also Queen G4. I mean, it looks pleasant for white to me. So if I'm not sure which I prefer, actually. I like Queen G4 too.
It almost feels as though at some point, black will have to trade that bishop on A7 for the knight on D4. It's not a happy trade, because the bishop just looks like so much, looks like a stronger piece. But if you don't trade, how are you going to defend the E6 pawn?
Yeah, that's an issue. And well, okay, ugliest move of the day competition is going to be won by this move, E5. Yes, we've got that knight on F5, the dream square with the dream piece. So yeah, maybe, I mean, black doesn't want to have to defend the e-pawn with the rook. But if you take, then that gets rid of a big headache for white. You know, white no longer has to worry about that one, that bishop in the corner. Feels like a nice position for white to me. Has he
Tanya,
moved
I'm
yet?
thinking about a crazy move in this position after Queen G4.
Queen G4.
Probably not a great idea, but what about H5 here?
H5. Whoa.
Let's just point out the fun part, that you can't take on H5 because Rook H7, and that's game over.
So I'm shaking my head.
Queen G4 on the board. Queen G4.
Why did he go King H1? Queen G4 is on the board, is it? Okay. Well, maybe you don't have to take here. Maybe Rook E8.
How do you reply to H5? What's your move after H5?
H5. I was going to ignore it.
It's that bad? You hate it that much?
So I don't know. Can I just take here?
I was thinking about it, and I was hoping that I can pick up the F2 pawn at some moment, but I see your point, because G5 hangs as well. But let's take a look. Let's finish this line. So
Okay.
Queen takes E6.
Yeah.
Knight takes E6. And Rook takes F2.
Well,
So the D2 knight is hanging. I think you have to trade.
yeah. Okay, but there are okay, I don't want to take here because of, well, okay, white can get away with that as well. But let's just have a calm look at this position, because I just wonder whether I can take here and put the knight back on D5. Let me do that.
Then I was just hoping. I don't know whether I want to start with. Okay, there are some options here. So let's start with Bishop G3.
Okay, the rook is on.
Oh, sorry, Rook C8, Knight D5, and then let's go Bishop G3. I meant instead of Knight C4, let's start with Bishop G3 here.
Right. Okay. Knight E7.
And all these tactics on the board, which is why Knight is so tricky. I think H5 is just a dream fantasy move that you don't play. You just enjoy it in analysis. He goes to C5.
He played C5. Wow. I mean, that's crazy enough. I mean, that, yeah, but listen, Listen, you say it's a dream fantasy move, but is this
Queen
the
G5.
Queen G5 is okay, isn't it? I think. Yeah, Queen G5. Okay,
So what is the idea after knight e6?
This is the knight trapped. Rook E8.
Simply rook e8. Yeah, that's nice. That is super. Knight f4.
Knight F4? Knight F4. What's going on?
Knight
And
f4.
we're in Dreamsville again. Knight D5, Knight H5. What's happening?
Okay, wait. Let's just take a look. What happens after h5 here? No, knight e6, Danny. I don't think the line is over. Because the positions are so correct, full of tactics. Knight f4 and h5.
H5. Then you just rook H7.
Not sure if it's working because you can go king g1 as well. I have no idea what's happening.
King G1.
It's like it's too many pawns, you know?
Yeah, probably. I was going to play Queen F7 to trap the knight, but Queen G5 is an issue. Yeah. Okay, mad position, completely mad. So white. So all right. So the bottom line is we still haven't found an answer to knight E6.
Actually, Rani, I just want to continue that line because I think that might be the answer. Okay, let's take a look again. Rook E8. No, we started with Rook E8, right? Because H5, there's Queen G5.
Yes, yeah.
So we start with Rook E8. Knight F4. H5.
Yeah.
Knight H5. Rook H7.
Okay.
King
here.
King G1 and I feel like there should be a move here. So rook hits. By the way, knight e6 on the board, and that's a pawn sacrifice. So clearly, Jordan has to have something in mind here that refutes this idea.
Do you know what? I think he's just blundered. Seriously, I think this is just a blunder. I think this is just better for white. I think he's overlooked a tactic in the line we were looking at.
Possible.
I mean, the only thing I was thinking of here is Queen D7, but to pin, but F4 and F5. You know,
F4 and F5, and that's a knight. That's not a knight. That's a monster.
I think he's just blundered.
Possible. You could be right, Danny.
Because I think the point is this: in this position, of course, white is absolutely not obliged to take here. You know, if Adiban wants to play something else, you can just take en passant, and white is also absolutely fine in this position. But of course, leaving the bishop in this miserable position on A7, not to mention the knight on A5, by the way. I mean, it looks to me like black is bust unless there is a tactic here, and we haven't found a tactic, basically. So big game for Adiban. He could be rejoining the peloton, the main pack.
If he's not losing that knight on e6, and if there isn't any tactical refutation to this, then he's actually doing great in this game, and he's already got a big advantage out of the opening. We'll come back and see if Jordan made a bluff with c5 or he has something up his sleeve. Let's go on to this other game that I'm looking at, Danny. Shakhriyar versus Firouzja, which I thought would be an absolute thriller. But actually what we have on the board, a quiet game. But I do like white a little bit. I feel that white has this slight nagging edge in this position. The queen on a4 is attacking that pawn on a7. The rook is placed on an open file. Just slightly better placed pieces for white.
I wonder how we got there. Let's just have a quick look. It looks like Shakhriyar has... it's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You know, he's changed his persona today. We saw the Shak attack yesterday. Today, we're seeing the pragmatist. He's playing super solidly. So it's this line of the Queen's Gambit, which has a very good reputation for black. You often find the top players playing this when they simply want to equalize. And yeah, this is hard work for white to achieve, and I think, from this position. But let's see. Shak, as you say, is a little bit more active here. Does he have anything? A
quick result update, Danny, that Wesley So employing his pragmatic approach, that when he gets the chances, he takes them. He doesn't shy away from them, but when not required, he's not going to push too much. Drew his game against Lei Kwang Liam. I think that's a result both Liam and Wesley can be happy about in their race to the quarterfinals.
I think the reason why I'm sure that black is okay here is that there's a back rank problem for white. So, for example, after this exchange, I think I'll recapture with the bishop. I don't think there's any panic. Then the queen is ready to come to d2.
Let's just show that, Danny, that if you get greedy with queen takes a7 here, nice
Loose
idea.
Pieces, loose pieces. So basically, and you know, a move like rook d1, okay, could be a slight issue, maybe, but
Queen c7, rook d7. Do you want to go rook d7?
yeah, then rook d7, there's a check, and that feels.
But it's just a check, right?
You think it's just a check? I'm sort of looking at queen d7 instead, but rook
Queen
d7
d7,
feels,
queen c2.
that feels really scary to me.
Yeah, it does. Because also after queen d1, there's rook c8.
Yeah. And
The knight f5 on the board.
And my point is that basically black hasn't got a back rank problem. White does. So at some moment, white is going to have to solve that back rank problem. And I think should be okay for black. So
And Alireza goes for a recapture with the pawn on f5. That's an interesting decision, quite a double-edged decision there. You double up your pawns, but you gain control of the e4 square. And I think one of the reasons for that is that after bishop takes f5, Danny, if we just back up, all these ideas that you're mentioning with queen d2, I think white has the option to go bishop f3 now. Take control of this long diagonal, put the bishop on a nice spot, and then suddenly, once again, we see that white's pieces are better, retains all threats against a7. And I think white would be doing well here.
yeah, that looks definitely more testing. Yeah. I mean, well, is it the end of the world? I'm not sure. I still think black will be okay there. But yeah, I agree that that could be an issue. But let's see about this. I mean, now I would say, well, white has a little something, because I'm worried about f7 actually. At some moment, there could be an attack on f7 in this position.
Queen e7 played b5. White puts the pawn, fixes his own pawn on the same color as the bishop, but in that process also undermines black's a7, b6 weaknesses. So now black always has to be really careful and keep that a7 pawn defended. After rook d8, which captures the open file, Shakhriyar challenges the rook on the open file. Danny, I think this would be a trade-off of the rooks, or do you think he's going to go for rook c8 and keep the pressure on?
Well, actually, I was wondering whether he's going to play rook d4 to give himself a passed pawn. But in any case,
No, rook d1, it's black's move, right?
Sorry, it's black's move, I beg your pardon. Yeah, listen, I think this is going to be a draw. I mean, in playing b5, that looks like a slightly odd move to me, because the bishop and pawn endgames are, well, let's just say pleasant for black. You know, there's not going to be an issue there. So I think Shakhriyar is just playing for a draw, actually.
All right, so I think we can call this as a pretty level position. We'll see if the players make anything out of it. Danny, let's go to the Hikaru Aryan Tari matchup. A fascinating position out of the Grunfeld. What's going on here?
Yeah, so let's just go back. Check here. All right, Hikaru is basically just playing it very solid. You know, he's content with a draw in this position, basically. So, for example, if, I think even this is possible. I mean, black already can simply take here and take here. And, well, rook d1, ce5. I mean, this is, maybe white is just better there, a little bit better. But in any case, this is not a variation that tests black in any way. But Tari is getting creative, trying to stir things up. And f5, wow, here we go. So is this anything, is this scary? Feels like white is okay here, because the queen is able to defend back on the king side.
So if black just picks up the d4 pawn, let's just take a look at these forcing lines. You are attacking the e7 pawn. Firstly, what do you pick it? Because rook d4, I think there's bishop c3. Let's
So
just point that out. Tani,
yeah.
if we can just have that line on the board. Bishop c3, rook takes d1. And now the intermezzo, bishop takes g7 check. King g7. And you can't go queen e7 because of rook f7, but you simply go rook takes d1.
And looks to be a bit better.
For white, no?
Yeah, but maybe it's not so bad actually.
King h1.
Yeah, now move the rook because what's white threatening? Rook somewhere, rook b8.
Yeah.
Probably okay for black actually.
Yeah.
But so maybe that's an option. But let's have a look at that one as well.
Bishop d4. Really want to just trade these pieces. Bishop c3 one more time, Dani.
Okay. Let me see.
By the way, he's gone for rook d4, but we can take a look at this line. So bishop c3, if you trade, rook takes d8. Rook takes d8.
No, well, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw in this one.
All right, so you throw in a check and... Oh, yeah, that is an annoying check, right?
So, again...
I think, yeah.
It's similar to the last variation. Basically, I don't think black has any difficulties here at all. But
no, I think white will have to go queen g4 after queen g5.
Right, and then it's equal. Okay, so he's played rook d4. Now, let's be careful here. I think black is okay. You know, there's the little bit of aggravation against white's king seems to me that that leaves black all right in this position.
Okay, so queen takes e7 here. That runs into rook d3. That's the problem.
Ah, yes, that is an issue. Yeah, yes.
Because I think that's the only way, because if you try and double up on the d file, then there's this bishop c3, which was my initial idea. And I thought that white would trick black after rook f d8, bishop c3, but rook d3.
Rook d3 is absolutely clear. So, all right, this feels okay for black, doesn't it? So, well, coming back to this move, bishop c3, let's look again. So here, takes.
Yeah, and queen e7 doesn't work because of rook f7, right?
Yeah. So here, queen g5 check, here, and yeah, like I said, activation with rook b8. And the king is a slight problem with the king. And let's just look at queen g4. How's that?
All right, so you trade the queens. I think you can't give white the tempo to come in rook d7. So you trade and you put your rook on some active square, but there's rook d7. Rook
d7 is a bit annoying. I suspect it's still okay for black, but yeah, that is mildly annoying, actually, that the rook is coming down. I mean, I'm just wondering how this ending is. I don't want to. I mean, I could go rook a8, but it's a bit painful. But I'm just wondering about something like this, and then activate the rook. Maybe rook here.
Well, none of that happened. Too far gone into this, Dani, because he decided to not trade off everything and instead makes the move bishop to e1. And this might be a repetition on the spot, actually. Because after bishop e1, there was queen g5 check.
Yeah, we've got it here.
King h1 and queen h5, which hits the pawn on f3. There's no good way to defend it. Now going queen g4, you trade the queens and pick up the e4 pawn. So you don't have that option to do that. Rook c3 is impossible. Rook takes d4, you lose the f3 pawn. So you have to go king g2 and then queen g5 check again. Might be a draw on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru won't be too unhappy with the draw. You know, he just means he's continuing cruising along in qualification spots. So I think oh no, he's gone queen b3 to defend.
That was a defense that we missed. There is another way to defend that pawn. So Hikaru's trying to win. He believes that he has an advantage in this position.
Yeah, well, the question is, how serious is this? I don't know. Okay, that's not bad, because now it means, for example, after this exchange, Then the rook is free to enter into the position.
Can't black okay, so black, if he doubles up, you still take rook d4 because rook d4 is impossible because of rook c8 check.
I'm looking at funny stuff with queen h3. Whether this does something. I don't know if it does something here.
That's an interesting move. So you're threatening queen f1, which is a mate in 1.
So the king steps across.
Queen h3 on the board.
Okay, the king comes here. Now, I can't quite see how I can follow up. You know, if I had 2 moves in a row, I would want to play here, but it's a bit slow, basically. I mean, something like g5 takes and then bishop c3 feels like black's king is too exposed. So what's the follow-up? I mean, maybe he just wants to bounce back with the queen. Queen d7? Just bring the queen back? I'm not sure.
All right, we will see, Dani, how Arintari decides to handle this position. But Hikaru with that queen b3, making his intentions clear. He's not ready yet to repeat the position. Let's take a look at the David Anton Iturrizaga board. Now, Iturrizaga beat Hari in the last round, but he needs a couple of more wins to be in the race to qualify. And a very crucial game. And I have to say that this position is a nightmare when you need to win.
Big pawn on d6, huge pawn. But a little bit of counterplay. So is the rook going to come down here and attack this one? Okay. Doubling up here. Okay, so what's the story on this? Does he want to play rook f4? Rook f4 and then queen d4 check? Is that his idea? So he's sort of defending actively. And then queen here, but I don't know, that looks a little bit scary, rook e2. I mean, like I said, rook f4 defends, but it's not absolutely clear to me what the follow-up is. Here, check. Now, king here.
Can we go rook c1? Rook c1, you want to go rook d2?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, it looks a bit funny to me. Let's just slow down a bit. So just wondering, rook e2, strange.
Okay, rook e2, rook f4, you want to just take on b2, and then after, maybe queen c3 check, and then queen comes in. So where do you go after queen c3 check?
I guess back to g8. I mean, no, I can't come to h6.
Yeah, that's hard to imagine, no?
Yeah.
And now a good move is rook c4 dangerous for black because you're threatening rook c8 check.
Right, now that looks more serious, doesn't it? That is serious.
That's definitely scary.
Yeah, that could be the way to go. That's really nice, actually. Really nice idea.
So David Anton in driving seat here. Dani, can we just get a quick update from you on the Adiban board? A very important game for us standings because Jordan and Adiban, remember, borderline standings there. Currently, Jordan is on 8th spot and Adiban in 9th position. But it looks, and there we have it, just half a point behind him. So if Adi wins this game, he actually leapfrogs Jordan Van Foreest on that leaderboard. And I think, what do we think? 3 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces. And look at that bishop on a7. Black looks busted to me here.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, 2 moves, rook d7 or rook a1. What's...
Instinctively, Dani, I feel if I'm playing a blitz game and this is the position, I would go rook a1, but then there's rook h8 check and actually getting rid of the pin.
That stupid king on h1. It should have been on g1 the whole time, but anyway, listen.
Called it years ago.
Yeah, the bishop is going nowhere, and very important that basically with the pawns here, that bishop is shut out. It looks great for white. I think that's... Yeah. Bishop b6, well, he's trying to stir things up.
Do you pick up the 4th pawn? Well, why not? And he goes for it. Rook b7.
I guess does he want to play bishop a5, but it doesn't make any difference.
Bishop a5.
No, it's just nothing. After bishop a5, I think it is high time we put the king on g1, frankly, because I want to show that. Because after this, well, the lineup of black's pieces doesn't look very promising to me.
You'll have to go rook a1, and that should be just lost, no?
Well, rook a3 actually, but yeah, it should be lost.
But then rook c7, and is there a way to defend the c5 pawn?
Yeah, listen, it's just game over. Should be winning. Yeah, this is on the board. He's gone bishop a5, but we don't
Bishop
believe
a5.
it.
King g1 is a nice move that you're mentioning.
But I mean, he could just play rook c1 here and avoid hassle. Then knight d6.
Knight d6, knight d4 is
He
what
needs a couple of precise moves. I mean, really, I would like to turn my attention to the king. Somehow I just want to get going against the king, but maybe we just have to wait for a couple of moves. He's played rook a1.
Rook a1.
Oh, no, that's nice. That's the way to do it. So rook h8 check. And of course, if bishop takes, then, well, in this position, rook c1 really is winning. That's the good news. So rook a1 is just a good move, basically.
But it also, I think your other idea, Dani, that even if rook c1 wasn't working, rook a6 check and bringing that rook into the attack, and that's the way. So rook a1 is a very ideal square for the rook.
Yeah, I think we can call this one. Should just be winning, basically.
And after knight d6, just to end this line, how are you continuing after knight d6? Is he gonna go? No, not rook b6. Because then
we're not going to go rook b6. That stupid king on h1. I keep telling you. Never have put it there.
Knight d6 on the board. Maybe you just go rook h7. Maybe you just go rook h7, and now this a5 bishop is eternally pinned.
Yeah, and just play like this.
c4, rook h5, pick up that c5 pawn.
Yeah.
Should be winning. All right, so are we calling this an Adi win?
We certainly are. Knight d6 is on the board, but okay, black is just going through the motions, I think.
Wow.
Let's go back to the Nakamura Atari game. Really, really interesting position, actually. King here, he's taken. This is the point, because after this, he's got f3. It's funny, I was only looking at queen g4, and this was going nowhere. And of course, there's f3 in this position. So it's gone bishop c3. Wow. So basically, Tari has tricked him.
Yeah, I think rook e4 was completely missed by Hikaru, no?
Yeah, so if we go back, then after this, queen b3, yeah, basically Hikaru just pushed it too hard. He didn't need to go in for this.
So queen h3, what did he play after queen h3?
So here, queen h3.
And queen f1 is a big threat, and king g1, and now rook e4, boom.
Yeah. And black's king looking a lot safer than it was a couple of moves ago, because it now has the h6 square. But threats. At the moment, it's 2 pawns.
But maybe you just put your king on h6, like you mentioned. That's a beautiful square for the king. Rook e7, there's rook a1.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, he's gone queen h4. Queen d4 check.
Is he? I think he has to put the king on h6. It's the safest square for the king.
It's where we want to go anyway. But queen d4 obviously defends f2 as well. But it looks good for black. Okay, big game for Tari.
Is white going to go rook c7, try and double up the pressure on e7 as well as a7?
I mean, what I would like to do, I was going to say, okay, watch out for this. Rook f5, but we've got to watch out for queen here. This is an issue. But then again, wait a second. Now f2 is hanging.
Yeah, but with that king on g5, you're not getting any checkmates in. So I think white can...
You're not convinced. Oh, wait a second. Okay, you've challenged me again. You say that, because what I want to do is this. I want to play queen h3. I want to play king h4. And then I want to play rook g5. I'm semi-serious about this, actually.
Tania, I was calculating a completely crazy line if you just
Okay,
back
go on.
up.
Even crazier
And
than
here
that.
I was thinking after king g5, no, rook f5, just for the fun, it doesn't work, but queen h8, king g5. Now king to h1 with the threat of rook g1 checkmate.
Oh,
And
nice.
now if you go rook f2, there's rook g1. If you go queen h3, there's also rook g1, and then I think rook g4 wins.
Oh, yeah. Let's see that. That's really nice. So rook g4
I think it wins.
takes. Ooh, scary. Who's
Queen a1, Danny, queen a1, queen a1, queen a1.
Blitz move. Okay, but let me just show this, because if you don't take, then f3 is made. Okay.
But you take queen f2, and this is where I couldn't make it work. So instead of queen h3, you take queen f2, and rook g1, you go king h4, and rook g4, you go king h3.
There we go.
And I can't see what, and I think this is over.
Listen, I'm telling you, that king march is not bad. It's a short king march. It's a classic Nigel king march. Okay, I think he's played something more sensible in this position. It's gone. Wait a second. It didn't go rook c8. I'm trying to get an update here.
He went rook c8.
Rook c8. Okay.
So rook d7, doubling up, like we were mentioning, the pressure on e7 and on a7. Now, what is black's move here? You don't have time. I don't believe rook c2 anymore. Queen h8, there's rook e5. So that line is over.
That's a pity. But I tell you what, that was dangerous. Okay.
Whoa, e5.
E5, and now a check on the back rank.
Hikaru doesn't even blink. Just rook takes e5 immediately.
Wow. So rook c1, king g2 is still okay. Ooh, now it's getting very hairy. Very hairy. And both down to about a minute and a half.
And I think rook h5 could be a real threat here. I'm not sure if it's working, but it's very scary. If you move that rook from the 8th rank, rook h5, king h5, and then all these checks on h8.
There's all kinds of interesting things popping up. And
so you can't go queen h3 either because the f4 pawn is hanging. I'm struggling to find a move. You've got rook c1 check, but after king g2, that's the end of checks and probably the end of the game.
Yeah. Maybe, I wonder if he has to play queen h3.
Queen f4, that's what I was...
Queen f4 hangs, that's the problem. Wow. I wonder, did he overlook this? Maybe he just thought that the check on the back rank was winning or something.
Yeah, possible.
Because actually e5 kind of wrecks his position, because now the 7th rank is clear. Do you see what I mean? Because in this position, well, yeah, maybe you can just play queen f6. I mean, that would avoid a lot of the issues we're just talking about. And after all, black is 2 pawns up. Queen f6, I think, was the move. Well, a lot safer than e5. I think he's just overlooked this was possible, basically. That's on the board. And now Tari is down to mere seconds. Rook check. King up. What's his move?
There is no move here because you're just threatening so many. I think rook h5 is a real idea here. There's... Okay, rook c2. Now the question is, does it work? Is there a direct win with rook h5?
Let's
Danny, it's too tempting to not try.
Let's just do it. Okay, so pawn takes queen g7.
Is checkmate. Rook h5 on the board. So Hikaru, of course, faster than anybody on the planet, says rook h5 works and plays it in a second. He's so strong in these things. He's a machine when it comes to these tactics.
Yeah, but this is just winning, isn't it? So queen g7, king g5, rook d5 check. Yeah, that will do as well. Takes, and now queen f6 mate.
Queen f6 is actually checkmate.
Yep. Oh.
e5, that was the turning point. e5, and Hikaru knows that he got a little lucky there because black had it under control. The king on h6 safe. Black has 2 extra pawns. The 8th rank is defended. There are no checks in the position. And then a blind spot by Aryan Tari that cost him a very, very important point.
Yeah, I think that's a very safe move. Queen f6. I mean, maybe you throw in a check first. I'm not sure which is better, but...
Yeah, queen g5, queen f6, try and trade off. Danny, we'll come back to this, live action on some of the other boards. And let's get a quick update on the Levon Humpy matchup. Humpy playing with the white pieces. And this
Draw.
looks like she should be absolutely fine here.
Yeah, looks like a draw. By the way,
like a draw.
Adiban is still battling away. It's not so clear.
Is it not? If you just go G4 and start pushing all these pawns?
Okay, can we move
Okay, he
the
starts
king?
with F4.
Can we move the king across? Is this too slow?
So G4 now.
Too slow?
Knight H6 or what?
Let's try.
Knight H6
Wow.
this might save the day. Has Adiban bungled it up?
Maybe, because G5, Knight F5.
Yeah.
And
if F5, you just take on G4.
take, exactly. Wow.
Whoa, Danny, can we just back up while the players think they're still and see where this went wrong?
He's gone Knight E7.
All right, so after G7, he's going to bring his king closer to the pawns.
Also not bad. So
But wait, F5, Danny, F5, King C6, F5, you're not in time.
King C6, F5? Really?
Are you in time?
Knight G8?
Okay, F5 on the board and G4, G5. It's, by the way, being played as we speak. G5, this is the position on our live board.
But the king comes across.
Does it?
King E7, F6, King F7.
And then you wait, you get your king. Danny, that's a zugzwang. You can't improve with black. I simply get the king to D5. Can you just please show us this insane line?
This is crazy because after this, here, basically you can't take the pawn. So the king just comes forward. This knight can't move. So here, basically it's game over. That's crazy. So maybe just at the end there, Jordan missed a big chance. So in this position,
or maybe it was just lost. Maybe Adi had calculated it and this endgame is just winning for him.
But is it really? Okay, it's gone now.
Oh, and Jordan resigns.
Well, let's go back here because Knight E7 looks like a big blunder. So here.
All right, so our idea was to go G4 now.
Yeah. Of course, it's possible to bring the king, but
then black just goes King D6. It's too close now.
So here?
Yeah, Knight H6 is what we were looking at. So G7.
Oh, maybe G7. Maybe G7 is the move.
But no, that changes a lot. Your pawns are not that far advanced. So King D6, G5, you have to go Knight G8.
It's the same position.
It's the same position.
So maybe it is winning. It is winning.
Yeah, I think it is winning.
Very interesting.
And Danny, can you just show the very end position where Jordan resigned? Can you just once again take us through why this is dead loss for black?
Okay, well, first of all, the knight can't move. That's a problem. The king is unable to take these pawns like this because of F7. And so black just has to wait. And then the king comes up. Do you know what? I'm going to avoid any possibility of a knight fork. And I'm going to go around this way. I'm going to be absolutely certain and very, very cruel. And I'm going to do this and bring the king this way and take here. And that's game over. Wow.
Yeah, it looked like Jordan had something in that position, but not sure how he was saving it. Maybe Tad can inform us if it was lost throughout or there's something that Jordan missed. In any case, a brilliantly played game by Adiban that really puts him into contention for the quarterfinal spots. Now, Danny, we still have action on in the Artemiev Abhimanyu matchup. What is going on here?
Okay, let's tune in. Knight against bishop. So, and these pawns on the same color as the bishop. So black should be better here, but is it enough to win at the moment? That knight controls these squares. The pawn controls these squares. So is white blockading here? This could be enough just to hold a blockade. And that's also good because after king b5, knight c3 check, again, it's a kind of blockade. That's a nice way to go. Let me just show this, because after this, black's king is blocked out. And then, well, white can even be better in this position. So actually, Artemiev has to be prudent here. And instead, after bishop h5, he's simply brought the king back to c6. And well, my first impression is that Abhimanyu is holding this position, but one never knows. Bishops are tricky things.
So the only thing is, I think that black wants to bring the king, but king b5, knight c3. White has got this d5 square as well, which
Yeah.
kind of gives him a lot of counterplay against black's weaknesses.
Yeah.
What happens if black goes b5 and pushes that knight back and then goes king c5? Do you anyway go knight d5 now?
So this is what I'm looking at. Yeah. Well, another possibility is also to play bishop f7 to cover
Prophylactic move,
just to
stopping
cover
knight
d5.
d5.
Yeah.
But does this give white the time to try and trade off another, something like f4 here?
Yeah, exactly. Here. So I think that probably helps a little bit.
By the way, bishop f7, this is the position on the board. Bishop f7 played. King c5 could not be played before bishop f7 because that allows knight d5 hitting the pawn on f6. So a nice touch there. And now f4 on the board, Danny, as we're analyzing. And here you were mentioning king c5, a trade on e5. And who does that benefit? First feeling is that it should benefit white.
Yeah, because basically the weakness on e4 is easier to defend. So let's get rid of this. Yeah.
And the weakness on e5 is easier to get to. You can go knight e2, for example, knight e2 here. And after king c4, you go knight c1.
Feels like this is holding, actually.
He starts with king d3.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is a big achievement if he manages to actually hold out here. Zugzwang could be an issue. Let's try bishop e. Let's just try bishop e6 and see what.
Now let's get our knight. Let's get our knight somewhere. We start with knight e2.
Where are you going with the knight, though? I'm not sure. I wonder whether the knight should be on e3.
I was wanting to go on. Okay.
This feels like a good square because then it controls c4, but also has the option potentially to attack here. I think it's a draw, basically. I don't see that this is going to be a problem. Okay, bishop c4 check, king e3 played. Oh, does he want bishop f1? Shouldn't make a difference.
Bishop f1, knight b1.
Right. Yeah. And that's clear enough.
On the board, bishop f1, knight b1. Not on the board, on our analysis board.
Yeah, but I think there are lots. I mean, I think white is fine here in many different ways, actually. Just seems fine to me. I mean,
so bishop f1, he still hasn't played it. King e3, and it's black's move here right now. So Artemiev having a think. And look at the clock situation, 30 seconds for Abhimanyu and 50 seconds for Artemiev. So on the board now, finally, he goes bishop f1. If not knight b1, can he... Knight b1, there's a little trick that after king c4, there's knight d2. So you have to be a little careful.
Looks like a draw to me. Don't think...
That would be a massive result for Abhimanyu, to hold this position against Artemiev.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's fine. Looks absolutely fine. I don't see this as a problem. Okay, the bishop is bounced. Yeah, but he's just going
now
around.
Go knight d2.
Yeah, but actually maybe we don't need to commit yet. We could just go king d3.
But there's king c4 coming in.
No, but that's what I mean. King d3.
Start with king d3. Nice.
Yeah. So I think it's basically, I think he can hold this in lots of different ways. He's played king d3. It would be nice just to give the knight options so that we can decide where we want to go with this. But listen, I think it's just a draw, basically. Looks
Whoa, Levon beat Humpy in that position. Really? How did that happen? Danny, can we just take a look at that one? Because we just wrote that off as absolutely no problem for white.
Oh, he did a mad king march. Really? Golly.
Whoa.
That is incredible.
Very strange.
Okay, this is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. And took here, and that's game over. So was there some way around this? Maybe. Well, one thing is how do we assess the king and pawn in game?
But when you're short on the clock, Danny, and you see queen g6, f g6, this option that black has to create an outside pass pawn, completely understandable that you want to keep the queens on the board. This cannot be the moment where things went out of hand. You know, keeping the queens on the board, I think, is a very human decision.
I agree with you. However, I suspect this is probably just a draw. Let me see if we play f3.
Probably black needs to be very precise here, no? I mean, white needs to be precise here. Oh, wow.
Oh, this is interesting, actually. After this, g5. And now, well, h4, I think, shouldn't be a problem because I don't think there's a way through for black. But g4, we can wait.
We wait and takes and king g5.
Even this is it's really interesting. Fascinating position, actually. And here. Okay, it's a draw. Should be a draw. But listen, I understand why that's a little bit scary. I agree with you that
Especially on seconds, because, you know, with king pawn endings, you're either lost or you're holding. And if you don't have time to calculate precisely, it's a very tough decision to take on the board.
Yeah, and suddenly in this position, it's really not so clear because this check, and then the king is coming into these squares. Wow.
This is very creative play. And if you go king f1, then I think black anyways goes king h3 in that position. Doesn't allow you to go king if you just back up here.
Sure.
King f1, you go king h3 and not allow white to get to g2.
Definitely, and the queen is coming in. Wow, it's a fantastic concept.
This is
Really?
why Levon is considered to be an artist over the board. I mean, this is such a unique idea in the queen's pawn endgame, just getting your king marching all the way up to the other side of the board.
How are we doing? Oh, they're still playing. So final game. Still playing, but I don't think the position has changed significantly, actually. Well, yeah, nothing's changed, actually. Oh, well, he's trying. Artemiev is trying.
You know, this king b6 move, it's reminding me of Abhimanyu's game against Wesley. Everything looks like it's under control and Abhimanyu should be totally fine. And then Wesley does that thing where he transfers the king to the other side. And then suddenly it's trouble zone.
Yeah, okay. I hear you. It's a little bit scary, but
this looks like a lot more simplified than that game that had two rooks and all these weaknesses on both sides. So how does white actually hold here after king a4?
King a4.
King a4, I think you just go king b2. And you can't take, if you can just quickly show that, Dani. King a4, you go king b2 and bishop e4, there's knight c5.
Yeah, so that's the issue. And yeah, b4, take. Yeah, it's not good enough.
Or maybe start with knight c5, take, knight d3.
Yeah, that's fine. So looks like we're repeating the position. Well, Artemiev is trying hard, and fantastic if Abhimanyu holds this. You know, I'd be delighted for him, really. You know, that'll hopefully give him a bit of confidence.
You know, I look at Abhimanyu, I don't think confidence is an issue. I think he is, we've seen him at interviews, I think he has a lot of belief, and I think he knows it himself that this tournament, for him, it's not about a race to the quarterfinals. It's just about this brilliant opportunity to play against these big players at 12, when you're 12 years old. That's amazing. I mean, this kind of a platform, and this is what makes you a stronger player, exactly having these games against and learning from these games against the top guys.
I guess so. So Artemiev is still going around in circles. Yeah, check, nothing happening. Oh, is he going to go with the other side? Is he going to attack this one? That's mad.
Okay, let's take a look at Artemiev's standing. And this is the reason, Dani, why he's going the distance to try every single thing on the board, because currently he is also edge of the leaderboard. He's on 7th place with 6.5 points, the same points as Gordon Van Forest. And actually, if he draws this game, Adhiban joins Artemiev in it. So his qualification to the quarterfinals again comes in jeopardy. And Artemiev, I'm sure going into this round, playing Abhimanyu, expected himself to come out on top of this. And this is a half point that can cost him dearly in the race to the quarterfinals.
I think it's going to happen. think we're heading for a draw. He's trying hard, but it ain't happening. King b7. Strange. Very strange.
Yeah, that is not a move that gets you anywhere when you're trying to win. Even King b4 just simply now.
He's shuffling the pack, basically.
The thing is that white
shuffling the pack and seeing if a little rearrangement somehow changes something, but I don't think so.
And funny thing, Danny, what you mentioned happens so many times. You know, this is a strategy that many top players use against weaker players, where they just, even in a drawn position or an equal position, they shuffle around a little bit, and then the opponent just collapses at some point.
Yeah, well,
not this one.
We're simplifying.
And this is just over, Danny. Knight g4, you give up the knight for the pawn, and the rook pawn is the wrong square after knight g4, h5, knight f6. You sacrifice the knight on h5, and that's game over.
There we go. Oh, he's being melodramatic. Very nice. Okay.
Extra careful. That is amazing. An amazing performance by Abhimanyu. Definitely something to celebrate. I mean, holding one of the world's best, strongest players, Artemiev, in that endgame for so long. Amazing play by Abhimanyu. And with that, that's a wrap for round. Which round are we on, Danny?
Round 12. Listen, I want to see the standings now. I'm putting a lot of pressure on our producer to get those standings up quickly, but we need to see them because we've just got 3 rounds to go. Okay, those are the scores from today, from this round 12. Wow, Adiban, that's a big hit. That's a big win for him, of course. And for Hari Krishna as well, big win for him. So that helps them a lot. Okay, let's see those standings. It's the race against time. Are we going to get them?
Yeah, we have it. We have it with us, Danny. Wesley So maintains the lead at with half a point. Levon Aronian at sole second, 8.5. Ali Reza Hikaru at 8. Lei Kwang Liam, Shakrar, Mamedyarov at 7.5. And I think now, Danny, these players are pretty much safe, more or less safe. But this is where the real fight is. From that 7th place, pretty much up till Eduardo Iturrizaga at 11th place, anything can happen. Artemiev and Adiban at 7 points, half a point behind them, Jordan. Half a point behind Jordan, Hari Krishna. It's a very, very close pack of very hungry wolves here.
We've got, in the next round, we have a crunch encounter between Artemiev and Hari Krishna. That is one that we really have to keep our eyes on. And Van Forest plays against Mishra. Oh, that is a big chance for him. Van Forest, as you can see, they're on 6.5, but he has a big chance to join the main pack again. Okay, wow. It's all happening. It's all happening fast and furious here. Crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff, Danny, and we have liftoff in just a couple of seconds. Let's just refresh our hot drinks, chat. Get whatever you need. Get the popcorn. You don't want to miss out this action. We'll be right back.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
So new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you that freedom!
Welcome back, everyone. Round 13 is about to lift off. And while the action is on over the board in this mad rush to the quarterfinals, there's also a big sale on. So mad rush for all of you looking to go premium, because there is a special 40% off in this flash sale. And I think there's a code somewhere. Yeah, the code is flash sale. So go to chess24.com, go premium with 40% off. Right now, it's back to the chess as we do have liftoff. But first, let's get the pairings up, Tani, and see what are our matchups.
Well, that game between Artemiev and Hari Krishna, that is the one which I think we really have to keep our eyes on. Now, they haven't started yet. I think that's because Artemiev had such a long game in the previous round that he needs, well, I think he's been granted a little bit more time, which I think is fair enough, before this game actually begins. Another very important game is Jordan van Foreest against Abhimanyu Mishra, and same story there, because Abhimanyu had such a long game against Artemiev. Then that one is also a late starter, but we need to keep an eye on that one.
Not only these two, Dani. Not only these two. For me, the very, very big game is also Adhiban up against Firouzja. Adhiban has had a fantastic day, 2 wins, which puts him in contention for a big spot in the quarterfinals. And he's playing Alireza, and there we have it. Was this a night off? Let's take it from the top.
It's a bishop b5 check.
It's a Rosalimo.
Yeah, but do you know what? This line with knight d7 is, I mean, I've played this a lot with black, actually. And basically you go for a hedgehog. And I like this system very much, but I don't think white should play d4 in this position. I think the best line is to play c3. When the knight is standing on d7, that's actually slightly awkward, because let's say after this, here, that knight on d7 is not well placed. And in these kind of positions, actually, I always feel that white is comfortable here, actually, because it takes time for this knight to rearrange. In the meantime, white has chances to go for the attack. So, well, there we go. That's just my thought on the position. But this one, I think basically black is pretty comfortable. Queen a5, I like a lot. It's a good move. It's actually a bit annoying for white. Development isn't so smooth now. And if bishop here, then the queen, well, you can even play queen h5. It's kind of an interesting move. I feel so comfortable with these positions as black. It's really hard to actually get a grip on black's position here. It's basically a very pleasant hedgehog position for black, because very often, even if white goes for something like bishop b2, and, well, let's say something like this, I always feel that it's relatively easy for black to go for example, this b5 push. In fact, it's possible that it's on straight away. Because of the lack of right squared bishops, you can see that black has developed on the queen side much quicker than in normal hedgehog positions. And so this counterplay with potentially b5 is actually coming very, very quickly. So yeah, basically I'm a fan of black's position. This is on the board, by the way. Oh, I can't hear anything, Tanya.
All these plans and these ideas that you're calling out, these subtleties in these positions, makes it look like it's a comfortable opening outcome for Adhiban. Now, I think the big challenge for Adhiban is going to be to just keep his beast instincts a little under control and not take unnecessary risks. He's already done what needs to be done with those 2 wins. And I feel that many times he goes for the more rash options, the more dynamic play, and that sometimes backfires as well. So he needs to take those decisions carefully when he decides to keep things under control, keep them solid. A good opening start, looking for that. Alireza also, I think, would have he's also looking good in his race to the quarterfinals. So I think both these players, going to be interesting to see if they follow their natural instincts and go crazy, or the tournament, the demand of the tournament situation, and keep it safe and solid. Meanwhile, the two other players who are following the demands of the tournament situation, Wesley So against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, has already ended in a draw. A peaceful result, a peaceful opening, not much of a game there, Danny. So I think we can just skip that one. Now, the other games, which are very important for us, standings, as you were mentioning, Iturizaga against Hikaru Nakamura. Let's take a look at that.
Sharp position. So let's see how we got there. So this English. And yeah, so that prevents white from pushing with d4. That's why the knight comes back. b3. It's another kind of hedgehog position, but basically it's a reverse Sicilian. Queen c1. Let's have a look. That's I see. So he wanted to go for a quick d4, but wow, Hikaru casting on the queen side, and that is super sharp. Really, I'm kind of amazed at that move, but maybe it's okay, because in this kind of position, if he can get in knight d4 quite quickly, I just wonder whether, okay, a couple of things. I'm looking at see if we can actually break with d4, but maybe moves like bishop g4 just keep everything under control. Strange position. And what about d4 straight away? Let me try
Let's take a look. It's such a direct line that we should. And what happens if black actually captures that pawn? Now, if you take with the e pawn directly, I think knight b5 is a bit annoying.
It looks very nice, doesn't it? So, but if we take with the knight, then b5 is covered.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, exactly. But still, I wonder whether if we simply play, okay, let's just go. Well, one thing is there's a pin here, so we could go e3. But then d3, not sure. I'll go knight e4. I mean, d4 feels like the move to play, right?
All right, knight e4. And I'm just, now that you pointed out this pin, I'm just wondering if black can use any tempo of trying to sidestep with a move like queen b5 and trying to attack that e2 pawn. It looks really scary because the c7 square is undefended, but maybe it's fine.
Yeah, I need queen c2 and rook c1 a bit quicker. Yeah, that is a bit annoying.
I'm not able to make any tactics work for white here. Because bishop d4, queen e2, bishop b6, there's a takes b6. Also rook d1 is hanging, so you can't even go for that line.
Yeah, I'm looking at crazy stuff with a4, a5, but I'm not sure crazy stuff works, unfortunately.
I think black can just get greedy in those lines. Pick up on e2.
Probably, unless something is okay. Listen, I'm going to play in super mad style here. I'm going to play a3. Okay, so let's say bishop, I don't know, bishop e7, right?
Bishop e7 is also bishop c3, and not really sure what's happening there, but okay, show us your idea after bishop e7.
Okay, I'm just going to go, I'm just going all in. So takes, and I'm going to play here, and I'm going to go a6. I'm going all in. So knight, I don't know, knight's here, a6. I want to play here. I think this is completely bonkers, but listen, if it's a bullet game, well, game on.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of a plan where you need black to help out a lot. And then it works. You need a lot of cooperation from your opponent.
That's very nicely put. That's very nicely put. Yeah. Okay.
The knight e4 on the board. So maybe he thinks that giving up that pawn on d4, there are all these ideas that black has that can counter it. So he waits for the opportunity. And now after knight e4, d4 is a threat on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Also knight c5, Danny.
Of course, this is the same way to play. d4 is was over the top, but kind of fun.
Knight e4 you play when it's your own game. d4 you play when you're analyzing someone's game.
Yeah, that is nicely put. Yeah. Okay. Feels okay to me. Knight e4. I mean, I don't know about you, but I would take white here. But maybe that's just because I'm a Sicilian player. I mean, what do you think? Would you prefer white or black? Tanya, have you frozen on me? I think you've frozen on me. Okay, I'll just. Okay, I think we have a connection issue, so I'll just keep making moves instead. Okay, so 2 moves possible: knight c5 or d3. So if d3, that's kind of solid. An endgame is possible, but generally, I think that should be. Well, I was going to say it should be okay for white because of the 2 bishops. Yeah, okay, I'm just going to assume it's actually okay for white. So d3 is basically a solid option. And f5, then the knight can come to c5. Okay, so d3 is possible. Instead of that, let's go knight c5 instead and just check this. So knight c5. Now, a couple of moves possible. Queen d6. Yeah, if bishop takes, queen takes, I think I'd be pretty happy with white because e4, don't think I'm worried. Knight d4 possible, and even knight e1 is possible. So let's see what happens after queen d6. Or maybe queen e7 is more sensible because I want to give the bishop a square here in case knight d3 happens. So the knight is under fire, and d4. Wow, this is kind of exploding. Really interesting position. So knight d3, then e4 looks like a decent possibility. So what about d4? Just kind of blowing things up. But it feels as though black is solid enough here. I think black is solid enough. So let's just go back. I think in this position, the most sensible move is just to play d3 and see what happens there. Okay, listen, let's move on from that position. But anyway, that's the position on the board. And let's just come back to the Firouzja Adiban game. So we've got queen h5 on the board. Yeah, like I said, I feel comfortable with black's position, even though this looks very impressive. I do feel that black is very solid here, actually. I think it's hard to kind of crack this position, but let's see. Knight f3, these kind of endgames look pretty comfortable for black, but again, maybe I'm being ridiculously optimistic. There are silly little tricks like this. Knight takes, and then e5, and the rook drops back, and you can take here. That's typical trick. And then there are, potential issues here. Tanya, you're back again.
Tania, I am back. I'm just tuning in. I just had a bit of a blackout situation at home, and then everything shuts down immediately.
So what did I miss? There are, well, lots going on, but I want to look at Aronian against Lei because this is mad. Let's see how we got.
What is that position?
Okay, so we started out here. Right, it's one of these. Well, G3, that's interesting. And now, okay, very tense situation. In a moment, okay, it explodes. So there are issues on the D file. There are pins here. Okay, bishop takes, watch out. So if queen takes, then rook takes bishop, I suppose. So bishop takes pawn, check. Oh, golly. Bishop G6.
Oh, bishop G6. That is a move. So bishop G6?
I mean, listen, if white wants a safe move, then you can take here. So basically, Levon must believe that this is very strong. So
you can't take f takes g6 because after knight g6, you just simply win a pawn and then pick up the bishop.
Exactly. So check. Yeah, it looks fine. So he's gone all in with bishop takes. Bishop takes. Okay, watch out for knight g6 check, which looks like a complete killer. That must be a killer move. Okay, let me show this. So just for the sake of illustration, bishop a3, check here, and mate next. Oh no, it's not mate next move.
But it is mate next move. Why not knight f8?
Oh no, it's double check. I wanted to play rook e4, but it is. Yeah, it is mate next move.
Queen g6.
Yeah, queen g6. Okay, so rook e4 played. Yeah.
Okay, that's a nice move. It blocks the queen from coming on to f5 and g6 as well. And after knight g6, now you simply go king h7 and there's no discovered check.
Yeah, but hang on. Black's king looks like it's a bit of a wreck here.
Danny, you have that evil smile on your face when you can smell the blood.
Yeah, definitely. I like White's position a lot here. I mean, listen, yeah, he's just recaptured. Why not? Because actually, I don't think there's any cause for drama here. I mean, already you have one pawn for the exchange. Black's king is a mess.
Watch out for queen d1, queen h5 ideas.
That little bounce, yeah. But let's just take this one in because there's lots of interesting possibilities. One thing is that after this check, then you bring the king onto the line onto the queen's diagonal. So many ideas for White here. I have a feeling that however Black plays here, that he's going to be tripped up by a tactic, because I think basically it's almost like a free hit because White's position is so solid that there is no counterplay for Black. You've got this knight here, rock solid. The king is rock solid. The only loose piece is the bishop, but this can come back into the position very easily.
Okay, so let's look at some lines, Danny. Like you're mentioning that White has got a free hit, but Black is not going to give that free hit so easily. So Black has to make a move that has a tempo. So queen f6 is a move that comes to mind. You hit that bishop. You're also fighting against your idea of going f3 in certain positions. When the queen could pick up the pawn if the knight was on g6. He goes for g5. He goes for an even more aggressive way of playing g5, which actually creates a lift for the king on g7. But this is a scary move. I'm not sure. I mean, this is either a brilliancy or this is a big blunder.
Well, it's interesting because, like I said, I think the key piece in the position is that knight on f4. So I understand the motivation behind g5 because that does potentially destabilize White's position. However, it looks so dodgy with this diagonal open. So, I mean, one thing is that after the check, then maybe he's blocking. I mean, the check is the move I want to look at. Now,
but you can. I think it's not clear because queen c3 check, d4. I don't know if it matters, but the idea was that after queen c3, d4, you go queen c2 and attack that rook.
Right, but one thing I want to sort out as well is we don't have to check from c3. We can check from b2 as well, which could give some additional options. But okay, but you just want check and come back again. Okay.
Yeah, because you don't have queen e7, you know, there's knight g6 in those positions. And I think we have to look at that line because it's a very direct way of playing. So queen c3 check.
Can you do me a favor? And I want to start with queen b2.
Let's start with queen b2. Let's start with queen b2, d4.
Yeah. Okay, well, we should mention that king h7, of course, is a legal option in this position.
But apart from other stuff, I think we can end this line by saying that White at least has this bishop g6, bishop e4.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's something stronger, but when you see this much, then you can even move on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair enough. I was looking at these moves. Knight's one of these, but yeah, okay, I agree. We don't need to. So anyway, we should look at d4. That's obviously the move to look at.
And I really want to check queen c2, Danny. I really want to see what happens if you attack the rook here.
Okay.
Because queen e7, there's knight g6. And now if you go d3, yeah, let's just point that out. If you go d3 now, then after a check along the diagonal, there's no more d4. So you've provoked the pawn to d3 and then you give a check.
Very true. Okay, so the rook is struggling to find any.
Exactly. I don't see a good square for the rook.
And queen g6. Okay, it looks very neat. So let me just point this out that, well, knight g6 is obviously a move. Queen g6 is rook.
Queen g6, rook f7.
Rook f7. Okay, but this one is clearer.
I like knight g6 a lot, just simple and I think very strong. You have to go king g7, then you just take on e7, and queen g6, queen g8 is mate if you take queen e7.
Yep. Let's just show that one. That's nice.
Queen h6, and if king f8, then there's queen g8 mate.
Yeah. Okay, so that is a problem. So d3, queen c3 check looks good.
g5 is just such a shaky move in the position.
Really interesting. Maybe you have to take here.
With the rook?
Yeah.
All right, so now you can't go queen g6 because there's rook f7, so you have to capture back on f4. Let's do it. But I see your point. So then what's the pawn situation? We still have an extra pawn.
Yeah, now maybe queen f6.
Yeah, now queen f6. Yeah, this looks...
maybe not so clear.
No, it's not so clear.
Okay, so let's come back. Oh, he's done something else.
Bishop g6 on the board.
He
went for queen b2. He went for your idea of queen b2 check. And after d4, not coming back with the queen, but the bishop hits the rook on e4.
Right. So
But I don't understand this.
Okay, so I think the point is that after the rook if here, then we can play pawn takes and gain a tempo against this. So rook e7. Now, what's his idea? Maybe he's just going to move the knight.
Possible.
And use the pin. Or wait a second. Rook d1. Rook d1.
Oh.
So the idea is this. After this, we take massive discovered check afterwards. I think that could be the move. Rook d1.
Okay, but rook d1 is not over, right? There's c5.
No, absolutely. But
maybe you take on
this
d4.
is nice. This is nice. Here, big discovery. It's all falling apart.
Okay, so once you take on d4, can black go c4?
Right. Okay.
Easy stuff, no?
Well, it still feels, I mean, even if I just move the knight, then c3.
But then c3.
Sure, but is that such a big deal?
Rook e7 on the board, rook d1, Dani, as you're pointing out, the idea. And we've got this played. Now let's just one more time show what happens after you take on f4 and why this is so dangerous. After rook d4, you make a move with the queen. There's rook d8. For example, after queen g8 or queen f8, you just go rook d8 and make sure that there's no queen g7. I wonder if that's the only move, but I think that's the strong one. That's a strong move.
It looks good to me. Yeah, so your move c5 looks...
So your threat is to go rook d4 and yeah, so just against that to try and get c5 in.
Okay, and so takes and c4. I mean, that's clever to block things up. I mean, it feels like this is good for white to me, but we need to be just a little bit careful in this position. I mean, I wonder whether we should wait with taking and move the knight first. I'm looking at these moves. I mean, knight h3 looks too horrible. If I'm going to move the knight, I suppose it should go to h5.
Okay, so knight h5 here. And what happens if black starts attacking the bishop on g6, a move like queen d6 comes to mind?
Okay, so how far back does it go? I'm not sure. Bishop f5?
Bishop f5, rook f8, keeping the tempo going.
But now I can take on... No, I can't, because the queen can block
Queen e5.
Let me just show that. So here, check, and very important move to block the check. Yeah, black is gaining a lot of time against the bishop. That is worrying. Okay, so let me try this again. and the knight is still attacked. Maybe I have to come back to g2.
You know, Danny, I just realized another thing that
Go on. Are we
instead of
missing something?
c5, if black would take on d4, maybe no, that's, you know what I was looking at? I was looking at c5, c5, e
Mhm.
takes d4,
Mhm.
c takes d4, rook takes d4, and I thought for a moment that black has rook c1 here, but then you have rook d1 check.
Oh yeah, there is rook e1 check.
Oh, rook e1, yeah, rook e1.
Okay, this is getting completely
This is
crazy.
getting messy because there's bishop f1 coming in. There's bishop b7. Bishop b7 maybe not that strong, but bishop f1. Who's getting checkmated here?
Okay, so if I come up the board,
G4. Let's push your king as much as we can, but you don't care.
I'm gonna take it all.
You don't care.
It's a free lunch. I'm gonna take it. I think the king has just run out.
This is insane. This is
Listen,
insane. And after queen f6, you've got rook d8, which wins the game.
By the way, he's gone rook g7.
Okay, that feels a bit slow, no? What happens after rook d? Oh, knight h5. Okay, attacking the rook. So white is just really insisting. Rook takes g6. You want to go rook d4 anyway.
But this looks terrible. I mean, isn't this
For black? No.
Yeah. Isn't this just winning? It looks very strange. I mean, I think that c5 move. The other thing is, apart from this, okay, I'm sure this is all right, but I wonder whether white actually should just be a little bit modest in this position and play knight g2 and just hold that one in reserve.
But this feels like black still has some chances here. You know, there are ideas like bishop b7, rerouting that bishop on the long diagonal. There's queen d6. The rook comes into the game. At least black gets more tempo. I mean, it looks better than what we have on our live board for sure, no?
Yeah, definitely. I think that was the way to go. So knight h5 looks really serious.
And a really nice pattern here by Levon, constantly just offering pieces to play along this a1, h8 diagonal tricks with discovered check. He wants that rook to get out of the way. After rook g6, rook takes d4. And once again, we'll see threats like rook d8 on the board. And if let's just point that out, Danny, rook g6, rook d4, rook d6, then rook takes d6 is with a check. So black has got no time to actually pick up that bishop.
Yeah, too much. So probably c5 again.
But now you lose the rook on the spot at least, and this is a much better version.
It is. Yeah, no, I agree. Seems like a very strange. Well, I think the fact that Lei is suddenly gone into a think, I think is a clear indication that he's overlooked something. He's played c5, but absolutely, I agree. I think this is. Yeah,
c5 on the previous move. I mean, Danny, if we just compare it, the difference is black's rook was on e7 and white's knight was on f4. Compare this c5 to the position where black's rook is on g7 and white's knight is on h5.
Yeah. No, I don't see a good move actually.
And he just picks it up. He just picks up the exchange.
So he's taken. And now bishop e4. No, he's played bishop f5. Tempo against the rook. Yeah.
And he's going to pick up your d4 pawn, like you mentioned in the previous line, but a much better version.
Should be winning.
Should be winning, no?
Yeah. Okay, listen, let's move on. We've got all kinds of stuff. Let's go.
Aryan Tari won against Humpy, so that game is over. Can we take a look at the Hikaru Iturizaga board? Because that looks crazy as well.
Okay, let's just see how we got there. So it went, okay, he did go d3, h4. Right. Oh, the knight comes back. All right, he's losing the initiative. All right, this has gone badly wrong for Iturizaga. Hikaru's got to be really happy with this because white's king is in some trouble here.
Yeah.
This is not a good position.
Yeah. When you have to take a construction like king g2, move your rook to h1, get the other rook to f1, you already get a feeling that something has gone horribly wrong for white.
Yeah, this is really bad. Knight d5 is a great move. So basically black is holding the option of either playing f3 or taking on g3. Yeah, but he doesn't need to make up his mind yet. I mean, Hikaru, he's also got G5 in the air as well. But yeah, this is just a tremendous position for Hikaru. Looks really good. Clock time as well. Iturizaga down to just over a minute on the clock. I think Hikaru is just pushing through in this game.
All right, so let's just call this as Hikaru is going to be the one who's going to come out on top of this one. Danny, can we get an update on the Adiban Firouzja game? Because we know that's a big game for our standings.
Okay, so Firouzja is basically going for it on the king side. H5, fascinating stuff. I mean, is this really a big deal? I don't think so. G4 is the kind of move that I love to see on the board because it just means White's king is not very good. H5, is that an overreaction? Let's find out. Still solid enough. Yeah, I would still be comfortable with Black's position, actually, because this e-pawn is potentially in trouble. Rook G5. So Firouzja is... well, he's trying to be creative. I still don't believe White's attack, actually. Queen D8, very solid. These pieces protect each other beautifully.
Also that rook on G5, Danny. The queen on D8 eyes that rook on G5. Be careful. Moves like knight G4 might actually trap that rook.
Yep. I think this is just... it looks just over the top to me from Firouzja.
I really like queen D8. It's a really nice retreating move. I mean, queen C7 would be a natural square, but that runs into threats like knight D5. But queen D8, bringing the queen back to where it starts from, has this really nice idea of attacking the rook on G8, on G5.
Okay, so basically we like Black's position. So now we've got to try and be creative for White. We've got to try and... what's a move that would make life difficult?
Good question. All right. So knight D5, is that an option? Knight D4. Knight D5 was losing the E4 pawn, I think. So there was no way that you can go knight D5. Knight D4 hits the rook. Also creates space for White's rook on G5.
Okay, so rook E5 is kind of a safety first move. And rook E8 is pushing it a bit. Okay, he's played rook E5. I think that's probably prudent, actually.
All right, so if White trades on E5, Danny, instinctively, would you recapture with the knight or the pawn? Guess what? You don't have to answer.
Too late. Too late.
Knight F3, rook G5, knight G5, and bishop G7. I like how Adi's playing. He's just keeping things under control, improving the position of his pieces. Be careful of the F7 pawn, though.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm trying to think of ways to sort of create some issues here, but it's not easy. Queen
Black
D1.
needs one move. Black needs one move to go knight E5.
Yeah, it closes.
And then you're a happy camper.
Yeah. Queen D2.
Knight E5.
Knight E5. Okay, let's just see this. I was protecting this knight and hoping that something will arise from here, but now you've got to watch out for bishop H6, actually. There's some tricky stuff here.
Starts with H3, so he's just creating a lift for the king. And knight E5 on the board.
Yeah, okay, let's try knight D5. Oh no, knight D5 is impossible because of this. This is an issue. So takes, and the queen takes the knight.
The queen on D8, it's a nice piece.
Not easy for White to make progress at all. Maybe he just has to come back. Maybe he just has to play knight F3 just to get rid of that knight on E5. I think that's the way he's got to play it, actually, because the knight on E5 just holds everything together.
He goes for it. He goes for your idea of knight F3, and that's such an instructive way to think that what is Black's most important piece in the position, and you know it's the knight on E5, and you immediately try and trade it with knight F3. Also, not to mention that the knight on G5 a little shaky because of that queen on D8. So a nice retreating move by Firouzja. Danny, we will come back to this game. The other very important game for the standings is Artemiev against Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna has to win a couple of games to fight back and get into the race, but Artemiev, with that previous round draw against Abhimanyu, Not clear. He's on the edge. He needs to win. And I have to say, he's got an extra pawn. It looks like a technical position that Artemiev should be able to convert.
Yeah, but I mean, these pieces are quite active, but also they're kind of a little bit loose at the same time. But yeah, it does look pleasant for white. Controlling it. 6 minutes against 4, not so hectic at the moment, but converting that pawn might be a little bit tricky. The knight on e5 looks good, but watch out for some pins here.
Meanwhile, Lavon Aronian, Le Quang Liam is a wild.
Yeah, still wild. Oh no, must be winning for white.
Queen f3. Why do you say that? Your black is hitting the rook on d1 and the pawn on g4. Why is this so winning?
Well, one thing is I can trade queens.
Ah, okay. So simply, yeah, and going to this extra pawn endgame. He goes rook e1. Wait a second. Rook e1, queen g4.
Queen g4. Queen g4.
Oh, king f1. King f1.
No. Yeah, king f1, the bishop's protected.
King f1.
No, don't panic, everybody.
But Danny, this, I don't know why. I get the feeling that black should be okay somewhere here after rook e1.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's just...
Queen g4, natural move.
Yeah.
On the board, it's been played queen g4, king f1.
Okay.
Let's take on d3 and let's look for a move here now. By the way, bishop d3, queen d3 traded.
Rook f6, bring the rook over.
But then queen d4?
No, the pawn's protected.
Oh, sorry.
But maybe
late in the day.
Maybe rook c3. Don't know. Then the queen goes down. Check is nothing. Rook c3 played. Yeah, queen h7.
Well, check is a trade. And why not trade?
Yeah. Wow. So has he escaped? This is incredible. We need to go back to see how this turned up. Because in this position, well, Levon is a pawn up with a great position. Did he need to play that?
And he had 4 minutes on his clock.
Maybe he was just a bit too casual. Did
Queen f3. But Danny, this is not easy after queen f3. I mean, there are so many pieces hanging. I'm not even sure whether white, if he can just come back to this position.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe you have to go queen f5 here.
Yeah, well, that's
what you mentioned, right?
That's what I mentioned. Yeah. Rook f6 actually is. Oh no, you can't play rook f6.
No, you can't because you trade
yeah,
and you pick up the bishop on a6.
Yeah, but isn't this just then an extra pawn? I mean,
I think it is, and the d4 pawn is more of a weakness than a strength here.
Okay, so this is on the board. Let's see. Here he checked a couple of times and then took and rook c3. So yeah, it looks okay, doesn't it?
White can't avoid a queen trade. There's just no way that white can avoid a queen trade here. You have to go queen h7.
Well, once again. Yeah,
on the board?
Yeah. I was actually going to suggest queen b5. Avoid a queen trade.
But yeah, but then you are probably either going to get checkmated or a repetition.
Check. Yeah, it's a repetition, probably. Because I think it's just a repetition, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, so we've got a queen trade.
So queen h7, queen h3, and trades on h3. Now your pawn on h2 is attacked. I get that the g5, d4 pawns are weak and white's rook is active, but you just feel that black should be fine here as well.
Yeah, he's got to find a couple of good moves. I would
okay,
say.
So you take on h2.
Yeah, and then rook h1 check, I think, and the rook comes.
Do you go rook h1 or do you want to go d3?
d3, I guess the rook goes behind.
Rook h1?
Probably both are leading to a draw, I think.
So rook h1, king e2, and then rook b1 might be the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is should be holding. This is
rook
on the board.
b1 might be even nicer, no, Danny? Because then that stops a4.
Yeah, I think it's just a draw, basically.
So rook g5 played. Can we just check that line one time? Rook h1, king e2.
Yeah.
Because I'm just wondering if black needs to be precise after king e2. Because rook a1, there might be a4. Let's say king e2 or king g2, wherever.
Yeah, this is a problem. Yeah. That's a problem. By the way, he's played a4. I think after the check, actually, I think the best move is rook g1.
Oh, rook g1, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's actually slightly irritating. So yeah, so I can understand why he wants something different. But now just take it.
Okay, but go rook h1 and rook g1.
Yeah.
Then go rook h3. It's very hard to imagine that white has anything in this position.
Okay, I still want the king and pawn endgame.
Okay, you're not gonna get it.
Oh, please.
So B takes a4 on the board. He's still having a think whether he wants to give a check or not. He goes for it, rook h1, rook g1, like you're mentioning, because now king e2 just runs into rook a1. So there's no way that you can move the king up.
Clock
Rook
time.
g1 on the board.
Yeah. Well, should be a draw. I mean,
So Danny, rook h3, rook g3. What about rook h1 there?
Yeah, I was worrying about rook h5 here just to come across. Oh, he's played rook h3.
Because rook a3 is a big threat, and now rook g3. Now give a check again.
Okay, so if I'm going to try to win, then the rook comes up here. Yeah, this is on the board. This is.
And after king e2, you can go rook a1. Are you going to go rook to a3? Is that your idea? That's very hard. That's kind of hard to believe that white can win with a rook to a3, but maybe because you're going a5 next.
Yeah. And if we get a construction like this, f3.
By the way, oh, Danny, look at the live board. Look at the live board.
Well done. Rook a3. Good stuff. Okay, so check. King c4. Yeah, it's not over yet, by the way. And rook d3 coming. This is not simple.
Hikaru did win that position against Iturizaga. That was a nightmare of a middle game that white got into, and Hikaru was able to finish that off. Meanwhile, and Artemiev, Hare Krishna is still fighting. What
f3. I want to play f3 here.
Okay.
f3. Let's do this.
Jordan Van Foreest won against Abhimanyu. So Jordan also back in the race now.
Okay. And let's have a quick look at Artemiev against Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
He's still in control.
So Jordan Van Foreest is now on 7.5.
This knight is dominated. This is the problem. This looks very unpleasant for Hare Krishna.
Yeah, these kind of positions, knight f5 coming in. It's not just the pawn on a4. There can be threats against black's king as well. And I don't see Hari being able to save this one. Oh. And the other thing is, I feel Artemiev is just so good in these kind of positions.
Yeah.
In these technical positions.
This looks very nasty.
What do you do after? Maybe white can even just trade on b8.
Well, I was just looking at this variation actually on rook a7, rook e7, but I think rook b4 just about holds it together.
Oh, rook b4 is a nice resource.
On a good day, it might hold it together. Otherwise, of course, this would be catastrophic if knight c8, then rook check. But I think rook b4 is okay. But I mean, looks there are going to be some good options for white here. I mean, maybe just pushing now. A5 is possible.
And the point is that black's knight on a7 is dominated in the position. It's so hard for him to come back into the game, stuck there. And Vladislav Artemiev just saying, all my pieces are better than all your pieces, so I'm going to keep them on the board. Queen e4, make sure that black's queen on b8 is also doesn't have the opportunity to come into play. The a8 rook is hanging. Knight is still jumping to f5. And look at that black knight on a7. That's a very poor piece.
Certainly is. No, he's played queen e4. That's interesting. So he's basically just keeping domination here. Looks tremendous. Yeah, I think Hari's in trouble here. Basically, white has a fantastic initiative. Let me see. Ju Jun has defeated David Anton. So that's, yeah, for the Spaniard, that is hard going. So he is he's dropping away. Let's just have a look at Aronian against Lei. Now, of course, this is a threat to take. So D3. No.
Rook
Okay.
F3. This is also a good move because if you pick up the F4 pawn, then that should be easily holdable. So can you just go king where? King C6, you go Rook F7.
But yeah, but that feels like black is holding this.
D3, you go king C3. Okay, you first give a check, drive the king back.
I don't think it makes too much difference, actually. I think once the king goes back, then black is fine here. Because this is kind of impregnable. You know, that can't be disrupted.
Yeah, you can just go king E7 now as well.
Yeah, so it should
And the
be a
rook doesn't have enough squares. Rook F5, king E6, rook F8, king E7. You keep driving the rook and then you pick up the F4 pawn.
Oh, let's go to Firuzja against Ariban. Crazy stuff.
Whoa.
Winning for white. What happened to Ariban? Let's go back. Let's go back.
That's a big turnaround. Whoa. Danny, let's back up a little more.
Yeah, let's go back. So we were being very upbeat about black's position, but
And Adiban resigns. Wow. That is a big blow.
Still
Okay,
looks
B5, knight E7 was a big threat. So bishop F8 defending that. Queen D3 attacks the B5 pawn.
at this point it still looks okay for black.
Rook E8 counter-attacking the E4 pawn, and then he couldn't take. Why could he not take on E4? Because of Rook E1. Do you think he just missed it?
I think that's quite possible. Yeah, I think that is possible.
And then he just blundered that B5 pawn.
So, I mean, in this position, well, what looks safe? That's kind of not a threat. Or it might be a threat. I don't know. There's queen here. There's this. Should be able to defend against this. It's getting tricky. I mean, that knight is out of play. It has to be
You can
safe.
go Rook C5 here.
Rook C5.
If you just want to defend your pawn.
Okay, just to hold everything.
Maybe Bishop F2 and you're not holding everything.
Yeah, could be. I mean, it has to be said, white is more active here. There are
And
a
I
few
think
issues.
he just missed the sequence of moves that after Rook E8, white simply wins the B5 pawn. Importantly, after Rook E8, white can't go knight C7. Let's just show that quickly, Danny, that after Rook E8, knight C7 runs into Queen E4, and actually white's queen is attacked on D3. So you don't have time to pick up the rook. But after Rook E8, Queen B5, Queen takes E4, there's Rook E1. So you can't pick up that pawn, and then Adiban just ended up being a pawn down, and
Yeah, okay.
Firuzja converted that. We've got one more game remaining, Danny. We've got 2 games remaining, actually. But first, let's get an update on the Hari Artemiev board, because now this is even more crucial for Artemiev after Adi's loss.
I was just going to say, after this, then basically Adi is, you know, he's randomizing. But essentially, this doesn't help his position because actually it just damages his structure. Okay, so
I think Hari's just lost now, because if
Fighting.
Rook B7, Queen A4, Queen A4 is there. I thought Queen E8, but Queen A4 defends Queen E8.
Yeah, let me show that. So here covers E8. So what's the story? Well, worst case, you could play Rook B4 just to defend the pawn. But can we do something a little bit more active?
Okay, so the check doesn't really get us anything, does it? Queen E8 check. Where do you go? He goes for Queen E8 check and King to G7, because King H7, there was Knight G5.
Still doesn't feel very pleasant for black. It's got to be set.
Not at all.
But
What if you just start?
What
if you
about Rook C1?
Knight E7 then?
Knight E7, is that hanging on? Maybe more than hanging on. Then this pawn well, okay. Then
Knight G5. I like Knight G5, Danny, because it stops black's knight from coming into the game.
Careful. Oh, he's played, sorry. He's
Knight
played
G5. I like that a lot.
Okay, so here,
you know, this whole game is a masterclass on how to dominate a piece. And Artemiev has shown that in this entire game, he didn't let Hari's knight come into the game.
But okay,
Very instructive.
let's see.
So now you can't take on a4. Knight a4 runs into rook b7, attacking f7.
Looks good.
And queen a4 is not possible. So once again, the knight just out of squares. This is a masterpiece of a game, actually.
Yeah, it looks good. Clock times, or we're down to half a minute each.
You know, Danny, I often feel that we get very impressed with tactical games and where we see a sacrifice and there's checkmate. And yes, those are very entertaining. But I really feel that these kind of games have so much to learn from and so many takeaways from them. I mean, just the way White has dominated Black's position throughout, not allowing any activity. I find there's so much beauty in that.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got a couple more moves. Rook b8, a5, very nice move, because after queen takes, then I think queen c7 is doing the job, attacking here, and rook f8, then the knight on b6 hangs. So,
very nice.
So
you have to go knight d7?
Knight d7, but that
Looks
now,
like the only move, no?
the queen, the pawn is getting closer now.
Yeah, knight d7 on the board, and now you just trade, and you have to pick up with the knight. You can go queen c3 check as well. You can go queen d5.
Queen d5 I like very much. Well, he's played okay. He's given a check, but it's domination.
It's dominant. This whole game has been about domination. Very impressive play by Artemiev.
Queen f6 I like.
Yeah, queen f6. Once again, the knight can't come to d7. The knight can't come to c6.
But there are many good moves. Okay,
he goes queen f6.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
All right, so what is the winning idea here? Now that you've put all your pieces in the ideal squares that they should be on, let's just say, okay, yeah, like queen b7. How does White convert this now?
Well, let's see. You could start with queen b6. We're looking at domination. That's an idea, but I think we're about to be shown. Knight e4. He's still playing for the attack.
He's going for knight f6.
Okay, it's very nice.
It's very nice play. I'm
think,
actually super impressive stuff here.
Actually,
the knight comes out.
Yeah, but maybe the problem is that actually, you know, White can just hold things. So maybe just in this position.
You got to be a little careful. Queen b6 might run into knight a5. Let's just show that, Danny. Queen b6. Queen b6.
b6. Beg your pardon. Queen b6. Knight a5. Yeah.
And then the e4 knight, and after knight f6, king g7. Crazy stuff. Not sure what's going on. Knight e8, king f8.
Probably okay. Anyway, let's not indulge us in this. Knight f6 played instead.
King f8 on the board.
Now
queen b6 is a possibility.
It certainly is. But also queen d6 or queen c5, also very tempting. Queen c5 played. Now the knight's going to come into d6, I think. Or queen b6 also. Lots of good moves. Queen b6 maybe.
I like queen b6 because you don't have queen d7 because of knight f6.
Yeah.
I don't think you can survive trading. He's going for a check again. And now queen c3, so lots of threats. Black has to sidestep the king. So do you go back king f8?
Wow, tricky stuff. What about knight takes pawn? I'm just saying.
Knight takes pawn. There must be a million moves here. Like we can start with knight where? Knight d5 simply, I think is the easiest.
Knight d5 is the easiest. Yeah. Okay, that's good. All right. So king back, I suppose. King f8.
King f8 on the board. Does he want to go knight d5? He goes knight d5. So queen h8 is a threat. And now king g8, there's queen c6. What an idea. What an idea.
Beautiful. Really good.
Amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
Darling, I'm not kidding, but this is actually a masterpiece in strategic play. What a game by Artemiev.
Yeah. Domination
And the coordination between his queen and knight. Oh my God.
I think that's game over because now after the check, the queen comes back, check again, g3.
You just go g3.
Oh, f4. That's
f4.
Oh, he wanted to stop a knight coming in.
Are you trying? But
no,
queen
that's
c5,
game
and that
over.
is it. And you can
Queen-
see the disappointment, because with this loss, that would practically just put Hari's chances at qualification at 0. I think it's really hard for him now to get into that top 8 race. But what a phenomenal game by Vladislav Artemiev, really dominating that position with his piece play. All right, we've got one more game remaining. Liam still fighting.
I can't believe.
Whoa, what is
happened?
this, Danny?
How did this happen? Oh, golly. This is mad. Oh, but
Do
this.
you want to just go back a little bit quickly? And because the players are thinking and it's going to go for a while, let's just see how we got here from that rook pawn endgame.
So this position, well, he went for it. He must have overlooked something. Oh, he took it. Okay, this is really bonkers, because he doesn't need to take. He can play this, and then he can play for a win like this. Okay, this is a draw actually. But so he's got a draw in hand, but he's playing for a win. But really? Is this really a winning chance? I don't believe it. I simply don't believe that he can win this position. But Levon,
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine. No, I think that. No,
might,
wait a second. You mean who is trying to win here?
Well, Levon is trying to win because he had a draw.
Yeah, it's
in
very.
hand. So let's see.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, but I don't also see black having any chances with that queen.
Well,
all right, now he's got to give some checks.
If he pulls this off, I will be mightily impressed. But it feels like Levon is kind of playing like, well, it doesn't matter, you know, I'm going to qualify. What's the big deal? Yeah,
Whoa,
king
F6.
pops out.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. You can tell by looking at him right now.
Really? How do you tell? I'm not sure I can tell.
Maybe he's not enjoying himself as much. I think he knows it's a draw, but he also knows he's not in any trouble here. And also the position that he had, it's a bit difficult to sort of let go of that big winning chance that he did have earlier. But I think this is all over, no?
Yeah, just looks like a draw to me.
He had a little bit of smile on his face, but I think that's only because he knows that, yes, he can try, but this is not going to get him anywhere. Now, rook h6, queen f5.
Too many checks.
Too many checks.
Yeah. Well, we need to see the standings because we've just got 2 games to go after this one is finished. This is going to go on for could go on for... Actually, it shouldn't go on for too much longer. I think we're going to wind up quite quickly, actually. Yeah, queen d4, queen e5 check, and yeah, I think they're going to call it a day.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing. We've got a repetition. And
yeah, that's important. You need to pin the pawn, by the way.
It's the only way to stop it from queening in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. But okay, a typical concept. Now he's having a little think, but again, I think if we check and pin the pawn again, so okay, that will do as well. Yeah, queen e5. That's actually 3-fold repetition. Okay, we got there. So we need to see the standings.
Yeah, we're going to have them up shortly. But first, let's take a look at the scores that we had in this round 13. Just 2 more games to go in this round robin. Lots at stake. 8 players will qualify. It will be the end of the road for the bottom half of the table. And it all comes down to these 2 games. And Danny, it's wide open right now. We've got so many decisive games in this round. We had 6 decisive results with Jordan Van Foreest, Alireza Firouzja, Aryan Tari, Hikaru Nakamura, Vengeance, Vladislav Artemiev all clocking in their wins, while Wesley Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, a peaceful draw, as well as Levon Liam drew their game, but that was anything but peaceful. A massive, massive fight there. I think Wesley Shark just ended in a quick draw because it doesn't make sense for them to really fight it out at this stage of the tournament. Of course, if they were to meet in the knockouts, they would have no other option but to bring out the swords. Now, meanwhile, the action continues for some of our players who are fighting for that spot. Danny, take a look at the standings.
Okay, if I can see them, and they're not on my screen yet.
So we've got Wesley So at 9.5 points, Danny, half a point ahead of Levon, Alireza, Hikaru. I think we can safely say that these 4 are in. Then we've got a pack of 3 players at 8 points, Lek Wang Liam, Vladislav Artemiev, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And I think they're safe as well, Danny. They just can't afford to let's say, lose 2 games in a row. I don't see that happening. So I believe the fight is for this 8th spot. 7.5 points, Jordan Van Foreest and Adhiban Bhaskaran at 7 points. Hari Krishna too far behind with 6 points. And I think everyone below Adhiban doesn't make the cut. It comes down to these 2 players fighting it out for that 8th spot.
Well, really interesting pairings. We have Jordan Van Foreest against Alireza Firouzja in the next round. And big pairing, Adhiban with White against Wesley So.
Oh,
now,
that's a tough one.
Wesley, of course, he's happy just to cruise and make a draw. But Adhiban, that's not in his nature. I think he's going to go for it. But against Wesley, of course, that is a tough one. If I have a look at the final round, let's have a look at their pairings, because
Danny, I also feel that Adhiban would be okay to level off this game against Wesley. You know, if you go too risky against a guy like Wesley, a lot of chances that it fires back. It backfires. But also, Alireza up against Alireza Firouzja playing against Jordan, Adhiban could be like, you know what, I'm playing Wesley. I'm going to take it easy on this round. If it comes to it, last round, I go all out. Meanwhile, Jordan has a tough pairing against Alireza as well.
Yeah, but wait a second. In the last round, Adhiban has Black against Aronian.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, really tough. So I'm not sure he can be so cool.
All right, well, we've got game 14 that starts really soon. We're going to go into a short break. We'll be back with these last 2 rounds. This is what it's come to. We'll be back. All right, guys.
Quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom.
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you that freedom. Freedom.
Want to raise your chess to a new level? Challenge Yourself is an exclusive, innovative experience designed for Chess24 Premium members. Train like a champ with a unique set of lessons prepared by the coaches of the challengers. Boris Gelfand and co will help you improve your chess. Play a champ. Play a grandmaster each day in Banter Blitz. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity from June 10th. Go premium and challenge yourself.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I. There was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you that freedom! Well, freedom!
Want to raise your chess to a new level? Challenge Yourself is an exclusive, innovative experience designed for Chess24 Premium members. Train like a champ with a unique set of lessons prepared by the coaches of the challengers. Boris Girlfriend and Co. will help you improve your chess. Play a champ. Play a grandmaster each day in Banter Blitz. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity from June 10th. Go premium and challenge yourself.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got 2 games remaining. This is a round-robin part of the Chessable Masters. Just 2 games to decide who are the quarterfinalists. It is judgment time, Dani. Let's take a look at our standings before we get to the chess action. And this is where we are at. Wesley So leading the pack consistently throughout the event so far. 9.5 points. Massive scoring there by Wesley. Levon Alireza Hikaru also at the top of the leaderboard with 9 points. Lei Kwang Liam, Vladislav Artemiev, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov all at 8. And this is where the action is. Jordan Van Four 7.5, half a point behind him. Adhiban Bhaskaran 2. Very big games coming up for these 2 players to decide where the switch up is. And this is the upcoming action. Dani, I think for us, the key games of this round, Adhiban versus Wesley, although I do have a feeling that Wesley might shut that game off. He's in no danger. He'll be happy to do away with it with a draw. But we'll see if the Beast has got fire in this one or he'll do everything in the final round. The other big game is, of course, Jordan Van Forest. And this is what we have. Another Italian on the board.
But
wow.
wait a second. Breaking news. Jordan van Forest against Alireza Firouzja. They understand what is happening and they have just made a draw, and that suits Jordan van Forest. That brings him a step closer, and that means that Adhiban definitely has to play for a win in this game. I think a draw probably won't be enough for him. It's really on the edge. So yeah, he has to play for a win. So let's go from the top. It's a gioco piano. And, well, these games, as we know, can brew slowly, but with all the pieces on the board, they can explode. But this is the one we've got to watch because Adiban really has to go for it.
All right, so it's going to be all eyes on this one, but let's do a quick opening and we've got another result, by the way. Levon Aronian, Mamedyarov Shakrar. Let's just take a look at that. This is another narrative that we've seen in this opening before. This has all been done before, but let's just take a look at how these players ended this game. And Levon plays Adi in the next round. So Levon also gets a bit of a breather with this quick draw.
Right, so this is, as you say, a little shuffle that has been seen before. The players went for this very quickly. They know that suits them. Basically, both players are now absolutely certain to qualify. So very pragmatic, very sensible, has to be said.
And Danny, it's just absolutely insane because in the last round, Adiban will play Levon, while Jordan Van Foreest will play Wesley So. Now, Jordan's game's already over. He's drawn his game. If Adiban draws his game against Wesley, he's still half a point behind Jordan going into the last round. What do you think? Do you think Adi, with this final white in the game, he's going to take all the risks, or will he play it safe and say that I'm going to go all out, all guns blazing in that final game against Lev?
No, he's got to go for it now. I think it'll be too late if he leaves it, because I think Jordan can cruise now. You know, he's just drawing. So I think Adiban just has to use this. I think he knows that. And, well, we've got an interesting position on the board. He's just playing. But Wesley, as we know, he is a monster. It's going to be very tough, but we've got to watch this one. Let's just do a quick tour of the other boards. How's Abhimanyu Mishra against?
He's playing against Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna definitely disappointed with his last round loss against Artemiev, which pretty much sealed his chances of qualifying. And now it's just about having a good finish for Hari. He's up against Abhimanyu. And this, how did we get here? Let's take it from the top.
Okay, so Hari Krishna not playing his usual openings. I think of him as being kind of solid, playing the Slav, that kind of thing, but he's playing a King's Typhoon Keto, and we have a kind of Benoni position. This recapturing with the E-pawn makes a lot of sense. Of course, if you recapture this way, we've got a Benoni position. This one, it's harder for Black to gain counterplay, and well, traditionally these positions are meant to be simply better for White, with the bishop on f4 looking at the pawn on d6. And do we have another move here? Yeah, this kind of endgame, or this kind of position with the two bishops against bishop and knight, can often reach an endgame. You can get this from several variations of the King's Indian, for example, the Averbach, and they are better for White. So the question is, how is Hari Krishna going to stir up trouble here? But I think it's very difficult. And, you know, if White just plays solidly here with rook e1, and well, sometimes you can try and break with a3 and b4, it is very hard for Black to actually stir up trouble and create something here. White is better, basically. You know, it's not an original position. And I think that's the problem.
All right, so more space. Bishops placed ideally, putting pressure on the d6 pawn. Definitely a good opening outcome for Abhimanyu. Let's continue the tour. Let's go on to the Artemiev David game, because I see an h5 on the board, and that's always an exciting move to see. What is happening, and can you explain to us why Black would go h5 here?
Okay, so he's maybe prophylaxis against g4, so holding the knight on f5. It looks like typical French defense. However, this is fun for White. Very easy position for White to play, basically. So he's just trying to get rid of that knight on f5. The d4 pawn is secure. This looks like another bishop b5 check. Let's just, yeah. Oh no, it's an advanced
Advanced Caro.
Advanced Caro, but again reaching a typical position. But this is fun for white. I like this. Knight h4. Yeah, I think that's better than exchanging on g3. So he's trying to weaken the pawn here. That's a good move.
All right, so knight h4 by Vladislav Artemiev. Now, you mentioned that white is doing well here, and I kind of get the feeling that white should be fine out of the opening here as well. And look at the time, the clock situation. David Anton 3.5 minutes ahead. I think something has gone a little bit wrong for black, having to play the move h5 and knight h4 feels a little uncomfortable. We'll see. We'll find out if this is part of Artemiev's big opening prep or some inaccuracy in the opening. But let's move on and take a look at the Hikaru Wenjun game that we have. I think an uncomfortable position for Wenjun here.
Sorry, just very quickly. I think, yeah, it's not so bad. Knight h4 is okay, actually. I think black is all right here because there is going to be pressure against d4. But anyway, early days. Where you want to go to Nakamura Wenjun?
I think one of the ideas, Dani, in that position, position with the knight h4 could be to go knight g5, knight h3, knight f4 as well.
Okay, but okay, all right, he took, by the way. But
he took. Okay, so then none of that. Knight h4, queen h4 played, putting pressure on d4. And as you mentioned, maybe knight g5, bishop e7, just developing pieces. So black looks like it's fine here. Let's continue our tour, Dani, and get an update on the Hikaru Wenjun board. A weakness on c6, I see, after a trade-off. Okay,
I'm just going to call it win for white.
Win for white. Wow, that's quite a hot take. That's early days, and you're going for it, Dani.
Oh no, come on. This is you'd say the same. This is dreadful. The pawn on c6 is dreadful. King on g7, a tactical liability. Good knight against bad bishop. This pawn is doomed. I think this is already gone, basically. You can't, if you could break with a5, that would be different. But the a5 square is under control, and yeah, I mean, it's not a good position. I think you probably got to go bishop g4 to get rid of one of those knights. Otherwise, if this one comes over, it's really terrible. So probably bishop g4 is the best chance. I don't believe it though.
And after knight a5?
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Actually, I was thinking h3 just to get
e5 on the board, by the way. So he's gone for e5. I think he wants to what Wenjun wants to do is to try and use the bishop to defend the c6 pawn.
Okay, I don't trust this one iota for black.
Knight a5 played.
Okay, simple chess.
Bishop d7, so keeping that bishop to defend. Also, I completely agree with you, and I think a very key move by Hikaru, knight b3, stopping that counterplay of a5. Bringing the knight to attack these weaknesses. That was a very nice moment there.
Yeah, this is good. Knight d2, so he's avoided, Hikaru's avoided bishop g4, and this knight is going to swing in via either e4, a3. This is complete control. Control. It's horrible, basically.
Yeah, and I think c6 is one weakness. a6 is another weakness. This plan that you're pointing out of bringing this knight to c5. Like you mentioned, complete domination by white in this position. Black has got no targets. Let's move on. Let's call this as a tough one for Wenjun. And I also feel that, you know, the timings of the games and her having to play at way beyond midnight, and it's, I don't know, it's close to 2 a.m. in China, or maybe even more than that. It's just so hard to deal with that situation.
Yeah, really tough. Crazy game. Humpy against Iturisaga. Wow, this is messy. Let's see. King's Indian, e5, and a check. Okay, messy position. So how is knight g5? What's going on here? This is critical stuff. It's knight f6 simply. Okay, and here's a funny moment. Knight f6, if check, king g8.
Oh, wow.
Here, now we don't go queen g8 because that's unfortunate. It's a 50-50. But instead we come back. And draw? Could be an early draw.
Okay, I have one question. After knight f7, rook f7, queen f7, bishop d7, is your queen
It's super sneaky.
is your queen going to get out of there?
I don't know. I don't know. Is it that simple?
Also, I don't know if bishop d7 was the best move because I also see that knight d8 ideas, but I don't know how to make that a reality somehow.
Yeah, but
e7
knight
pawn
d8,
is hanging.
It's hanging, yeah. I think that's the problem. But okay, so here's a crazy variation. After bishop d7, so let's take here.
Mm-hmm.
So rook f8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to give my queen, and I take on f6. Now, what's the score? The score is
2 rooks for a queen.
maybe nice for white. Could be nice for white.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I agree with you.
If that happens, I'd be amazed. But knight g5 could be a draw. It could be a draw. Okay, Humpy has just taken on e5 instead. But I think knight g5 might have forced a draw, actually. Seriously. So it seems to me that this is more ambitious.
Maybe after knight g5, Humpy didn't like to move h6.
h6. Wow, that's
Yeah.
a very cool move. Can you get
So
away
that
with
after knight f7, there's king h7, and after knight e6, there's knight f6.
Right. Okay. This is attacked and this is attacked. But knight f7, black's king looks a bit drafty here.
I mean, your knight on f7 is also not a happy camper, no?
It's a beautiful piece. What are you talking about, Tanya? It's a beautiful piece.
All right. Okay. So f takes e6. Let me see if I can trick you, Danny, in this position.
Is that what it's boiling down to?
This
Just
is
tricks.
tough. Yeah. Because I was thinking about moves like knight b6, but the point is that after f takes e5, the rook defends that knight. But knight
Yeah.
b6 still might be possible. I don't think the line is over.
You don't think it's over?
It's not over till it ain't over. But none of... Oh, by the way, knight b6 in a different position played.
Oh, it's
Also
similar.
giving up the seat. Very similar to what we're seeing, Danny.
Yeah, except there's no knight on f7. It's on f3.
Yeah, there's
so
no knight on f7. It's on f3, and there's no h6, king h7.
Okay, so two possibilities: queen e4 or queen takes c5. What's wrong with queen c5? By the way,
Nothing's wrong with it. I think you just lose the e5 pawn somewhere. But...
really? Okay, this looks
Okay,
very.
queen c5, bishop c5, knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7 looks better because knight e5 there are problems there. But wait a second, this looks a bit suspicious. Okay, am I going to be greedy and put the bishop back on? Yeah, I'm going to be greedy. I'll put the bishop back here. This looks bad for black because
It does.
look,
Even if you
Yeah.
get that e5 pawn back, this e7 weakness, and it just looks like a better endgame for white. I agree with you.
bad development. I mean, it's as simple as that. So if something like this takes, rook takes, well, okay, knight takes, then we can, worst case, we can just take that. And if bishop takes, checky.
So none of that. One more time, Danny. We're off point with our analysis, and queen c5 did not happen. Humpy chooses the move queen to e4 instead, but this gives a big tempo for Eduardo Iturrizaga to continue development.
But
Bishop
actually, I
f5.
still, do you know what? I still like white. I still like white here.
Do you think she's planning to just checkmate with queen h4 ideas?
I think so. I think it's really dangerous because, I mean, look at black's pieces here. I mean,
Yeah.
that is a queen in Siberia, no? And the knight's also in Siberia. So I think this is totally justified. The endgame was promising for white. This is maybe even better. Knight g5, as you say. Checkmate.
Yeah,
That's
you're
good.
right. Like when all of black's pieces are stuck on the queen side, you need to go to the other part of the game, other side of the board, and start threatening big there. All right, that's what Humpy's done, Danny. So we can say that after bishop f5, Humpy's doing well. We'll see if she manages to convert this one or not. Let's take a look at the Adiban Wesley game. Lots of developments there. Can you take us through from where we left last?
Yeah, so this is so important for Adiban. like we were saying, I think he's got to go for a win. So we left it about here. Lots of moves to catch up on. D5. Well, on the surface of it, I have to say, this looks quite promising for Wesley. Queen exchange. Seems quite nice for black to me, I've got to say. Simple plan, doubling here. Now, what's going on with this pawn? If h3, knight f6 takes, knight comes back to d7. Well, okay, let's have a quick look at that. This is interesting. So if we're going to be greedy, let's do it like this.
Knight d7, like you said.
And then knight f3.
Knight c5.
Knight bishop c2.
Knight e4 isn't that great.
Yeah, but listen, maybe in this position, simple chess. Let's play here. Let's take this pawn. Whoops. Take on c3. Because actually, it's quite hard for white to do something when the knight has to keep defending this pawn. Rook d1, I guess you can try and take that one. Maybe rook d1. Takes.
Yeah, but there's knight b6 stuff as well. So if we can just see knight b6 immediately, or I was also thinking just take on c3.
Take on c3 and then
Trade everything.
I see, and then knight b6.
Knight b6 and then rook c4.
I mean, it doesn't feel as though black should be in any danger here.
Yeah, I think black should be fine here, no?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we've got moves, Danny. We've got moves. So instead of this line, what happened? How did Adi continue? He just go. No, h3 didn't happen there, yeah?
We haven't, no, he hasn't moved yet. But I think, yeah, I mean, that position.
Oh, okay.
I think, I don't know, it feels to me as though black can be ambitious here and play knight b6. No, I don't, because white could just be worse in this position after this is taken.
Can you go, is e4 an option in this position?
Yeah, maybe that has to be played. So takes.
And take on e6?
Yeah,
And take on e4?
And yes, there's rook d6, that's true. So that could be a little bit of an issue. Yeah, maybe.
So rook c7, are they having a think here? But it looks like Wesley should be fine in any of these options, and Adi's the one who needs to find the way to actually neutralize Wesley's initiative here. Let's take a look at some of our other boards. Danny, can we get a quick check on the Abhimanyu Mishra board? Because I'm being told that he's on the verge of winning.
Wow.
Wait, what? Why is this so good?
Okay, let's go back to where we left it, which was here. Yeah, g4, very typical for this kind of position. You gain space on the king side, and that actually helps the bishops, because when this bishop comes here, it's on a beautiful diagonal. So Hari fighting back with f5. However, that does weaken key squares in the position at e6. So that's taken. h5. Well, Hari is fighting. I'm looking at moves like knight e4, and the position is kind of exploding now.
And white has to be careful. G takes h5 is super dangerous because it allows the queen to come to h3, and then ideas like bishop d4 would be a nightmare to deal with.
Very true. So, so let me try knight e4. This is fun. I mean, maybe Hari's got what he wants.
H takes g4.
Now, do I have time to take on d6? That's the move I want to make.
It's so dangerous. Okay, so you bishop d4 check.
Yeah, very risky. Very risky.
Super risky for white. I think white's the only one that's risking it here.
You think so? Okay, so king g2. Okay, I'm
Take
saying
f3
that
with a check.
with a sense of dread, but maybe it's okay. I can block with bishop g3. Now, if white can get away with this, that is a super duper knight on d6. That is a classic octopus knight on d6. So, for example, here, let me just show this, Tanya. So
Yeah, sure.
check, the bishop blocks. So white's king seems safe, and actually it's turned out beautifully for white in this position. But we need to go back because black needs something better than that. So knight e4, very sharp move.
That is such a scary move to make. I mean, when you see your g4 pawn is falling, and then your king's position is falling apart, bishop d4 check. I mean, knight e4 just looks very, very, very difficult to play, no?
It's shaky. I completely agree. However, if the outcome is good, let's just see that again, because maybe in this position,
take a look.
Is it possible to take here first, threatening queen g4?
Okay, that's a nice idea. Let's try it.
Yeah.
So after knight takes e8, if you try and win material here, then just queen g4, but king h1.
And tricks here? Any tricks?
I'm not seeing them, Danny.
I'm not seeing them.
Okay, he goes bishop d4. So something else happened.
He's taken on h5.
He's taken on h5. I think that's a more natural move to make, to somehow, not allowing all this crazy stuff on the king side. And bishop d4 check. So not going in with queen h3. He decides to wait with queen h3. And now what happens after king g2, though?
Okay, so take on h5, I guess.
Yeah, and take on h5. And now you're threatening queen g7 as well.
But anyway, I want to play knight e4.
Yeah, this is nice. No, knight e4, because queen g7 is just a check.
Do you know what? I just think this is a good position for white.
Wow.
I mean, maybe my knight e4 is possible. But this also looks very comfortable to me. This is on the board. Yeah, I think just knight e4.
All right, so gh5 played. We'll see if Abhimanyu finds knight e4 and goes for that line.
He's done it. He's done it. He's done it.
He goes for your idea of knight e4, Danny. Tough position for Hari here. So knight g6.
Yeah, but you can just play bishop g3 just to cover everything.
But there's h4, no?
Yeah, but then that takes the square from the knight, and the king is coming back here. I don't know. This is getting tricky, of course. Because
knight e5 or what?
Knight e5. Now let's see. Whoa, careful.
Oh, knight f6 is just game over.
Yeah, but wait a second. I mean, this is because at some moment I just want to play rook g1, give the exchange, and go for it, because white's pieces are fantastic. They're really fantastic here. Knight d6 also on the cards. I think this might be just, this is on the board, by the way. I think this is fantastic for white.
Wow, Abhimanyu really dominating this position and finding all this precise play in a very complex middle game, actually. Bishop g3, knight, putting that knight on e4. Both kings very unsafe, but keeping it under control. Danny, do you want to jump to another game? We'll come back to this one because there's hot action on a lot of other boards. And I want to get a quick update.
Ariban, let's go to Ariban.
Let's go to Adi's board.
Oh, well, big developments. Let's go back. So it kind of followed. Now, instead of, we were looking at rook cd1 from this position, but it's gone rook ed1 instead. And now e4. And okay, so black has options here. Knight takes looks safe. He's probably looking at pawn takes and king e7. Okay, he's played knight takes. Black is better because the king is going to come to e7 and e6.
How much better? Okay, so bishop d5, you take with the e pawn, with your pawn, right?
Yeah.
So e takes d5, and now king e3, king e7, king d4, king e6, and then you're threatening. No, king d4. What do you play?
Play b6.
b6, and now king e6 is an annoying threat.
This is, it's actually getting pretty serious for white now.
All right, what if white starts with rook d4 instead of king e3?
Okay, wait a second. Rook d4 here.
Yeah.
King e7. What? Oh, you want to play rook g4? Do you?
I want to play rook g4 h4.
Okay. Right. Okay, I've got it.
Danny, let's just point out this idea.
Let's play king f7. Let's play king
f7. Okay,
yeah.
So let's start with h4. Then you want to go h5. Okay, h5 I'm maybe not miserable about.
Beautifully
h5,
put.
I think, not sure.
Well, I'll go on. I'll indulge you. I'll play h5.
I was thinking about g4.
Yeah, and then I want to just to play king e6.
Okay, then you take on h5. Then maybe white's fine. No, king e5, rook g4.
Rook g4 now. Rook c4 takes. Okay, rook c7.
But this feels like
should be okay for white.
Should be okay for white,
yeah,
no?
Check or rook and h6. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so maybe I play. Do I play g6?
This is such a complex endgame, and I'm looking at our live board. So e takes d5 on the board, and Adiban still hasn't made a move. We're looking at these ideas with rook d4, trying to create counterplay against black's g7, h6 pawns, because otherwise Wesley has a clear idea of going king e7, king e6, as Danny's pointing out.
Yeah, really, but it's kind of touch and go. It feels like Adi is kind of on the edge here. You know, if he gets it right, he can equalize. If he gets it wrong, I think he loses. Now he's played rook d3, so actually very similar to your idea. I guess he's looking for counterplay here. But, well, again, I would say king f7.
The thing with why I was more attracted to rook d4 was simply because then you get h4, but perhaps he wants to go h4 anyways and sacrifice that pawn in some position. King f7, your move on the board. Can white go rook f3 check, king e6, and then rook g3?
I guess so. Let's try. So rook f3, king here, rook g3.
Maybe go rook c2 at least and just push this king on the last rank. That's always a good idea.
Yep. It's not a beautiful position.
No, this is looking dangerous. No, g5.
Yeah. G5 and maybe h4, king f5.
I agree. This is not looking good, which is why I think Adi, without wasting time and giving that check on f3 and allowing king e6, decides to go rook g3. So now the ball is in black's court. You can't go king e6 immediately. He gives a check. And this is why I think the rook on g4 was better, Danny, unless we were missing something tactically. But now the king is forced to come back to f1.
Yeah, this is a tough one. This is a very tough one. If rook a2, I guess he's going to go e6. Right, so that's why this has come back. He's just going to play king e6. Wow.
All right, Danny, this is a rook pawn ending, which is going to go on for a long time.
That's a good move, Tanya. That's a really good move.
Rook c7, yeah.
Just cuts out any counterplay. And I think this is very serious now for Adiban. I think king this is an excellent idea. So it just protects the pawn. He can now play the king to e6. And I think he's just falling back into a passive position now. Yeah, this is tough.
Maybe he just loses the pawn, actually.
Yeah.
Danny, do you want to quickly shift to the Abhimanyu Hari game? Because that looks very dangerous for black.
Okay, let's see how we got there. So this position we had queen g5, rook over, king back, knight here, takes, knight d6. Ooh. Okay, so Abhimanyu has a draw if he wants with rook e7, but he wants more. h4.
I love the fighting spirit.
So Hari Krishna clinging on. Now, one important point is this, that if rook takes, he's going to go h3.
That is nasty.
Yeah, he's not going to take the bishop, h3. So that's a move. Well, who knows? Abhimanyu
He gives a
down.
check first. He gives a check. King g6.
Oh, is this on the board? Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's on the board.
Yeah.
And now, as you mentioned, rook f3 is still not possible because of h3. And if that's so, he always has this repetition with rook e6, rook e7. But Abhimanyu making his intentions clear, he wants more in the position. He goes bishop e1.
So it's possible to take, but well, basically, if white can stabilize, that is a huge pass pawn.
After knight takes e1, what does he recapture with?
I know. I was just wondering whether to be brave or whether to recapture. Okay, let's explain this. So we've got a choice. Basically, we can be brave like this and then go, whoa, what's going on? What's going on? Or we can be pragmatic and just go, okay, I've got a nice pass pawn on d5. No need to panic, and just play this position. Let's go crazy and just do this and see what happens.
Okay, let's go with the most direct line here. Rook
Because
f2 check.
here's my thought that, well, instead of coming up the board, which could be a bit dangerous, well, he could do it.
King h1. Do you want to go king h1?
Yeah, listen, man or mouse, come on, king h3. Let's just go for it.
Whoa. Okay, so I'm rook f3. Where are you going?
Yes, I was going to go here.
Okay, and then
So basically, here's my idea that after this, then it could be my turn.
and that's a big. Although there's bishop f6 check, but
Yeah, I hear you. I know. I was hoping that something would turn up in this position, like
maybe rook g2. Maybe rook g2. Still, the game is on. Yeah.
yeah. So here, check, takes here. Check. The king has to go back. Okay,
But your king on h4 is very badly placed.
I've gone too far. Okay, I've gone over
Yeah.
the top. So king h1. Of course, you'd never play king h3 in this. You're going to play this.
It's like king h1 is the player move and king h3 is the commentator's move.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm just. It's just okay. Just very quickly, Tania, I just wanted to go back to the Adiban against Wesley game, because I really like the way Wesley's played it. So if I just backtrack a couple of moves, basically, so Adiban has given up the pawn. This is a really nice idea from Wesley. Basically, what he's doing is he's traveling over with his king, and he spied that pawn on a4. And this is excellent technique from Wesley. I think this is looking desperate for Adiban now. I honestly don't see how he's going to save this one. This is on the board. Yeah, but
This is all fallen apart. No,
he wants rook c7, but
yeah, but even that, you can just go king b5 now, and after rook c7.
Yeah, take this.
Okay, he starts with rook d6 and takes it with the rook.
That's cool. Looks like good technique to me.
There is rook g6, but probably not enough.
I guess this one's a bit too fast, but yeah, he's trying. Maybe he's going to do the same thing. He's going to chase here. He's got this one, and then king b3 and push. But in any case, well, that's on the board. Should be winning for Wesley. He's still got a few details. Okay, let's go back to what about Abhimanyu against Hari Krishna? Wow. Let's see how we got there. Now, Abhimanyu, I think he did the pragmatic thing. He recaptured with the e-rook. And frankly, we were having fun with the other rook. But listen, I think this is just a sensible decision. b5, trying to create complications. Knight f5. Wow. Scary position for black.
Abhimanyu down to 5 seconds on the clock.
Knight e3 looks strange.
That's a bit of a panic move, no? With seconds on the clock.
Maybe.
I think this all just comes down to Abhimanyu keeping his cool and his nerves when he's got seconds to make his move, and that's never an easy task. So takes on c4.
The problem
Do you
is
take back?
I don't see white's threat here. So
Yeah, because the bishop on d4 is just super strong now.
yeah, I mean, okay, I think this is dangerous now. And then the rook enters the game.
Rook b8 or rook f8?
You know what?
Rook f8, rook f2.
I think Hari Krishna is turning this one round.
h3. Be careful after rook e2. There's h3 winning the knight.
This is good. Yeah. Okay, that gives the king a square on h3. Good move. But it's looking a bit desperate now. Watch that d pawn. That's the big chance for counterplay.
So does he go king f5 here, trying to get bishop e5 in?
Or does he get greedy and take
Rook
on-
a2, d6. What is going on there? He goes king f5. I think he wants to try and threaten mate with bishop e5.
That's more like it, because actually I think rook a2, there was knight f3 check and potentially taking here, maybe, I'm not sure. But anyway, king f5 played, and that's on the board. Ooh,
All right,
good
so
move.
bishop e5 still not possible. Watch out for rook f8.
Now d6, I guess
Bishop e5.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. So it looks to me like Hari Krishna is turning things around.
And Danny, we've got reinforcements with us. We've got Grandmaster Alex Sholovic joining us just in time to take us through this endgame. Welcome, Alex.
Hello, Tanya. Hello, Danny.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good. How are you guys?
Yeah, not bad. have you been following the play? This is a crazy game.
Of course, yeah.
It
I
really-
mean, I mean, my impression is that I think Mishra, he's like fantastic opportunity, but he's suffering in every single game because it's simply he does not have experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
That's
he's
a very
playing
good
great.
point.
I really like how he plays. I really like how he's showing his fighting spirit. But I think I think it's important not to crack after this tournament.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. Knight e4, actually, I like this move because it's controlling the f6 square, so that now actually after the check he can take the pawn, and well, white is fighting. He's still on the board. Very interesting. Nice play from
Abhimanyu is
Abhimanyu.
finding some very precise moves with just playing on seconds.
Yeah, this gives him a chance. Now, yeah, he's pushing the pawn. Here we go. It ain't over. Oh, this is getting tight. D7.
Yeah, especially with so few seconds on the clock.
Yeah, D7 bishop f6 check.
But even then, Danny, d7 bishop f6 check, and then you pick up the knight on g4.
Exactly, that's the problem. So let me just show that. So D7 check, and then we can take here. Okay, let's go back. That's the position. He's played king h5. Good move. He's still fighting hard. This is tricky. Okay, what do we do about this?
So rook c1 trying to threaten mate on h1. Do you go knight h6 check?
Let's have a look. Yeah. Rook c1, knight h6, and then push the pawn. Ooh.
Yeah, it's so tactical with so little time on the clock.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Very difficult with so many.
Maybe bishop g7. That's a weird move.
Bishop
G3. No, but 93, just blundering 93. So
yeah, there you go.
93.
It's
Yeah.
so easy. It can tricky knights,
Yeah.
knights.
exactly.
Very tricky knights, and especially with such little time. Rook c1 played, so he's threatening mate. I think knight h6 check has to be the move here because rook f8 just king e6.
Look, I like Hari very much, but I would love it if Abhimanyu manages to score a win here, you know?
Okay, now if d7 bishop f6 rook
Yeah, so maybe-
f8.
I think king g6. Come on, control f6. King g6.
King g6 rook g1 check.
Okay,
He goes rook f8.
not bad as well. Controlling f6, very good. And d7. D7.
How are you stopping this? Is Abhimanyu
this is
winning this?
fantastic. He's going to
Oh
do
my
it.
god.
Come on, Abby. Come on, Abby. Fantastic stuff. This could be it. He's got 12 seconds left. He's got a D pawn.
Look at the determination on
Charge!
him. It's going to happen, Danny. It's happening right now. What control? And take a look at that. Take a look at it on the camera.
Yeah.
He's
see him. I can't see
completely
him.
into it.
I've lost my second computer's blown up. I can't. I've lost transmission.
Danny, he's on Terminator mode right now. That's the vibe that I'm getting. And Alex, like you were mentioning, that, you know, he's got these good positions and then he
Yeah.
cracks at that last clutch moment. But this game, after getting all that experience, he really kept his nerves in this one.
No, but this is I think characteristic of great talents, that they learn very quickly, you know, and even during the duration of a tournament. You know, he was beaten, he was losing,
Yeah.
but he learns probably on some subconscious level. And you know, now the tournament is ending and he's scoring a win, maybe, yeah, or beating somebody.
Yeah,
this
wait a second. It ain't over till it's over. There's Rook G1 check here. Rook G1.
Rook G1, King H3.
Against H2.
Yeah. And
King H3, Rook H1, King G2, Rook G1, King H2.
yeah, should be
You're
okay.
still not defending that D pawn from Queen.
No, this is looking like it. And now Hari is down to not a lot.
Yeah, now it's just mouse clicking time.
King H3.
Seems okay.
No, but maybe no, not really. Yeah, okay. Well,
Wait,
this-
what? Rook takes F6?
Yeah, then Rook D1.
Yeah,
So-
Rook D1.
D1.
Ooh.
And then King E5, King E6 might be the
E5.
idea, no?
Can he defend? Oh, this is unbelievable defense. Yeah, Rook F7, then the king comes back. Wow.
No, but Danny, that's not over, because after King E5, there's Knight G8.
Knight
King E6, Rook E7 check, yeah?
Rook E7 check, yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe you just go C4, C3 now.
Oh my word, C4. Oh,
C4 on the board, on the board.
incredible. Yeah, but can we play Rook E7 and Knight F7? Or is that too slow? He's gone for
On
it.
the board,
No, he
Danny,
has to
on the
do-
board. He has to go King F3.
King F3, exactly.
King F3 threatening checkmate.
Oh, this is incredible.
Yeah, this is so complex. I mean, it's
Yeah,
really,
really. I mean, this is like a study.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at moves like knight G4 to play Knight H2 check. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
played
dude.
it.
Also, after Knight G4, you can't go C3 because I think White can just go Rook E3, King F4, Rook C3. Now, can he go Rook E3, Rook C3? No, then you lose the D7
No, it
pawn.
was the pawn then, yeah.
Mm.
Ooh, this is incredible. Now this is serious pressure.
King E2 only move. King E4, there was a fork on F2.
Yeah, so Rook F2, King E1 only move.
This looks so close. Rook E7 check. He's
Yeah,
got to
maybe
come
it's
back.
just a
Only
draw.
move King F3.
Could be a draw. Rook
If this
F7.
ends
my
in
God.
repetition,
Would
it will be crazy, but he has 5 seconds. But...
4.
Oh,
Okay,
he's
he
going
plays
for
on.
it.
Good. Plays
He's
on.
going for it. Fair play.
Fighting spirit. Fighting
Yeah.
mode on.
We
Yeah.
love it. We love it.
Okay, so what is Black's move here? What happens after King F4?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We're gonna find out.
Ooh, so he's
Very
playing-
quickly. We're gonna
playing
find
for
out
win,
very
but he-
quickly.
He might have
Yeah, he's got
jeopardized
5 seconds on the clock. How is he keeping his nerves? I don't understand. I mean, this is
Okay.
amazing stuff.
it. C2. C2.
C2, Rook C8.
Oh, that's what he's
Oh, then there's King E5. There's King E5.
E5. Oh my
Yeah.
word! And then there's the A. There's the A pawn. There's the A pawn left. The A pawn
Wow.
is there. Rook C8 takes. Oh no!
Danny, Queen,
Oh, no,
because
it's
Knight
brilliant.
E3.
Ah,
Knight
that's nice.
It's
That's
got
nice.
93. 93.
Nice.
If he
No, but
wins-
okay, takes the queen and takes the knight. What's happening there? Is the a pawn
Rook
saving?
C8.
No, no.
Rook
Okay, H1.
Rook H.
Oh, this
that's
is unbelievable.
That's nice.
Oh my God.
Is he going for a perpetual?
Yeah, but now he can just bring the king all the way. King E2.
Yeah, and then cover. Yeah.
Yeah, King E2, Rook E1, King D2.
Must be.
No,
winning.
take the
No,
rook.
then
and-
there's Queen. There's Queen. There's Queen.
No, but maybe you can take the rook and cover with the queen at some point.
You mean Queen D1 now? King E1,
yeah,
Queen,
you've
and
done
Queen
it.
D1.
Yeah.
Nice idea.
But,
Oh,
yeah,
this is
we're winning,
wild. This is
winning.
wild stuff.
winning. So Queen D1, Queen E3. Yeah, he's and
Yeah, the king is also close. Should be some like cover
Yeah.
that like with a check or something. So
No, this is good enough. So yeah, Queen G1, King D2, and then there's the check.
Queen G1, even Queen F1.
Queen F1, everything.
Queen C1. Okay, King F2, Queen C5. He'll continue giving checks, but okay, should be.
Yeah.
King
And
G2,
by the way,
and then it's over.
no stalemate. No stalemate.
Yeah. Yep. Queen
He's done
C5,
it.
and that's it. Oh my God! And
Yeah,
look
he
at
won,
Abhimanyu.
Yeah, it's nice.
Incredible.
What a moment!
That's nice.
Oh, yes.
Because his
He's
best
very happy.
win.
I feel sorry for Hari Krishna. Abhimanyu, well, we have to say, it's just tremendous to see him win finally a game in this tournament. That's going to give him a lot of confidence. That's
Definitely. And he's playing Firouzja in the last round, if I'm right, or
yeah, he's playing someone almost his own age. It's just kids chess.
Yeah, kids chess. Yeah,
These
kindergarten.
kids
That was amazing. Not just the results, but I think the kind of nerve control that we saw, the quality of chess that we saw by Abhimanyu in the end, being so precise, not going for a repetition with 5 seconds on the clock.
Exactly, yeah.
As Alex, you were saying that, these kids, they learn so fast. Even during the tournament, you can see the improvement.
Yeah, I mean, in 5 seconds on the clock, he saw this fork knight d3.
Yeah, shall we go back and show this, because that's of course a key moment.
Yeah.
In this position,
Like here, he decides to go 95 after repeating 95, and he sees this sequence.
Yeah.
95 and rook there. Yeah. So c2 and queen, and he sees the.
Yeah. So let's just show this. So here takes queen and knight d3 check. That is the killer. Fantastic.
Amazing.
And yeah, at that moment, it's gone basically. Very interesting. So we come back here. Yeah, we were kind of thinking, well, maybe he had nothing on the clock. Maybe he just had to give perpetual. I mean, let's just see if there's. I don't think there's anything better. No, because King F2 will actually be the same. There's
King
also,
F2 is the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, well, maybe there's other stuff, but it basically amounts to the same thing, doesn't it?
No, but queen. No, but queen. Not rook c8. No.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Queen. Yeah. Beg your pardon. Yeah. Here.
And there is still the same check. Yeah.
Same story.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah, this was great.
By the way, I think that also wins as well, because you have this. There's still a check. Okay, queening of course is the simplest, but yeah, it's the same.
That was amazing. Just an amazing game, and he drew with Artemiev. He goes on to win against Hari. Fantastic play by Abhimanyu. That we still have one more game that requires good technique as well. This time from Hikaru. Alex, Danny, what's your take on this one? Hikaru against Vengean.
Oh, we still got one game going. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, Hikaru loves this, doesn't he? No, I mean, it's curious. I mean, Hikaru started as this great attacking, counter-attacking player, King's Indian, Dragons, Najdorfs, and so on. But then he transitioned to this very good technical player, And he also changed his repertoire. I mean, he started playing the Berlin. He started playing knight f3, b3, pure technique style, but just of his level of technique is so high that he manages to win just because he doesn't blunder against the vast majority of players. And when he gets this technical position, I mean, he plays fast, he doesn't blunder, and eventually his opponents blunder, and then he wins eventually. So
yeah, but I would say this kind of technical performance, as you're describing, it works online. It works in rapid play. It works in blitz.
Yeah, rapid, obviously. Yeah, rapid. Yes, of course.
But actually, in classical chess,
no, he has declined in classical chess. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work for him.
No, absolutely. Yeah. What I meant was online and classic, rapid and blitz, obviously. Yeah. No, otherwise, not really. Yeah, rook f2 now.
But, Alex, Danny, it's quite interesting to listen to this because I always had the feeling that Hikaru was this very, very aggressive player, but then he sort of made his style more universal. And I think the classical play, I think he has a more of a knack and more interest in online, in blitz, in rapid. We also know how much contribution he's made with his streaming stuff, and maybe that has had an effect on the classical stuff. But I think the fact that he became more of a universal player, I believe that's a good thing. I mean, he wasn't just going for this crazy stuff. He had this terrible score against Magnus because very, very often we would see him struggle in those positional games. So I would believe that going more universal with his style of play has actually been very good for Hikaru.
Okay, but I think it depends whether we're talking about classical chess or just rapid stuff, because in classical chess, you know, that is the big question. Does he still have the appetite? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think he has even said it himself that he believes that the future of chess is online. Which, okay, I mean, it would work for him financially, or that everything goes online because he's such a great streamer and like a person who makes chess so popular. So I don't think he's that interested in his classical performances that much. I mean, in a way, okay, there were no opportunities to play, but over the board. But even now, I'm not sure how often he would play. It's a full-time business.
I agree with that. I think it comes down to his, like you mentioned, Tani, his appetite and his motivation and where his interests lie. And I think for him, this online world of playing this rapid and blitz, he is the world #1 in blitz in the rankings as well. I think this is what he enjoys more. But I mean, over the last year, especially in the Magnus Carlsen chess tour, the first edition of the tour, Hikaru was dominating it along with Magnus, and we saw phenomenal performance by him. And I think that just came down to show how he was not just playing super well in these aggressive tactical moments, but finding very key defensive resources, finding very key positional resources. So I'm really enjoying this Hikaru version 2.0.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting because I'm obviously following all these Grand Chess Tour and online chess tours and Champions Tours, all these tours, and I often write about them for British Chess Magazine, so I have to analyze them. And actually, I noticed that, I mean, the first great final last year, they were almost equal, Hikaru and Magnus, But then when they played the second match, I think some point this year, Hikaru was no match any longer. And I think that this was kind of showed some sort of a decline, I think, even online compared to Magnus, at least. I mean, he's still holding him more than holding his own with the others. But compared to Magnus, I think there was some decline in his level. And I think the reason for this is that because he's more oriented towards the popularization of the game, the streaming, everything that goes with it.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Alex, that in fact, in that first final, that was one of the most epic matches that I have ever witnessed.
Absolutely.
And I think it was Magnus who was constantly having to bounce back. It was Hikaru who always took the lead. But like you mentioned, we've seen Hikaru do so many other things, promote the game. He's been a fantastic ambassador for the game online. And with all of that happening, it's maybe, sort of taken away from the actual practical playing part of it.
Do you know what? Sorry, I was just going to say that's why I've been calling from the start of this tournament. I'm really intrigued to see a final between Wesley and Hikaru, or even if it's not in the final, if they find each other playing themselves in the semi or wherever, because that is going to be the real test. Because Wesley can match him for technique. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
no, that would
Alex, Danny, the real test is coming up because we've got a last final game of our round robin part. This is where we decide who the top 8 are going to be, who are going to go through to the quarterfinals. Take a look at the standings. And I wonder if there's actually any chance of a turnaround, because it's all between Jordan Van Foreest and Adhiban Bhaskaran, but it comes down to tie breaks. And as far as I know, the tie breaks the first tie break is direct encounter, and then number of wins. I'm going to get a confirmation on that from Tad. What is the tie break if the two tie? But this means that Jordan just needs to draw the next game to cruise through to the quarterfinals.
Well, and can anyone remember what happened in the game between Van Foreest and Adhiban? What was their direct encounter? I can't remember what the result of the game was.
I'm going to ask Tad. I'm going
to look it up right now. Hang on.
I'm going to ask Tad to let us know. Meanwhile, this is our round 15 pairings coming up. Ali Reza takes on Abhimanyu, a very motivated, confident Abhimanyu. Yeah.
Come for
Okay.
ace 1.
All right, so we're getting a confirmation that in the direct encounter, Adhiban won. So the only turnaround would be if Jordan Van Foreest loses his game, Adhiban wins his game, then in that tiebreaker, Adhiban goes through. But Adhiban is playing Levon with the black pieces. Jordan Van Foreest meets Wesley So. And the thing about Wesley is when he knows he's secured his position at the top, I don't see him taking too much risk. I think he will be happy to take a draw. Jordan would be happy to take a draw. Alex, what's your take on this upcoming dynamics that we have for round 15?
Well, I mean, Wesley So in dynamics when he's secure. I'm not so sure.
Good point. He doesn't do dynamics, does he?
No. It just kills it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is not good news for Adhiban.
Well, unfortunately, but okay, even Levon, well, okay, Adhiban is forced to play for a win with black. I mean, irrelevant whom he plays. And Levon is already qualified, if I'm right. Yeah.
Levon's already through. Everyone's already through. It is only between Jordan Van Foreest and Adhiban.
Yeah, so they won't be, well, Levon, okay, he doesn't really care. So probably just wants to finish up with not wasting too much energy. So we may not get a suspenseful last round.
We may not. Alex, you might be right because Wesley might just block off the last round. Jordan happy with it as well. That might be a quick draw. And if that's a quick draw, then Adhiban, regardless of what happens in his game, we have our top 8 quarterfinalists. Danny, what's your take on the upcoming action?
My take is I'm going to be most interested in the game between Alireza Firuzja and Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yeah.
That's my take.
Yeah, normally these will be the more interesting games.
I think so.
Yeah,
but also the game between Ju Wenjun and Humpy Koneru. So that's going to be an interesting one, by the way.
Yeah, I mean also Hari Krishna and David Anton. I mean they are not fighting for anything, so they might as well just fight it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's have our pairings up one more time to take a look at the action that's coming up. As you're mentioning, well, it might not be such a big fight for Adhiban and Jordan with the pairings that have come up for the last round, but some very exciting matchups. Alireza taking on Abhimanyu. I think Abhimanyu, of course, is the youngest player in the field. And I think after that, it's Alireza. There's a 6-year age gap between the two of them. And Abhimanyu drew with Artemiev, beat Hari Krishna. So definitely finding his rhythm amongst these top guys now. An exciting matchup coming up there. Wesley Jordan, we don't have that much hope on currently. Levon Adi is going to go all out. Doesn't matter for him. He doesn't have an option but to try and win this one and then hope for the best. Aryan against Shakrar Mamedyarov. Once again, I think both these players, Shak happy with the draw, might not be much of a game. Eduardo playing against Lei Kwang Liam. Wenjun against Humpy. That's an interesting matchup as well. This is the first tournament in the Meltwaters Champions Chess Tour where we've got 2 female participants and they're up against each other in the last round. This is the current Women World Champion Ju Wenjun taking on Humpy Koneru Humpy, who is the current World Rapid Women Champion. That's going to be a fun one as well. Artemiev against Hikaru. I'm predicting a draw in that one. And Hari takes on David Anton. Alex, as you mentioned, they don't have anything to play for except pride, glory, and that often means an exciting match.
Yeah, maybe prize money difference. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. What's the prize money? We need to be told.
Let's take a look. Let's see if we can get our graphic up for our prizes. This is what the players are fighting for. Maybe just shortly we'll try and bring those up. And there we have it. So, well, actually not much to fight for in terms of the prize money because everyone who doesn't make it through is at $2,500, while everyone who does make it through the quarterfinals is guaranteed $5,000.
Okay, so, well, not even prize money, unfortunately.
Actually, we do have liftoff, so we're going to go straight into the chess action.
And we have a draw.
We have a draw already. And Alex, as you predicted, Wesley So, Jordan Van Foreest. This is a narrative we've seen plenty of times in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Just one of those openings that we see the players play when they want a quick draw. And Danny, let's have the board up. And what we do know is that this means we have our 8 quarterfinalists.
By the way, I've seen that Levon is paying Adhiban a very nice compliment because on his first move, wait for it. B3 cowboy. Here we go.
Yeah.
Lev the troll. Lev the troll. He's just trolling. He's having fun. He's already through. And he knows that Adiban is probably having a tough one in the last round. So, he's just being the gentleman he is. He's like, regardless of what happens, I'm going to do it your way. 1B3.
Yeah, he's tipping his hat to Adi. And I think that's a very nice thing to do. But listen, now we're discovering what the real answer is to 1B3.
I was going to say that as well. Yeah, the author is showing the way he plays against his own recommendation,
Yeah, and frankly, it looks like a very sensible way for Black to play. It looks to me like a Berlin, a typical Berlin, except White doesn't have the pawn on E4 yet. Okay, now he's played to E4, but basically this is just normal position. Black is absolutely fine here.
So imagine how good the Berlin is if you can play it with the tempo down. Yeah, E3 and then E4. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, nothing to write home about for White. But okay, he's this is a good move, of course, so that he can weaken some squares. Yeah, very sensible for Black. All the usual counterplay.
Yeah, this looks promising. Yeah.
Yeah. Normal stuff. H3, what do you think? Weaken some squares?
G5.
H3, probably just here, and then put the knight on E6.
Yeah.
Probably.
But also G5, G4, G3, maybe keeping more.
Oh, boom, all the way.
Yeah, and then Rook G8, Kramnik style,
Kramnik style, yeah. Gangnam style.
Yeah.
But personally, I like H3, but listen, you want G5? Great. We can do that too.
No, I mean, probably both are perfectly fine, but
yeah.
It
looks, as you say, good counterplay for Black. Oh,
yeah, knight H5.
Yeah. At H5, so he's going for it.
Also,
keeping all options.
Fine. Yeah. Nice position.
But it's also such a difficult situation to be in. You've had a fantastic tournament and you're so close, but yet that the way things have happened in the last round, the pairings have gone against you. You're playing Lev, you want to give it your best, but there is no shot at qualifying. And that's psychologically also a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, it will be even worse if he wins,
Yeah, that would be disastrous.
Yeah.
Well, at least he gets 1B3 by Lev on himself.
No, but that's anti-commercial for his own course if he beats B3. Come on.
That's true. It's like one of those situations where there is no win in this. If he beats 1B3, then he's going against his own word, his own course. And if he wins it, the sadness. If he wins it, he's going against his own course. And if he doesn't, then losing is always never a happy feeling.
Yeah, I think 1B3 is just, Levon is just messing with his head, basically.
Let's decide, Dani. Is he being a gentleman with 1B3 or is he messing around with Adiban? Or maybe a little bit of both.
I think it is a bit of both. That's kind of his. I think he's
knowing Levon, it's more. I think I'm more inclined towards messing up.
That is interesting. All right, we'll come back to this action and we will see how things heat up on this one. The match that both you and Alex have been very excited about, Abhimanyu and Firouzja.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that one. Now, you guys were saying this is going to be a thriller. I have to say the start is pretty slow.
Yeah, well, some Slav stuff, yeah.
Slavy stuff, yeah.
Okay.
But lots of pieces still on the board.
Yeah, he'll take the bishop pair, G4, knight G6, and then, but still. Nothing ever happens in these Slavs, and then somebody wins, yeah, or draws.
Yeah, but actually, it's
that sounds like every Magnus game ever.
Yeah,
Actually, it's a very tense position. I mean, there's a lot going on here. Is White at some moment going to play C5 and Rook A4 or something? Do we play G4? I don't know. He's played it.
Yeah. Because maybe 94 was the threat, but
this is tricky.
Alex, what do you think makes Wesley so strong in these formats? I mean, of course, his playing strength is super high, but everyone he does compete with are also very, very strong players. We do have actually the man of the moment with us in Oslo, so let's go to Oslo.
Perhaps, but I thought in this tournament everyone's trying, and also I figured I should try to score as much points as possible when Magnus is not here, and try to catch him in the tour points if possible. But yeah, also it's a bit weird. Like I thought players would be satisfied with 5 draws today, but somehow Levon and Hikaru also kept winning, and so it also put the pressure on me to try to maintain first place. So I also tried to push with the white pieces, but I think in general I've been very successful with the white pieces. I think I had 6 wins and 1 draw. 5 wins and 2 draws or something like that with the white pieces. So I think that generally helped me a lot. But also I've been lucky in some of the games, like against Artemiev, for instance, could have gone either way.
Actually, I'm just quickly sort of calculating here. I was saying that you were the winner of the preliminaries. I guess there is a slight chance that Hikaru could take it if he wins this game. Now you will both have 7 wins. I didn't even think that was possible.
Yeah, if he wins this game, I think my tiebreak is higher, but I'm not exactly sure.
Then we will go to that incredibly hard to calculate tiebreak.
Yeah, that's where I have to go to the Champions Chess Tour or the Wikipedia to find out the tiebreak. But first of all, he's playing Artemiev, and I think he's black, so it's going to be very hard for him to win. But I think even if he wins, I think my tiebreak's higher, but I have to double check.
And we did predict, possibly, Wesley, that you might be facing Jordan van Foreest in the quarterfinals. So what would your expectations be for that one?
Yeah, I mean, Jordan is the Dutch number 2, and he's a very strong player. And I'd like to congratulate him for winning the incredibly prestigious Tata Steel tournament earlier this year. So that was a big prestige for him. And it's a big achievement winning that ahead of Magnus and Fabiano. So big congrats for that. He's a very strong player. He's improved a lot. He's reached 2,700 recently, I believe. So it's nice to see that there are very good Dutch players there, not named Anish Giri. But I'm very excited. Jordan is a up and coming young talent, and I think he's got a lot of room to improve.
All right, Wesley, again, congratulations on a fantastic tournament so far. Best of luck in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely see you, Wesley. Thanks for joining us. All right, fantastic tournament so far by Wesley So, scoring 11 points, probably the winner of the preliminaries, unless Hikaru wins a hard game that he is playing right now. We will keep following.
Well, congratulations to Wesley for topping the preliminaries, and that means that he faces Jordan van Foreest in that quarterfinal matchup. I just have to say, Alex, Danny, what a guy. He's just such a nice guy. I mean, when they asked him about his thoughts on facing Jordan, he was congratulating him on his fantastic performance at the Tata Steel Masters earlier this year. Just always so humble and so sweet.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know what happened, because in the beginning he wasn't that good in these online tournaments. But then after, I mean, like the kids, you know, he started improving, and now he's always one of the top favorites. I don't know if anybody asked him, did he train something specifically to improve, or what happened, you know?
You know, right before we went into that interview, Alex, I was about to ask you that what do you think it is that sets Wesley apart? I mean, he just, every single event of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, he cruises through to these stages. He's won it twice. He's at the number 2 spot in the overall standings of the tour. Just a phenomenal performance. What do you think is going on there?
I have no idea, honestly. I mean, when I was checking this game that he beat Levon here, you know, and they play this theoretical line in the Italian, this bishop f7, king f7, king goes to e6, this end game, you know, and at some point he goes 92, knight g1. If you remember that one, that was like, what? And then f4, and then he's like, wow, it's supposed to be like an equal end game, nothing going on, and then he goes 91, knight g, 92, knight g1. in a rapid game, you know. So, wow, I don't know. I would like to ask him myself. I haven't had a chance. I mean, hopefully somebody asks him, you know. So what happened? Like how he improved? What work he did, you know, to improve and all these things.
Do you know what? I think he's the kind of guy that I'm not going to say a monomaniac, but I think just chess is his thing. I don't think he has many distractions. I think that's probably a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
You know, he has a very, very secure home life. He's looked after very, very well. So he's able to completely concentrate on chess, which he loves, and he does a really good job. So I think he just works really hard. And yeah, he doesn't have responsibilities, basically. You know, he doesn't need to go shopping. He doesn't need to look after the kids. He doesn't, you know, welcome to my world.
But Danny, once again, that's most of these guys, right? The age group that they're playing in,
true.
a lot of them so young. So they are all working hard. But I have to agree with Alex on this, that there has been a big shift in the last 1 year at how much of a beast performance that Wesley has put on in this entire tour, which has been so impressive, not just tournament by tournament, but also the consistency with which he does it. You just never see him finishing or at the bottom of the table or struggling to get in. He's made it to semifinals. He's made it to the finals. Just pure consistency and power play there. Power play. Time to plug in, Danny.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Tania. Power play. Yeah, great channel. Listen, we've got some great action in Levon against Adiban. Let me just go back a few moves because it's all kicking off. C5, I'm kind of surprised about C5, actually.
Or maybe C5 was a threat by white.
Yeah, but do you know what? I was thinking F6 here.
Makes more sense, I agree.
Just to play, because sometimes you can even play knight F4, and then you have action with, after the exchange, action with both these. But anyway, let's see what happened, which was C5. Okay, it's all kicking off. This is either very good for white or very bad. Okay, just for everyone watching at home, let's just show this one.
Oh, that's a nice trick, Danny.
There we go. So that's why Rook F2 had to happen.
Never put your king on H1. That's the lesson we've learned today.
But knight G3 is still a threat, no?
Okay.
Knight G3 with the idea to go knight E2. That's devious.
Bishop C1 just played.
So queen E1, you trade and you come back rook F1.
Yeah, I mean, is that just a better endgame for black? I mean, okay, can we just do this? I mean, perhaps there's something better, but I mean, we could just do this and take the pawn.
Yeah.
It looks like a healthy extra.
On the board, by the way, he's gone for this queen trade and this endgame that you're pointing out, and now just pick up the rook, pick up the pawn.
Yeah, or G5 first. I don't know which. You can just.
I mean, it is an extra pawn, and you're not losing one of your pawns anytime soon either.
Yeah, I don't know whether he plays G5 first or okay. He's just taking it. Why not?
Has Adiban just refuted his entire course in this game?
Bad news for his sales.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks really sensible. Okay,
but look, Aronian is playing so fast. I mean, he barely spent any time. You know, he just wants to finish as soon as possible. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but he's doing this in every single game.
Oh yeah. Oh, I haven't noticed the time usage.
No, really, it's incredible. I mean, this is basically his tactics in the last online tournament, the Gold Money Asian Rapid. He did the same. He just playing like this. He said, you know, no stress. Just go with your feelings. Just play with a free hand. And actually it worked incredibly. And for most of this tournament, it's worked incredibly well.
Yeah, including this one. He finds himself at the top of the table, and the last round result doesn't even matter to his qualification. Alex, Danny, we'll come back to this. Let's just do a quick tour because there's exciting action on some of the other boards that I've got my eye out on. Can we get a quick check on the other game that you both were excited about? Hari Krishna against David Anton. Not so important for our standings, but a very crazy position on the board.
Okay, Alex, I'm going to hand straight over to you. Tell me exactly what is going on in this position, if you please.
Well, white must move the king because he's checked. You know?
I beg your pardon. I beg to differ.
Oh yeah, he can. Yeah.
Do you know what? My hot take on this is, I think white is in trouble.
Looks like it. I mean, all his pieces are kind of, but
it's
he has a fork.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a huge knight on c3.
And look at white's pieces. Rook a1, queen b2, bishop c1, knight d2, rook e1. It looks like a checkers board.
Yeah, it's dreadful, actually.
And I think this just comes down to Hari's previous game. I think it just puts you on tilt.
Yeah. I think.
Otherwise, Hari getting outplayed like this with the white pieces, this doesn't happen in the chess world.
No, he's just playing va-bonk, I'm afraid. No, he's on tilt, basically.
Yeah.
But he will fight. He will fight.
Might be too late to fight, no, Alex, this position.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tanya. This is dreadful, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, let's try and find the move here, though. So knight e4 on the board looks really bad for black, but is there something direct happening in the position?
Many moves, no? Bishop c6, f3, fg.
Yeah, I have to say f3 was one I was sort of looking at, but maybe...
f3, you're allowing some knight f6 stuff.
Yeah,
you don't care.
I'm just going to take it, I think.
Hmm.
But bishop, maybe that's a bit committal, but so bishop c6 obviously feels like a nice move, doesn't it?
Yeah, but this is such a mess, you know. I mean,
I think it's only a mess for white.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, black is attacking, but still nothing concrete, at least. Well, I think, I mean, probably the engine is showing something good, but
black is not white doesn't even have an extra pawn for all this catastrophe that has happened in the position.
Yeah.
This is okay. So bishop c6 is one of the options. Can we take a look at some direct lines? By the way, he's gone for knight e4. He trades on e4. Knight takes e4. You've got to go knight e4 because I think after rook e4, it just allows something like bishop f5, rook c2 maybe. And after knight e4, do you go f3 now?
f3, I think you take on h6.
Yeah, maybe then knight f6.
Knight f6 is coming. Okay, what about d3 with the idea of rook c2?
d3, okay, that's well, I'm just going to say that's critical.
But knight f2 is still a little annoying, maybe, no?
Or maybe queen d4. Does that work?
Queen d4, rook c2?
And then some knight bishop d2 or something. I don't know.
Messy.
F takes g3. That's a crazy position. Rook c2, bishop d2, f g3.
It feels to me like exchanging this off just reduces the risk for white. Actually, I don't know. I think I like bishop c6 in that position. That looked like a killer. Yeah, because this is potentially a move. Queen takes d4.
I wouldn't write off Hari here, you know?
No. It's not over this one.
Okay, what happens after f takes g3? Let's try some direct stuff here.
Okay, that is indeed direct.
I'm just wondering if black can actually go rook c1, bishop e3.
No, but take on h6, yeah?
But if you take, you can take on h6 right now, right? Because g takes h2, you've got queen h2.
Yeah, queen h2. Yeah.
Rook f2?
Oh my God, Danny, that's a star move.
Yeah,
that's
nice
insane. That's
I'm
super nice. I
I'm
love
having
it.
fun.
Yeah.
But I think this is just game over, no? Or maybe knight f2. Oh no, there's queen h2 and bishop b5 check.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
It's like a boxer. You hit them that way, and then you hit them that way.
Yeah, this is a nice one. Yeah, nice mate.
Yeah. Okay.
So no bishop h6.
Yeah, but this is f takes g3 is very direct. I quite like it.
So probably white just has to take, right?
But with what? And
Yeah,
that's
with
not a
knight.
pleasant with knight, yeah.
I suppose so, yeah.
And then I was wondering, by the way, f takes g3 on the board. Can black actually sacrifice his rook for the bishop on c1?
Well, it's not really a sacrifice. You can recapture if you want, but
No, but we are going for bishop e3.
yeah, but okay, white will take that one, yeah. So
And take on e3.
and now rook f2 is a threat again.
Rook f2 is a threat.
But
Bishop
somehow
C6,
this gives white a little bit of breathing room, you know. Maybe queen g2. I'm hesitating a little bit, but
Yeah, but I know what you mean. Like there should be something more powerful for black.
yeah, I don't know. Let's go back.
So fg3 played and knight g3. Hg3 is not even an option that we want to consider because that pawn is just so weak, and black will have options like bishop f5, bishop c6, hitting that knight. So knight g3 feels like the way to go. And do we have anything better for black instead of taking on c1?
I'm really desperate to play the bishop to c6. I have to say, it just feels like it sort of ties the queen.
Does maybe rook c3 work?
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. So you want to hit on g3.
Yeah.
That's actually a very strong threat on the board.
And
maybe queen g2, just queen g2 again. I don't know.
Yeah, but do you know what? I think now perhaps we can we exchange?
Take bishop c6, yeah.
C6. I guess the king comes up. Still not completely clear. Let me just show that. So here, king h3. Still on the board, just.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to kill off.
Yeah.
So maybe there isn't a kill off, but we can agree that this position is super unpleasant for Hari Krishna. David Anton, will he find the killer blow or will he just win it slowly? We'll find out. We'll come back to this position. Let's shift our attention to some of the other action that's on. Let's get an update on the Firouzja Abhimanyu game.
Huh. Okay. So we have this.
It went in the other direction, yeah.
It did go in the other direction. Yeah. Interesting. What do you make of Firouzja? Because Alex, because this year he hasn't been firing like he did last year. Do you think people are just getting used to him, or what's going on?
Well, I think that these super talents, okay, they still need some time to get established at the level they're supposed to play on. So, I mean, you can't write him off, obviously, even if he has an off year, yeah? Because even in an off year, he would be gaining experience, he would be playing these guys on a constant basis, and I think, okay, just a matter of time because before he makes the next step. I mean, if you look at it, let's take Fischer, okay? He was a world championship candidate at 15, but then he became world champion 14 years later. So for 14 years, he was playing at this elite level, and you can say, oh, but he's a failure. He's not, living up to his potential. Take Boris Spassky, okay? He played a candidate in 1956, and then it took him 13 years to win the title, yeah? And he was failing constantly to qualify again for the candidates from the Soviet championships and so on and so on. So with these talents, I think everybody has their own path, and even if they're not like living up to the expectations of the public or so on, they have their own path. So you never know how they will develop. I'm more concerned about his nerves, because I've seen him really, really tense, and losing that pawn end game against Magnus, which was ridiculous, and things that you wouldn't expect of a player like that. So this is more concerning, I think, to me than okay, maybe not showing the best results lately. So I think this is more of an issue for him, more like Ivanchuk, like not being exactly able to take the tension and the pressure. But okay, we'll see. I mean, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, and it's, of course, that king and pawn end game, the drawn king and pawn end game. It's not the only time when we've seen him lose his nerve, actually. Interesting stuff, yeah. But I think also he hasn't had the chance to develop at classical chess.
Yeah.
Just because of the situation we're in with the pandemic. And I think that is going to be the real test. you know, because, you know, I've always felt that some of these really young talents, they might have a good result, but then the top players get used to them.
Yeah.
They start to understand where these players are coming from, and that's when it becomes more serious and more difficult for them, actually. So yeah, there's some adjustment. So yeah, I think classical chess is going to be the test, but also, again, does he have the appetite for classical chess, or is he going to concentrate on online stuff? You know, we're at this strange period in chess where online chess and over the board chess, they're turning into competitors, it seems to me.
Yeah, but I mean, if he has ambitions to go for the title, I mean, he has to go to classical. I mean,
yeah,
if he sticks to online, that just means that he gives up his ambition. And I think the level of his talent gives him the right to be ambitious. So I think, well, I mean, also moving to France, having all these possibilities to work with the best players, coaches, and so on. So I would say he's ambitious in classical, but how he would adapt. I mean, the first attempt at the World Cup was a failure. Okay, so he was eliminated quickly. So classical did not work immediately for him. But okay, let's see. I mean, it also depends how much classical we will get to see in the near future. So that's another thing. Yeah.
By the way, now we've got a little bit of time before we get to really critical positions. Alex, tell us about your latest course on Chessable that's coming out.
Yeah, I just finished recording it yesterday, and it's on the modern Scheveningen. Okay, I mean, none of you is Dutch, no? I mean, I'm just because I know that's not the correct pronunciation. You know, Scheveningen. I think that's like how the whole world pronounces it, but it's not like it should be.
Yeah.
And I mean, the modern Scheveningen actually, it's a personal preference of mine because I was playing Najdorf all my life, right? But after a while, I started feeling like a sitting duck. Everybody just prepares against your Najdorf, okay? I mean, even if you got a good position, they're better prepared, and you still struggle. And at some point, I just thought, okay, I should expand, you know? And then easiest was instead of A6, let's just make E6, you know? So no anti-Sicilians extra to learn anything, okay? Just check some careless attack, maybe a few more lines, and you should be fine, yeah? I mean, I had really great results. So I was mixing the modern Scheveningen and the classical. And
okay, when you say, sorry, just let me break in a moment.
Yeah.
When you say the modern Scheveningen, what do you mean by that?
By modern, I mean without A6. Yeah, you know, for example, this is like in the classical, let's say bishop E2, you know, knight C6, short castle, bishop E7, bishop E3, short castle, F4. Okay, and now this is the main distinction. Okay, classical is A6 and modern is E5.
E5.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
I don't think of that as the modern. I think of that as like I remember Spassky playing like this.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, modern. I picked this up. I tell this story in the course. You know, when I was a kid in the 80s, and I got this book by Kasparov and Nikitin, the Sicilian defense. It was in Russian. Okay, I got it in Serbo-Croatian. It was again Sicilian defense, and here he made this distinction, you know, classical A6 and modern E5.
Ah, okay.
But for me, that comes from that book.
Right.
Yeah? And okay, Kasparov was playing this in the 80s. He was really good at it. Okay, against Karpov, he was switching to the classical via the Najdorf. Yeah. But this has proven just such a fantastic choice because this is so easy for black and like equalizes without any issues in all the lines. You know, just to my mind, it just kills off this classical setup: bishop E2, bishop E3.
That's interesting.
And I've played it. Sorry.
That's very interesting because I used to. I remember exploring this position, but actually with both colors, and I was always very intrigued by this move.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny, Alex, Alex, when you mentioned about night off, I was just thinking, oh my God, Maxime Bachellegrad would not be happy to hear that, but we've seen him do the same thing. So definitely everyone check out this new course. But for now, let's get back to the chess action that we have, because take a look at the positions going on. Crazy developments in the Hari Anton board, in the Adiban game. Where do you guys want to go first?
Well, let's just very quickly just come back to Hari Krishna against Anton. And he didn't recapture with the knights. He played pawn takes pawn. Risky, risky. Let's have a look.
Whoa.
That's on
All
the
right,
board.
so no checkmates. That's an endgame that we have, but Black still very much in control.
Yeah.
So King F2, Rook F3, King E2.
No, but
Then
King
there's
E2,
D3 check.
yeah.
So King E2, there's D3 check.
But also Rook E3 check and picks up the pawn. on
Exactly, yeah. Maybe that's the move anyway. Oh no, he can't do that.
So King H2 played, and that's Black.
Is he going to take on A3?
Rook A3. Can you
Yeah,
go
he's done it.
E6 here? Can
It's
White go
a-
E6 here, or is that completely crazy?
It's a lot of pawns. Well, I guess the king comes over.
No, but then Rook C1 at some point and Rook F1 trying to give the check from.
Okay, should we try? Should we try?
Yeah, can we take a look at that, Danny? So E6.
Yeah, so
I think if you take Rook A1, let's just point out that Black, if he takes Rook A1, there's E7.
yeah. Okay, but in this position, King F8.
Yeah, so King F8, and then this idea that you're mentioning, I think you start with E7 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, E7 check, and then Rook C1, Rook F1 try to. I don't know if you Black can block both files.
Yeah, but I can block. Just simple.
Yeah. Maybe it
I
doesn't
think
work.
that's why he checked the king here, actually.
Yeah. And no time for Rook D1, right? Because then either D3 or Rook somewhere.
Yeah, I guess so. Sorry, I put the position back.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, and also probably after E6, the other way for Black to keep everything under control might be just Rook E3, no?
Okay, that's...
Yeah, it's also sensible. But then you drop both. I mean, then you drop D4.
How do you drop?
No, but take on. No, you can't take. No, okay.
I think this is fine for Black. No, you can go Rook E1, but then you trade on E4 and King F8.
Yeah. And if you push, takes on E4, takes on A1, and then, yeah, it should be winning for Black.
Should be winning, yeah. Okay.
All right, so Rook A3, Hari Krishna in big trouble. Let's move on. Let's continue our tour. We haven't had a look at the Vengeance Humpy game. Can we get a quick update from you, Alex, on this?
Tanya, just very quickly, Levon won this end game.
Wow.
This is incredible.
Oh my God, that poor knight.
I've got to go back.
That is why Adiban...
trapped.
How did this
end up trapped?
Yeah. Adiban's knight got trapped. The live board that you see, in the end, Adiban resigned because after King D2, Knight A1, King C3, and that knight has got no future.
Wow.
Oh, he must have run out of time. This is unbelievable.
But what was the turning point? Because we felt that Black was doing fantastic out of the opening.
Okay, wait a second. So Rook E1 happened. Or should he simply play King D7 first before Knight F5? Can he just play King D7?
I think Rook B1, yeah?
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Why not just King D7?
Or Rook B1?
Or Rook B, I beg your pardon, Rook B1. Ah, okay, not so simple. Okay, let's so
I mean, I'm pretty sure before it was kind of cleaner, or it should have been cleaner. I mean, he
Rook H6. That looks fishy.
But yeah. Should be something cleaner, but not that simple, probably.
That's been a disappointing last 2 rounds for Adiban, and with that, that is the end of the road for him in the Chessable Masters. 2 losses back to back in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
But you know what? In this position, can he not just plunge in?
Knight E3 check.
Yeah.
King G1, yeah.
King G.
And then Rook F6.
Take on C2, Rook S. So how is this? Ooh.
Rook F6.
Rook F6. Okay, I take now. How quickly are these being munched? Well, you can.
Danny, do you want to analyze this endgame after the games are over? Because, because major action on the Abhimanyu board. Take a look at what has happened in the Alireza Abhimanyu match. That's still on E7 on the board. We'll come back to this endgame as soon as this is done.
Oh. Well, that should be done as well. Okay, we can just put the rook back.
Is it so clear though?
Bishop f6. Okay, if I play here.
You said it yourself, bishop f6.
Bishop f6, yeah, tricky. So rook a1.
Because rook a1, there's a3, no?
Yeah, exactly. So, right, let's just have a little think.
Yeah, rook h1, okay. It's played, yeah.
Ah, does he have, after bishop f6, what about...
Just king c2 or something?
King c2.
But
king c2, do you just bishop f6 on the board, so king c2, do you just go c5
and rook d1? Yeah, but still strange.
It looks like it's far from over.
So d4, e4, c4.
c4 maybe there's rook d5.
No, but d4 now for black and e4 for white and c4 for black.
Oh, look at that pawn. Look at those pawns. Can we just highlight these pawns on the board?
Yeah.
And white has got 2 pawns as well. 6 pawns on the same rank. You don't get to see that every day, chat.
This is fun. Yeah, but he played rook c1, no? I mean, he did not go for king
rook
c2.
c1 not allowing c5. And the point is that after a3, you just take and you go rook. What is the point after a3?
a3.
Ah, I think...
He just takes on b2, actually. He just took bishop. Rook c6 is threatening mate, and that's where the point is. Got it.
Oh.
Yeah, but now it should be
yeah,
over.
he had to play king f8, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now...
So in that position as well, after a3, you just take and you go rook c6 and rook a6. All right, so this is all over for black, no?
You can attack these pawns. No, it's not crystal clear.
No, but f5 maybe first, f5 to have rook e6 and then king b3.
f5 on the board. That's a nice move. Actually, rook e6 will always be a threat if black captures on e3.
Yeah, should be winning actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after king b3, if black goes bishop c3, can white actually take rook a3? No, you can't.
No, probably not. Probably not. King f6, king f5.
Yeah, king f6. So bishop c3 played.
You know, it takes a lot to tip them over, you know?
Yeah, very resourceful.
Not completely clear.
It's not over till it's over.
No, king check, then king d7. I mean, I want to take this pawn, but actually, wow.
Whoa.
Really? Okay, this we take, no?
Yeah. Why did he play this?
I don't know.
That's strange. Maybe f6 check is also on...
Oh, was he in Zugzwang? Is this the problem?
What's
maybe he's in Zugzwang in this position. Because if the king comes over, then you have f6.
Okay, but even that is better. Bishop f6 and then go back to b2. So...
All right, so he's gone back to b2, and now does white just bring his king to d5 and give a...
Because I mean, he got the same position. Here? He got the same position in the game, but with the f pawn, you know.
Okay, so that's
what's the winning plan for white here?
That's a good question.
Yeah, maybe you just go king d5, rook a7, king f6, rook f7.
Just go to d5.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Zugzwang, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because when the bishop comes here, a2 is, even if the rook's away, a2 isn't going to be a threat because the rook goes behind the pawn.
Yeah.
I think the king just marches.
Rook e6, and now the king has to fall back. King f8 has to be played because I think king d7.
You have f6 maybe.
King d7, f6. That's what I was trying to calculate.
Yeah.
That was actually a nice line. F6, king e6, fg7. So now rook c6, bishop b2, and rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7, then rook
Oh,
a7.
good move. Yeah, good move.
Rook
Yeah,
c7, you have to go king e8. It's the only move.
Yeah, but now the rook goes behind and then you bring the king.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that's nice technique.
Yeah,
nice technique
nice.
by Ali Reza.
very good. Yeah, convincing.
But I'm still strange that d4 move. I'm not sure that, well.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Anyway, it could have been, he could have made it harder, but all right, listen.
And now there's nothing. Yeah, white just goes king c4, king d5, king e6, plays on the light squares and gets the king all the way in.
Yeah, and he sacks the rook for the pawn and takes on g7. And
Oh, nice. Danny, can we just point out that plan with the arrows, as Alex is mentioning? You just get your king to f7, give rook a3, bishop a3, white's king will take on g7, and these two pawns will be unstoppable.
Yeah. Okay, I'm afraid my arrows weren't very... It's been a long day. I can't even shoot straight.
So king e6 here. And all right, so can we call this a wrap up for Ali Reza? And that pretty much nothing to fight for black here, no? Very difficult to come up with any idea.
Okay, listen, we haven't looked at Zhu Wenjun against Humpy.
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's go do that.
Whoa, crazy.
Crazy again, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's about 4 a.m. in the morning in China. It's 1:30 in India. And these two, after playing such a long tournament, are still fighting it out in this position. I mean, that is just incredible.
Probably necessary, because knight f5 looked like a killer, actually.
Yeah. But now it should be straightforward, or maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not with those two bishops.
So you're going to take on c4 next, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go h takes g3. Let's look at some lines.
Okay, so takes.
Well,
Bishop c4.
Maybe king g3 also to have an h passed pawn. So
that's also a nice idea, actually, to keep the h.
This is taking a long time, isn't it? Okay, so instead king takes.
Bishop c4 anyway. King g3 on the board, so keeping that h pass pawn like you mentioned, and now rook d2 played.
Yeah, then I mean these pawns are not okay. b5, but
push him.
So bishop e6 was impossible because of rook e2, so that pin would not be something that you want to allow. And now h4 played, so it's a race, and I think white is just going to be too fast, no?
Yeah. No, black cannot create a dangerous passed pawn. I mean,
well, we need the a pawn.
To put the a pawn is.
But do you know what? I think she's got to play f5. Exactly.
F5, yeah.
F5, exactly. Now a5.
But now the bishop is also controlling the diagonal.
And bishop, yeah.
Well, yeah, we can't have everything.
So h6 now?
Yeah, this is too much because there's a threat.
Rook d4 is a direct threat. You have to move your bishop. Where do you go? There's rook d7 coming in.
Yeah, I think it looks like game over for Humpy.
Yeah, this was I mean, I glanced quickly during the game. It was a crazy game as well.
Yeah, there was a bit of a scramble in the middle, no?
Yeah.
h7.
All right, so king f6 played. h7 is possible because after king f5, there's rook d4. But after h7, you want to go king to g7.
But then e7, yeah.
Yeah, then they're all flying down the board.
b5, bishop b5, maybe. But
bishop b5, still not over.
Yeah, bishop g6.
h7 on the board. Yeah, bishop g6 is a nice move, Danny.
I think it is over, actually, because here.
Bishop g6, yeah. And rook d4, yeah.
And king h7, and then you just queen.
Yeah,
rook d8 or something.
Maybe this.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, so it looks like the end. Yeah, e7 on the board.
And wow, Hari's still fighting. And what do we have here?
Hari, let me just find the board.
All the games finished, right? Except for Hari and Zhu.
Hari and Wenjun, yeah.
Wow, if Hari survives this, that will be a comeback.
Yeah,
but it doesn't look good.
Why not take king e5 or rook a5 check or what? Oh, this is just simpler, yeah. But now But e6 check, king f6, yeah?
F6, yeah, it's game over.
Yeah, okay, so he resigned, yeah.
Yeah, so let me just show that. So here, king f6, and then we take, and then that is just a bit too much. So is that the final game?
Yeah. Well, June's still playing on.
Oh yeah, still playing. Oh, hang on, what happened? It went like this.
Ah.
Okay, that's very convincing.
Yeah, it's done.
There we go. Game over.
Game over, yeah.
Preliminaries over.
And we do have Abhimanyu with us in Oslo, so let's go to Oslo.
Managed to win that.
Yeah, okay.
It's a dream come true to play in this event and play against the players I've been looking up to for a very long time. They're all very, very strong, and I'm very happy about my performance.
Oh, yeah. What has it been like these 3 days playing chess for many, many hours, of course, against these elite players?
Yes, it's very fun as the resourcefulness is simply amazing. Like in 2 of my games, one game against Mamedyarov and one game against Adivan, they both were in worse positions, but the way the tide of the game changed completely, it shows that I have a lot to learn. Apart from that, I mean, these days were a bit difficult for me as I've never really earlier played Rapid, and for the last several months I've been playing only Classical, and the focus was on Classical.
Of course. But then in round 14 here, you're winning the game against world number 21. He's a super GM, Pentala Harikrishna. Had you imagined you would be able to do that?
I mean, I've been always trying to, but yeah, it was amazing. I mean, it was full of ups and downs, and yeah, in the end I managed to win. I wasn't really sure that I would be able to win this game.
Can you take us through what you were feeling, what you were thinking, especially towards the end there, because what a game it was.
Yeah, so towards the start, it was in the opening, I had like a slightly better position, and as the game went on, I feel like at some point I was winning, but then I let it slip, and it reached to an equal ending, and there he let my D pawn run, and yeah, then there was a mistake, and I was very happy, of course, after I won.
And of course, you said it many times. It was, of course, about getting experience in this tournament. But what does it mean to go away from it with also a win?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great to finally after playing all the world's elite, to finally get one win against them.
Definitely. And will you celebrate now? I know it's not too late over there in the US.
Yes, definitely.
How will you celebrate?
I mean, okay, for the rest of the day, probably don't practice any other chess for now.
Sorry.
I'm very thankful for the organizers to have invited me. This was an amazing opportunity for me.
Yeah, no, congratulations on your victory. We were following that and we were very impressed. So what is next for you? Do you have any tournaments lined up?
Oh, maybe we lost him a little bit of... Oh, there you are,
Sorry,
Abhimanyu.
yeah, there was some internet problem. It's back.
Yeah, so did you hear Ivanka's question?
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to.
No, I was just asking, what is next on the horizon for you?
Probably after a few months, I'm going to play some, probably Gibraltar or something. And yeah, I'm going to keep my next goal is 2,700. And finally, it's world champion.
Wow.
You can do it, Abhimanyu. When you look back on this tournament, what are going to be the 2 or 3 main highlights or the main things you're going to take away?
The resourcefulness of top players, like in my game against Mamedyarov, it was a very strange opening, and from the way he changed the tide of the game was simply amazing. And yeah, I'm very happy about my 3 draws and a win.
Yeah. Are you feeling inspired also after this? We know you love working with chess, but even more inspired maybe.
Yes, definitely.
All right. Abhimanyu, it's been so fantastic to follow you in this tournament. We're so happy for you getting that win and getting that experience. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. And we're also joined by, he's not many years older, only 6 years older, Alireza Firouzja at 18 years old. Alireza, congratulations on reaching the knockout stage, first of all.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It seems it's been a great 3 days for you, great preliminaries. Are you happy with your performance?
Yeah, I think I played decent chess this tournament, at least better than the other ones for sure. It was more I never got convincingly to the quarterfinals, so yeah, this time I'm happy, at least without any doubt. It was.
Yeah, I mean, very convincingly in third place there with 10.5 points. That's an amazing score. What has been different then in this tournament? What have you done better, maybe?
First of all, if we want to be real, the tournament was much easier than the other ones. So, but yeah, otherwise, yeah, I was a little lucky the second day. I had a losing position against Anton, so if I would have lost that game, then it would have been very difficult, because I lost the previous one to Hare Krishna also, which was very annoying game. So yeah, it could have gone wrong, but okay, I was a little bit lucky that I won that game. So.
And I have to ask as well, because you're finally now playing under the French flag, played under the FIDE flag for quite some time now. Has it been a relief to you to get that situation over with and now knowing what federation you're playing under?
No, there is, yeah, of course it's an honor for me to play under the French flag, but I'm just thinking about, I was preparing a lot for World Cup, that didn't go well. Now I'm going to focus for Norway Chess and Isle of Man, so yeah, these are the things that are coming and I have to focus a lot on them. So.
And of course, you're finishing off against Abhimanyu Mishra, youngest grandmaster ever at 12 years old. You're obviously the second youngest player in the tournament at 18. What was that like, playing a 12-year-old here?
Yeah, it was a strange moment for me because he was playing very solid, and normally in that age you don't play so solid, I think. But yeah, I think he's a very good player. I saw many moves he was playing, very, very decent moves. So yeah, I wish the best luck for him in his career.
Yeah, cool.
And Alireza, it looks like, according to my calculations at least, you'll be playing Liam Quanglei in the quarterfinals. So what are your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, we played a lot in this Champions Chess Tour and also before in Asian tournaments. And I have a decent result against him. And he's a very solid player, so it's very tough to break him. But it's going to be an interesting match, I think, and I'm looking forward to it.
You won against him in your game here. I think you had the white pieces. I'm actually,
yes.
What is sort of what do you know about his playing style? What would be important for you in your games against him in the quarterfinals?
The most important thing is because he's outplaying all the opponents in positional chess, and he's very strong and he's very solid. So it's very hard to really break him. He is playing very solid openings, so I have to play very good chess in order to beat him. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, Reza, we are so excited that we get to see you in the quarterfinals and in the knockout stage. Best of luck when it starts tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. All right. It's finished, everyone. The preliminaries. All the games are done. So let's take a look at the results from round 15, final round in the preliminaries. Here they are. Alireza Firouzja getting that win.
Oh. Those are some really interesting thoughts, and both interviews very, very insightful. I absolutely loved the positivity that Abhimanyu had, his takeaways about how resourceful these players are, and what he said about celebrating by not playing chess for the day, his aims about getting to 2,700, eventually becoming the world champion. Also, Danny Alex, he's 12, but the maturity level is just unbelievable there.
No, I thought that was really sweet, and actually he came across, I thought, very impressively, actually. And I mean, it's quite funny when he says, okay, next level 2,700, next level so-and-so. But, you know, I love it that, you know, he hasn't been discouraged by this result. You know, he's not beating himself up. Basically, he's looking really positively, and as he should do. You know, he can take that win against Hare Krishna, gives him confidence. But yeah, that point you made when he said, I learned how resilient these players are. And absolutely, that's what we see in these tournaments the whole time, that the top players in the world, they never give up. They never give up. And yeah, as Alex, you said earlier, he grew through this tournament, actually.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and I'm not surprised that he's saying, okay, next level is this, next level is that, because you probably remember that Nikitin was doing the same for Kasparov, you know? By that age, you should reach that level, and by that age, that level, and so on and so on. So they have like a plan, you know? And okay, Kasparov was always overperforming. He was reaching those levels earlier. So,
But by the way, Tanya, is it correct that he's actually had some tuition from Hari?
Yes, that is true. That the student beat the coach. And I completely agree with that, that, you know, his attitude about celebrating the win he had, the positivity that it brought to him, but also learning from the mistakes and the things that went wrong for him. We were talking about this, that how he shouldn't take them to heart, and he needs to make sure that having a bad score doesn't affect negatively, but the things that you can learn, because the quality of play was actually really stand out from him. Some fighting chess, his game against Wesley, completely in control. His game against Hikaru Nakamura, it's a technically drawn game, and where Rook A1 happened in the end. Lots of positivity. I absolutely loved listening to Abhimanyu in that interview. And with that, and of course, Ali Reza as well, with his thoughts on the upcoming quarterfinals. Alex, Dani, let's take a look at the bracket that we've got coming up. Round robin is done, and now it's over to the next stage of the event, the knockout stage. And this is what our quarterfinals looks like. Wesley, so the winner of the preliminaries takes on Jordan Van Foreest, Vladislav Artemiev against Hikaru Nakamura. Now, I think Wesley, Artemiev, and Hikaru pretty much cruised through in the preliminaries to the quarterfinals. Jordan Van Foreest a little up and down in his journey to the quarterfinals. Ali Reza takes on Lei Kwang Liam, and another very exciting matchup here, Shakhriyar against Lev. Alex, what's your take on this bracket?
wow, yeah, well, difficult to say. I think Wesley will cruise again, and then Artemiev, Hikaru. I mean, this. I can't call this one. I mean, it just Artemiev was just impressive in the last. Where was it? Where he played really well. He went to
the Gold Money Asian Rapid.
Yeah, exactly.
He finished second in the preliminaries.
Exactly. He went to the final.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, that's really tough. And then Le Kwang against who was it?
It's Ali Reza.
Ali Reza. Okay. Yeah, I would go with Ali Reza here. Yeah. Even though, Le Kwang is a former Blitz champion, but still, I think Ali Reza's, still should prevail. And the last match also, Lev against Shah,
that's a tough one, Alex.
That's a tough one, yeah. That's a very tough one. So, again, can't say.
Dani, big close fights coming up. Go on.
Can I say?
Please.
Yes.
Okay, I think Nakamura's going to be too streetwise for Artemiev. That's what I think. But also, I'm kind of fascinated by Shakhriyar against Levon. We have a spicy little geopolitical struggle going on there, by the way. It's the elephant in the room. I've got to say it, you know. And I think actually that does give the match a little bit of edge.
Oh, absolutely.
So, you know, that's kind of an interesting one. And with Levon playing so quickly, you know, that's his policy, and we know how dangerous Shakhriyar is. You know, I've been a big fan of his chess in this tournament. Love the way he plays. That's such an exciting one. So that's going to be fantastic. I really find that one too close to call, because it can get very random, actually.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the Hikaru Artemiev and the Lev Shah match, just a 50-50 there. Wesley, I think a favorite, but then once again, no result. There's no conclusion foregone in chess, and we will see what happens in the quarterfinals. It's, of course, a knockout stage, so a completely different format. And the thing about the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour is that it is so demanding for the players to keep adjusting in these formats. And I think for Jordan, that's going to be another challenge, because Wesley has so much experience doing just that.
Definitely. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. So it's all happening tomorrow. No one gets a free day here.
Yeah, and Lei Kwang Liam up against Ali Reza. Even for these two, it's quite fresh waters going into these knockout stages. That's going to be an exciting one ahead.
By the way,
as well, Dani.
Sorry, just a bit of info. Just a question. Where is Lei living at the moment? Is he in the States?
I think so.
As far as I know.
Yeah, because I was going to say the time difference could make a difference. But if he's in the States, then he's probably okay.
Yeah.
Well, lots of exciting matches coming up tomorrow as we enter the knockout stages of the Chessable Masters. Some very fighting brackets up there. We're going to have 2 days of that action. And before, Alex, thank you so much for joining us. I've got one question for you before you go, because I know that you are one of the first authors of Chessable when it had just started.
Yeah.
And now seeing where Chessable is, I mean, it's been a complete game changer. It's in the forefront of educational chess, online education for improving as a platform. How does it feel to be involved with a company that's grown so much?
Yeah, it's like I can hardly believe it myself. Just I remember the days when David, the current CEO, he was calling me. Okay, I was going to Swindon to his place to record the first courses. My first course, it's like the simplest Scandinavian. It's still on the platform and it still sells. It's like really simple stuff, and I was creating content and everything, and I was watching them grow, and where they were and where they are now, it's like, I don't know, it's just amazing growth for I've been with them since 2016, 5 years with such a, wow, amazing, just great job, guys. What can I say? Fantastic. Keep on doing it.
Great job. And it continues, because I'm being told that currently, at this very moment, Peter Swidler is conducting a masterclass on Chessable platform. So definitely, to all our viewers, go join him there. And also, all courses to celebrate the Chessable Masters are at a 50% off. So check out Chessable, find the courses that work for you. You have all the tools you need to figure out your strengths and weaknesses and where you need to improve on. The chess action continues tomorrow. Alex, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Tania. Thank you, Danny. It was great being here.
Nice to see you, Alex.
Yeah, likewise.
All right, chat. It's a sign off from us. We'll see you at the quarterfinals.
Bye now.
Bye.
The first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things. Breathe better. Live better.
Fresh, so new.
Freedom.
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom.
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom.
It's the best show in town.
Best show in town. Freedom. Freedom.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And yeah, I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Want to raise your chess to a new level? Challenge Yourself is an exclusive, innovative experience designed for Chess24 Premium members. Train like a champ with a unique set of lessons prepared by the coaches of the challengers. Boris Girlfriend and Co. will help you improve your chess. Play a champ. Play a Grandmaster each day in Banter Blitz. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity from June 10th. Go premium and challenge yourself.